Karaoke. Karaoke. What are we singing?
Straight up, please.
Just come here and go. It's not on it.
Mauri roa ki te whare, anei te karakia mō te ata. Karakia tātou. E te atua kaharawa, anei mātou e whakawhetai whakamumuti ki a koe. Hakarongo mai ki te tangi a te iwi. E pā, e tonua iho mai te wairua arataki, kia tika tā mātou whakaro, hua kina i o mātou taringa, whakawhānui i o mātou hininaro, i o mātou nākau. I roto a ihu karaiti. Āmene.
Inoho tātou.
Tuia i runga, tuia i raro, tuia i roto, tuia i waho. Tuia te here tangata i take mai hawai ki tui, hawai ki roi, hawai ki whamama. I ono i wai tō te mai o te ongara. Tuia i tātou e ngā hawai whāko, mo fuhi mai nei, mo ta tū mai nei. Kia rongo te pō, kia rongo te ao, a te nā koutou. A kia koutou e ngā manuhiri, ngā hawai tapu, ka tai mai, a ki tēnei kaupapa. Nau mai piki mai, ka kena mai, katou mai. Ka tau mai ki rano i te taumari o te maunga huika. Ki te maunga takarunga, takaroro, takamai maho, orangi toto, haramai, haramai, haramai. Haramai ki te reke o te maunga huika. ki ngā wai tukukiri o ngā awa e mua, e tere atu nei mai te kini tai o pereti, ki te awa iti o te kūkū waka, nā ki tēnei whanga, o mau te ringa ringa, te waharo tangaro, e roto i tēnei whare, o whetu moana. Reira koutou mā, e ngā manuhiri, nau mai, piki mai, take mai, tatau mai. A kia koe e pā, te pā kawairua, nau te karaki i tuku, ka whakawā te ai, tēnei kaupapa, no reira, e rā te mihi atu ki a koe e pā. E maha ngā pūkenga i roto i tēnei whare, ngā pūkenga reo Māori, ngā pūkenga mātauranga Māori, ngā pūkenga tikanga Māori. No reira, ki a koe e te pāpā, ki a koe e te whaia, nei rā te mihi atu ki a kōrua, koutou rā, te rōpū whakamana, te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou e ngā roia, e kā ngā pātai, ngā wero, i ngā kai hakautu, nei rā te mihi atu kia koutou, tō awhina i ngā kai kremi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou ngā kai hakautu, nei rā te mihi atu kia koutou, tō koutou kaha, tō koutou hoitanga i tō whakautu ki ngā wero, tēnei taha o te whare, kia koutou mā, o reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Pērā ki tēnei taonga konei, e Māui tiki tiki ataranga. Te maha ngā pūkenga Māui, te maha ngā pūkenga i roto i te whare nei, koutou mā. Kia koutou mā, ngā kai awhina, tēnā koutou. Anei rā ngā paupau i roto i te whare, ko te arawa waka, ko tainui waka, ko mā tātua waka, o mā huhu ki te rangi, o māmari, o ngā tuki mata whāurua, taki timu toko marikura haupo, ko Aotea, ko Horauta, o Nukutere. Anei rā ngā rangatira, o e rā waka, i tō taha, i tēnei whare. Tō reira, e hara koe, e nahe i roto i tēnei whare, anei rā ngā tipuna i tō taha. Me koutou māna ngā kai awhina, a kia tātou katoa. Tō reira, a tāti ngā kōrero, tēnā koutou, kara whiunga ngā mahi tēnei rā tuarua, tēnā koutou katoa.
Wairua tāku tau mai rā, wairua tāku mai runga, huia mai ngā tonga pai, ho mai tō aroha. Waia kia tika, a kona mai rā kia uki te pai, hororia, kia matonu rā, mō mai te tino koria. Mō mai te tino koria.
E rua ka kōrero ka piringia. So after the first break, the breaks katoa, we can hit the tepu on our kai whakautu and the tepu of the rōpū kamana te tiriti. To use this door to go for ngā kai, please. Tātou katoa, if we can exit that way to go. So we're not all funneling in there one door. Tētahi atu, ko te kupu o te rā, tētahi kupu. Ingoa poto, short name of the Navy, ko te PUS, P-U-S-S. That's used through the PUS, up the PUS, via the PUS, doing that. It's our short name. So if you hear that, to the Navy. Kia ora tātou. Up the PUS.
Tēnā koe mo tō mihi e whakatūwhera te rā nei. Tēnā koe hoki ki tō kōrero e whakamārama ngā pau kei roto i tēnei whare ātāhua. Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe hoki ki te minita mo tō kareke o whakamoimiti mō tātou i te wānei. Tēnā koe. No reira ki o koutou katoa kua taimai i te rā tūro o te wiki nei. Tēnei te mihi atu ki o koutou. Kia ora. We ended yesterday with questionings from the tribunal to this panel, we'll continue now, and I'll ask Dr. Suter to continue that. Thank you.
Mōrena tātou katoa. Te kai whakarite, e te rangatira i tuku te ngā whakamoemiti ki tō tātou kaihanga, tēnā kōrua. Tuatai kei te hehe au te mihi atu ki a koutou, te tau moana, te ope kātua i pōhi mai nei a mātou i tainehi nei, te reo karanga, ngā kākatarahai, ngā hera mana i tuku mai te haka pōhiri, he miharo te mātakitaki atu i a koutou. Kei runga no atu koutou. Tēnā hoki koe te kai hautu o te tau moana, tēnā rau atu tātou katoa. I just wanted to start with a comment before I ask questions about what we saw yesterday, because we're here talking about bicultural policy. Well, it was enacted for us on the marae when we came on, and Māori particularly, we don't listen to what people tell us, we watch, and you can observe a lot when you're coming in onto somebody's place as to how bicultural they really are. And those of us who have had some service, we're reflecting on how far we've come as to what we saw yesterday. Māori measure a hui by the pōhiri, the manaakitanga that follows, and the food, of course. And the Navy has outdone itself, we would say. And the Army was impressive when we were at Waiuru. But the Navy is right up there as well. And I'm sure the Air Force, when we go to Oaxaca, won't let us down either. But to see one uniforms, but with the uniform, the mataora and the tāmoko, and the fact that the Navy can mount a paipai of its own service personnel without relying on the kaumātua who are there, that tells us something. I don't know how stretched you were with taututa, if we carried on with speakers, how far you would have got, but for serving personnel who have the reo and can man a paipai, it's most impressive. So, sir, I'd just like to acknowledge you and also the Chief of the Army who was here yesterday and the representative of the Chief of the Air Force. But you particularly, sir, you should be proud of what your people have done so far. I wonder, though, how far the bicultural changes go. Listening to the panel yesterday, my experiences with government agencies, that with all the goodwill, it really does come down to the people who are in charge, the senior leadership team and the person who's tasked with leading an organisation. And I look at the table, and I know that the actual experts around assisting the organisation to become fully bicultural are your Māori cultural advisors. And I look at the ranks, and I realise that they might be experts in that area, but you have got to have the confidence in them to actually make the changes and rely on their advice. And having been in the Army, I know how it works. At the end of the day, you senior officers will make the decisions on whether what they're telling you is something that you could move forward with. So really, it's just a plug for them, that they are very important. And otherwise it can end up being a box-ticking exercise. I don't see it at the moment. I think what you've demonstrated to us both at Waiuru and here is hugely impressive. When my short experience in the Army, there was nothing Māori about it, as I've made that comment before, and this is the late 80s. Nothing in there was, as I recall, lifted the culture in any way. So we have come a long way, and as you say, we've got a long way to go. I look at panel one's evidence, and when I was reading it, I was wondering what the Crown was actually doing in providing this evidence. And my impression was, okay, what you're trying to demonstrate to the tribunal is, yeah, we didn't always get it right in the past, but we are making strides now to try and improve it for the future. That's how it looks to me. So my real question to you is, all of what you've told us about deployments and post-deployment and how you're assisting service personnel, how far back does this go? I know personally in the mid-1990s things started to change, largely through General Burke's and the shifts towards the bicultural organisation. And listening to you yesterday, the deployments to Bosnia and East Timor, things again shifted. So I look at everything you're doing at the moment. Does this only go back 2 or 3 years, or does it go back to 2001? How far back are these changes? Can we put these changes down to? Because you'll be aware that most of the claims that are before us are to do with the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. Anybody can answer that question, but that's my first one.
Thank you very much for the comments that you've made there, and as I think we've already said, this is a journey that we're on. What I might do, and I'll keep talking a little bit to give Mr. Pene and Mr. Karakau a chance to just think about what they might say here, but I think it's important to hand over them initially to talk through their journey, through their eyes, both as warrant officers that have lived through the system and as Māori themselves, so that they can sort of explain, I guess, their journey and what they think, as opposed to the leadership from a Pākehā sitting here perspective. And then I'm quite happy to come in after that and provide my perspective from a leadership level, what I've lived and experienced myself in my journey. And also, I think you touched on, you can have advisors depending on what rank people are. We're a military organisation, but I'm happy to make some comments around how we do this currently, and I guess the mana that we place upon those advisors when we are making decisions. So having said that, hopefully that's enough of a lead-in for the two fine gentlemen at the end to kick off.
Kei te whare, mōrena, tēnā koe te tōkana. I sort of think back to the 30 years in the organisation, so if I could try and perhaps sort of piece that all together. So Bosnia, I think when you saw the efforts back in those times, you're absolutely right. It came down to the leadership of the time. But equally so, it came down to the body of Māori communities at that time as well. I'm talking about our kapahaka, and I'm probably talking Ngāmi here. In Linton, you had the kairanga. So they were very integral in terms of how that whakarite was sort of enacted at that time. I'm not too sure how the whakanoa process, because when we came back for Māori, we did that ourselves. As an organisation, that was sort of enacted through a lot of the psychs at that time. And that sort of went through the East Timor phase as well, where the whole contingent would turn up at the marae in Waiuru and would go through that process, utilising as their kohatu as our anchor. And all the kōrero that shaped all of that. And we believed in that. Over a period of time, they went from a whole contingent down to a body of people that went to represent. I think in terms of, and not sort of drawing out too much, what we're seeing now is perhaps over the last, because single services have done a lot in terms of doing wānanga for their wahine, because attached with that was a lot of trauma. And so from that trauma sort of, brought about, okay, this is where the trauma, I guess when we're talking about operations, there was some sort of segue that led into what was happening over there as well. So the role that I sit in at the moment is, okay, what do we need to do? how do we assist in terms of providing those guidelines? Because I guess they weren't there, and I'll be sort of perhaps sort of straight up at this point in time. It was left to whoever that Māori was within the contingent that was selected. Okay, Brent, you're in charge of everything that we do overseas. So I'd say perhaps over the last 5 years, we're starting to see that gradual shift. And this is when you talk about that biculturalism. And I think it starts, a lot when the inception of Kia Eke, the inception of our revised bicultural leadership framework, then we start to see a real sort of progression in terms of where we were going as an organisation. I guess the foundation of being bicultural was always based on how we did overseas on operations. And that was that's what made us unique. I think we all know that. And I guess that's sort of briefly, so what you're seeing today, I guess, is part and parcel of the collective coming together and moving forward. And I think that, and there's a lot, and you're quite right, a lot of us that sit in these roles, the cultural aspects of everything, we understand that we walk, in those two pathways, Te ao Pākehā, under the crown, and Te ao Māori as well. And, so that's perhaps just, a quick synopsis from me.
If I could just quickly add on to that, my father came through not being able to kōrero Māori at school, therefore at home there was no te reo, so I was a generation that was never taught by my family how to kōrero Māori. What we're seeing now is almost a revolution of we are now getting sailors, soldiers and aviators coming through into the service that have gone through kohanga, kura kaupapa, and actually are coming now into our services wanting to spread what it is that they've got to the rest of the services, which is why I think we're seeing this great growing of our young people steeped or starting to learn very well te ao Māori, and I think that's really helping our senior leadership understand, because they're getting some very good advisors coming in and actually telling them or advising them about how we can get better with what we're trying to do within Te Upe Katoa.
Perhaps just to add a little bit more to that is, how do we build the capability? That's the bigger one. Excuse me. So an example, I deal with a lot of the stakeholders within the organisation. And so they might come to me, Brent, kia eke, we need to, can we sit down and have a talk? So it's about working smarter, not harder. And so to build that capability, I'm saying, well, have you read it? Oh, no, we haven't. I said, well, you read it with your team and then we'll get back together. So I think you're starting to see a lot of that shift from our Hautu Māori in terms of we're getting a lot better, because we were just the default just to do everything because it came from a place of aroha. But now we're having to think strategically. To build that capability, we've got to be a bit smarter in how we do it and how we bring everyone else onto our waka. So I just wanted to share that as well. And a lot of our young ones, as Ray alluded to, they're here. They come equipped. Perhaps what they don't come equipped with is just the lived experiences. So that's where we help guide them, because it can be quite a challenging space to operate in.
And I'm not sure I can build on that. I think that's fantastic. But if you listen to that tells the story, right? As a nation, we've been on a journey. As a defence force, we're on that journey as well, and we are a representation, of the nation that we serve. So, sometimes we get ahead, sometimes we're behind, and we have been on that. I think a couple of key things that came out of that commentary for me, when you look at the fact that as a nation, we now have a lot of our younger people that have been immersed in te ao for some time, their whole lives. We then take that into our organisation. It is over to us as the more senior people to listen to that, to build on that, We have more senior people who have come to that journey later in life. We have given opportunities for them to do, full immersion study and other things so that we can start to bridge the gap between rank and, I guess, that experience and knowledge inside the space. As leaders, it's our job to listen to that. We talked yesterday, about checklists, and yes, it can seem like a box-ticking activity, but without a checklist, you don't have anything to reference back to, and sometimes that just keeps you honest. The next really big step, I think, is having those advisors in the room, no matter what rank they are, when we are having the important discussions before we make decisions. And what I have observed, particularly over the last 6 to 8 years, is an increase in that. And that's not just cultural advisors, that's actually using other experts as well, so we have a much richer conversation. Brigadier Shaw talked yesterday about the likes of the strategic planning groups. Back in the day, they used to be 2 or 3 people. Now there are a lot more people from other agencies as well. The same goes inside the Joint Forces decision-making cycle. We now have a lot broader range of people in there. Everyone looks at it through their own lens. They've got their own lived experiences. So by using that and listening to that, you have a much richer conversation. It's over to us to listen to it when we make decisions as senior leaders. And from what I've seen, that is taking place. Where you listen to that, you make the decision, and hopefully it's a much broader decision than perhaps it was previously.
One or two comments, if I may. So you talked about what you took away from yesterday, and so that was remarkably accurate, I think. We are indeed on a journey, but we're trying to get better. One of the strengths of the SAS just down the road in Papakura is not how fast they are or how far they can run or anything like that. It's the fact that they strive for excellence every time, and that no matter how good they are, they try and get better and better and better. And we're not excellent by any stretch of the imaginations, but we're trying to get there. So I think that's point one that I'd offer to you. Point two would be that the cultural advisors are part of the equation, and I think personal relationships matter in that respect. The previous Defence Cultural Advisor was Lieutenant Colonel Glenn King, and Glenn is the husband of Major General Rose King, the Chief of Army. Glenn and I are mates. We grew up together in the military. We drank beer. We played rugby together, and he was the advisor. And so, a close personal connection, not just a professional connection with many of our people, and I think that helps.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just so you realise, I'm not knocking the Defence Force. I'm impressed, and long may it last. And you're an example of, you're really bucking the trend in terms of government agencies, in terms of what you're doing, and you'd be a good example to others as to how to move forward. What was noticeable out there yesterday too was uniformed people wearing moko kauai and mataora, and I'm thinking about the type of farm model when you're assessing health assessments, pre-deployment. You now have a new issue where you have service personnel who are wearing insignia that determines just where they're from and who they are. And so I've got two questions. There must have been some debate within the Defence Force about the allowance of mataora and tāmoko to be worn by your personnel, and how does that factor in when you're looking at pre-assessment for deployment? It can be a positive and it can be a negative. Was there a discussion to allow people to do this, your service personnel, and how do you handle it now with deployments?
I could probably just... So I guess within each single service bicultural policy sort of enacted a lot of things that were attached to it. Yeah, I guess moko kiore, moko kauai were all part of that conversation. Now, I don't have it on the top of my head where it all started, but each service is different in terms of, you know, and I guess for us, working in the spaces was about cultural revitalisation. And so I guess the tenets of it sort of really started quite slow with a lot of our wahine. And I guess a small portion of our tāne that born the mataora. But I think what you see now, I can go back and get the dates where it actually all started and through the policy instruments that allowed it to occur. An example I'll probably use myself. So 3 months ago, we looked at, so for a lot of us, we wānanga, and we said, hey, how do we educate our people about our traditional aspects of what we wear? And so, long story short, I got it across the line, and but I had to be prepared for everything, and this was done in Defence House. And that day that we did it, you know, I wanted to do it. My wife sits there, she goes, oh, I hope you're happy. Everyone's going to come up and see you all in your glory, you know. But it wasn't about that. For me, it was about educating, destigmatising, demystifying everything about our and so that whole day, I guess all the people that came in, they brought their families in because they were curious, they were intrigued in terms of, and so that really closed the gap, I feel, within Defence House. And now, you know, I guess it's just normalised. I just walk around now, and everywhere I go. So I know I'm in a walking educational because everyone's intrigued and want to know more, opposed to, because everyone thinks, you know, they attach it to other sort of communities, and that's not so much the case in terms of why we wear it. I guess there's perhaps no, and I'll probably default over to the boss shortly, in terms of the drivers of these things and how do they affect when we go on operational tours. I think there's a place there. It's an identity thing, and again, it just sits into what makes us very unique. But yeah, I guess there's still work to be done within the kaupapa here to shape how that goes forward.
So I think that was a fantastic explanation there, and a couple of words that came through: destigmatise, normalise, and that's what this does. And it educates. People can start having conversations around that. From a deployment perspective, in my eyes, I only see it as a strength. We go back to our roots. Definitely in my time inside the service, the last 36 years, one of the things we've always prided ourselves on as a Defence Force is the way we are able to operate overseas, and it's not just in the South Pacific, it's wider than that, with our cultural roots, with our national roots. And that gives us a degree of authority, it gives us a degree of, I think, openness. People are open to us because of the nature that we have, and the cultural background is really important to that. So I only see it as a positive when we have people from all walks of life that are able to display, to educate, and to start a conversation that might be different. It doesn't matter what your culture is internationally, it starts another conversation. It just gives us another layer of what we can achieve as a Defence Force.
And Brent's being a bit humble, so just to be clear, there's an email sent out to all people, every single person in Defence House, inviting them to go down and witness that process. So, I take my hat off to them for doing that. So that's comment one. Comment two would be that I walk around Defence House, the centre of Wellington, and I see people with moko every single day and every single floor everywhere. So it's, to me, it's normalised.
So if one of your serving personnel now wants a moko kauai or a mataora, do they require permission to have that put on? Do they have to discuss that with somebody?
You've been through the process, you can...
Yeah, there are provisions in place, but the decision makers are them. I think at the end of the day, and again, each single service is a little different. For me, it was just a conversation. And when you're getting stuff of this nature done, they absolutely know. And so it's the whakawhiti kōrero, it's the sharing their experience. And at the end of the day, they don't determine that decision for you. You've already done it. And and that's how it's done. And it's an individual case on how that's. I know others have done it more formally through a minute, and I guess that's just being the normal expectations. And I haven't heard, and there might be some cases out there where people have been denied getting something, a taonga of this nature. Yeah.
And just from a policy perspective, so the policy, I know Army's new policy, grooming standards, enables that. Right. So if you're looking at restrictions, I can't talk to the other services, but I'm relatively certain that the same goes and applies there. From a policy perspective, the enablement, the enactment, and clearly decisions for individuals there.
Clearly, to me, there's a cultural revival going on again. I mean, it happened back in the 70s and 80s, as I recall, but, it's moving very quickly. You're part of it. You might even call it a revolution, a cultural revolution. And, we're talking Treaty of Waitangi and the principles. I'm not too sure if people are aware that it's moving so quickly that there are some things going to come up for you. I'm sure that this next generation who are coming into the forces are going to push the Defence Force on. To give you an example, in December 2023, there were members of Parliament who, in taking the oath, wanted to swear allegiance not just to King Charles, but also to the Treaty of Waitangi. And I'm thinking about attestation, and I imagine it's still the same where you swear allegiance to the Crown. What if personnel in the future or new people come into the intake want to swear allegiance to the Treaty of Waitangi as well? That sort of challenge. You want to be bicultural, you want to acknowledge the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles. That might be what you get tested on in the future by your own Māori, at least, or maybe even non-Māori who come into the forces.
I agree, and I think that's part of the conversation, and we talk about kia eke, and for me it's not a start point, but it is a formalisation of things that we now have some overarching structure to have these conversations, to build the frameworks and to do things. So I think as an organisation we've shown over time, as the younger generation in particular come through, they're different to how I used to operate. I never questioned orders, but now we have adapted as an organisation, and we often talk about the why. Our mission statements in order to mission command, so people understand why they're doing something, because that's what the new generations need. It's the way they've grown up. So I think as we adapt and evolve, that will be the conversation you just mentioned is absolutely one that I think we will be having in the future.
Just to add, I guess that's the litmus test, right? And you're absolutely correct. But what I can say is that those of us that sit in as those advisors would be there as part of that decision making, if that was to move forward. So, just wanted to put that in there as well.
Okay. Just a funny story while we're at it. My own swearing allegiance, given the background that I come from, I didn't realise that when you wanted to join the army, you had to go through this attestation and swear allegiance to the Queen. And when asked to do it, and I imagine there were a few others like me, we just kept our hands off the Bible.
Unbeliever.
Is there still a element of compulsion around inoculations? You know, if you want to go overseas and get deployed, you have to have all these inoculations. Does anybody ever protest or question it?
Well, the most contemporary example of that was the COVID vaccination. So we do operate on the same principles as any other medical treatment. So you're not forced to have any medical treatment that you don't consent to. You have a choice of whether to have those inoculations. However, the consequences of that choice may be that we don't send you to a place where not choosing to have that protection may risk your health, because inevitably the risk of an individual's health has an impact on everybody else's in the mission. So if we were to send you somewhere, you get very unwell, and we have to somehow repatriate you out, off a ship in the ocean or out of the jungle, then that can have an effect on the mission. So there is no medical treatment, interventions, treatments against someone's informed consent, but there may well be employment and deployment consequences if you choose to not have inoculations.
Just my last question is to do with the definition of a veteran under VSAs. Under the VSA, Warrant Officer First Class Uli Apiata retired now. I recall, was it only 2 months ago that he handed in his medals, or he gifted them to Parliament to try and bring about some change in the way veterans are viewed. And I know there's a bill coming in Parliament, but as I understand it, really that's superficial, that won't change the entitlements. Is anybody able to give us an update on that?
So my understanding, and again, so yesterday in my mind, discussing the issues in terms of the three different intersecting issues of recognition, access to healthcare and compensation. The bill before Parliament, I believe, is based around the recognition. So the mana attached with the label of being a veteran is a very important issue to some people, and I reflect on the perception that people don't like to be othered, and the inability of yourself to legally define yourself as a veteran, because in New Zealand the word veteran has a very specific meaning, is as I understand it, that particular issue that's under contention. So the bill in its essence would allow people to call themselves a veteran, but is not the same, but does not include access to the compensation mechanisms under the Act. So that remains in the remit of the qualifying operational service.
So I think that bill amendment goes a long way to addressing that recognition piece. There are people, and it has been played out in media, that would say it doesn't go far enough. But by getting that recognition, and I think for a lot of people, that's the mana attached to it. It is the recognition that you served with honour and dignity, and that you are a veteran. And I think that's a really important story to tell.
Have you had some feedback from veterans, well, people who've served, who have told you this? That's what they really want.
Yes, yeah. The discussions that I've been involved in is around the first step, and I think as the Surgeon General outlines, there are three aspects, and we've discussed that a reasonable amount yesterday. It will be discussed further, but that the first step in this is the recognition that you are a veteran, and there are a number of people that I've spoken to personally who are really excited about that shift.
Do you think ultimately, though, this is a first step, What we really need is one scheme that addresses everybody in the same way.
I think, and I see Surgeon General going pretty quick to the mic there to stop me saying something. But I just go back to those sort of three key aspects that she's already talked about that need to be considered. Again, rightly or wrongly, it's the legislation we've got, it's the system we've got from a national perspective.
Yes, I think this is not a simple issue when you look at the whole of government, principles and intent around how we, administer support for people. If we had not had the introduction of the ACC Act in 1974, we would still all be under one scheme. And that would be the scheme that recognises and compensates veterans. But the decision, the policy decision was that for all citizens of New Zealand, there should be support for people across all employment categories. And I guess the struggle is around, how you define the special needs of different groups. Within my remit and the area that I really focus on is that access to healthcare. And I've talked before about the kind of cognitive dissonance I have here in terms of, I work in the military, but I work in the civilian sector, and the resources and support really, is focused on going to the people with the greatest need. And the question for me is, does a Pākehā veteran have a greater need than a kuia on the coast? And, who is the group that has the greatest need, and what defines that group? At the moment, the way we do that is based on clinical need, so clinical priority. That is the way the system is structured. When you expand schemes, and this is what the international experience has been, you end up diluting the support available to those who do have the greatest need, that are not covered under other schemes. And so the risk here is the kind of unintended consequence of expanding that scheme. I think you'd be really risking, one, diluting the services. So what is available already is stretched. Already there are long waiting lists to access support in the current scheme. And so if you open that up, that becomes a unfathomable amount of resource and finance to support a much larger group of people, which risks diluting the care to the people that need it, or rediverting that care. And I think the second order consequence, too, in terms of risks is, is the risk that we get away from delivering services to those with the greatest need by sort of artificially creating a category that assumes the greatest need but is not actually linked to that clinical need. So it's a tricky issue, sir.
Thank you very much for all your answers.
Kia ora, tuatahi ake e tautoko anau ka mihi ki te kaiwhakarite o tā tātou wānaka I tēnei rā. Nā reire e pāmena kei te whakaroko mai koe, e toro atu ana te reo mihi ki a koe. Tai atu ki te rakatere I whakatau anō I a mātou ki roto I tēnei whare a tāho I te ata nei, e mihi atu ana. It is, in Waiōuru, I shared some of that connection within my own family, and whilst not all were here, I did reference the connections to the army through my paternal grandfather, who was a surgeon major in World War II, my maternal grandfather, who was an engineer in the army as well, and my Māori grandmother, who was a nurse, and later on and was based in London with supporting the rehabilitation of wounded soldiers. However, we're here at the naval base, and my connections are a little further stretched. But I did ask permission yesterday if I could take some photos of the back of the front wall of this whare and just acknowledge what has been said about the beautiful way that we've been welcomed, the expression and exhibition of biculturalism, living biculturalism, which is extended from Waiōuru as well. But that front wall has a beautiful display of knots for those of you who aren't looking at it all day. And I got permission to take a photo and send it through to my mother because my father, who is now blind, largely blind, would be sitting here with absolute delight if he could look at those displays. And my mother probably won't thank me for the fact because I asked her to explain to my father what the photos depict, because he would probably be able to name them all. And with no offence to the sea of kaki or the sea of green that is to my right, my father would say that in terms of the hierarchy of aspirational professions, sailors are only second to boat builders. And with that recognition, I extend my mihi to the Navy for allowing us to be here, but also for the service across the Defence Force, and that has already been noted. Probably the biggest accolade that I have heard came from Ms. Sykes yesterday when she said that the Defence Force is the most respected part of the public service by Māori. So I think that is something which should be, again, reiterated. To the panel, I was saying to the judge yesterday that many of my questions have already been asked. In fact, Ms. Sykes pinched a few and Ms. Wiley pinched a few more. And then I can only say that I support the line of questioning of my learned colleague, Dr. Suter, as well this morning. So it's within that vein that I want to just touch on a few points, which will probably just be points of clarification. And that is because I do think it is important and incumbent on us to recognise the exemplary practice that we have been witness to throughout these inquiries. And to that effect, Major General, I would probably contest with your statement that you just made a little moment ago that that in terms of the journey that the Defence Force has been on, that we are, and I quote, we are a representation of the nation that we serve. I would love to believe that that was true, but I would actually suggest to you that many parts of our nation are currently regressing in terms of their commitment to Māori, the commitment to Te Tiriti, the commitment to Te Reo, upholding our cultural expressions, and the fact that you are not only holding the line, but as we heard in Waiōuru, making a commitment to take that further is deserved of that recognition. So whilst I don't agree with you, I think you'll find that the sentiment is a complimentary one.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll take that as a compliment.
Thank you. I have a funny way of dishing out compliments. Sir, the first point, so this is to you, Major General, just on page 1 and paragraph 8, you refer there, and I quote, that you operate in a manner that aims for consistency with the Crown's obligations under Te Tiriti. And following on from Dr. Suter's line of questioning, acknowledging the journey that you have been on more recently, can I ask you, in your 36 years of service, when did this aim, in terms of, or how long has this aim been part of the active attention and consideration in the Defence Force, in your memory? When did Te Tiriti and the obligations to Te Tiriti start becoming part of the vernacular?
So if I step back a little bit, I guess, in my 36-year journey, I feel, despite more recent, I I guess, advancements in the discussions around Te Tiriti. I feel for at least for the last 30 years in my journey, the spirit of that, the principles of partnership in particular, have always been part of what I've experienced in the various units that I've served in the various junior leadership and more senior leadership roles. It's hard to describe because I feel as if it's a way that we've gone about doing things. We've formalised the bicultural piece more recently, but I've always had a feeling in my service, and it goes right from the start, early coursing that I did where we went through the marae in Waiuru, where you are experiencing this, we're having the conversations and the discussions. So for me, it has been a journey throughout where those considerations, you now put a label on it, in more recent times around partnership and the principles, but I've felt that. Now others will have a different experience, and I acknowledge that. But most definitely, the Māori Crown relations and the quite clear guidance that came out, previous government, we have lent into that. Te Ihi stems from that in part. I have done a couple of workshop sessions now around Māori Crown relations. So the vernacular is clearly more recent, but I feel that the intent has been there. The really strong thing now is that we're formalising that, so therefore it does become a much more formalised, if that's the right word, but it becomes an active part of the conversation.
Kia ora, thank you. And I appreciate that journey that's already been shared. So when you say, would it be consistent to say that it aligns to the time that the expressed regard for Te Tiriti was part of a requirement through Te Arawhiti and through the work with Te Puni Kōkiri, in terms of the expressed commitment to Te Tiriti?
Yeah, from my perspective, yes, in that's become more formalised. But I think the intent has been there, and if you take the history around each one of the marae and how that's evolved through the services, the stories and the discussions we've had, Te Whare Tapu Awha, those things came in before we had that sort of that direction.
Ka pai, thank you. Again, just a point of clarification. So in paragraph 40, and referring to the PDT, understanding that NZDF tikanga cultural protocols, and you talked about the formal module that introduces tikanga Māori. How long is that module?
So the module, the session itself, having and recently sat through that, it's 2 hours. It is effectively starts with some, it's the wrong word, lecturing, but it starts with telling of a story.
I'm a lecturer, that's all good.
Yeah, outlining the principles. But then what I witnessed, and the one that I have physically witnessed, as opposed to reading about it, was that the generation of the discussion and the ability to talk through perhaps the why. What I saw from that was a real spiritual connection to things. But yeah, it's a 2-hour initial module that then sets the standard in the whakaritenga, the prepare phase for further conversations for that contingent to have as they deploy, through their deployment, and then most importantly, I think, sets up for that return piece in the whakanoa, which is something that has often in the past been missed. We prepare people really well. We don't necessarily reintegrate, and that is the real big focus.
Kia ora.
Ma'am, could I just make a previous comment on your previous question? So General Rob and I served exactly the same period, and I generally agree with the General's assessment. But my sense is that it's actually we're more on a kind of exponential curve on this.
Thank you.
The further down the journey we get, the greater the momentum and the faster the journey goes, would be my comment.
Kia ora, thank you, sir. Just returning now to the pre-deployment training, so can I just confirm that for every deployment, that module is again part of the process?
Yes, it is. It is now a part of that curriculum, if you want to put it that way. Yes.
Thank you. And then now and I really appreciate it. We heard about the whakanoa process at Waiuru, but through the evidence yesterday and the explanations, we got a far deeper understanding of the entirety of it. And so from the whakaritenga through to the whakatapu and the whakanoa. So I really appreciated that. There's just a point that I'd like to ask for clarification from you. Thank you, Major General, and in paragraph 53, when you talk between 41 and 53 about the whakanoa process, or whakaritenga whakanoa, whakatapu and whakanoa, you talk in there and make in paragraph 53 about it not being consistently applied, and refer to te ohu tōtara, making the point that it will be incorporated. Yet when you spoke to your evidence, you actually said it is now being done consistently. So I'm not making a judgment, I just want clarification as to whether or not now it is being done consistently, or there is a commitment that it will be done consistently. And the second point is around te ohu tōtara in its entirety, what the will be incorporated means in terms of the time stamp.
And it's a good clarification, because I use this word a lot, don't I? Our journey. The process is as I speak today, is being applied consistently through the whakaritenga, which is now built into our pre-deployment training and has been for a number of iterations of that, and the whakanoa, which I would say up until earlier this year was inconsistently applied. There were some really great examples, and I do know in my time as Commander Joint Forces, one of the senior national officers that I debriefed on his return, who was an individual returning, who had not been through a process. So we did have some gaps as early as late last year, but that is now consistently applied. As I said, we've got Major Brooking, who's currently offshore, moving through that process with one of our contingents, so he can gain a better feel for that, and we can continue to improve it. We do it at that third location decompression site, and what we are now doing as part of that, so the contingent does that themselves, but we now have a senior officer, a senior warrant officer, that will do a video call into that contingent, so that we make sure that we can capture them. It's not the right word, but we can touch base with them prior to getting back to New Zealand, where often they just want to see whānau, and we don't necessarily get that. So that is absolutely now part of the process that we use. For the future, this is where we need to keep building on that. This is where we are establishing the formal touch points based around our single service marae back in New Zealand, so that we can do that. And so that Te Ohu Tōtara has its origins inside Army. The other services have similar types of things, and we are using that as a basis to reinforce what we do. There has been a number of aspects of discussion, particularly in Army, around it, embedding that in some of the coursing that we do as well. And I think Mr. Pene talked earlier around our leadership framework that we have within inside the Defence Force. So building these things into that, so it's not just about deployment, it's actually about how we conduct ourselves every day, and building that into the various layers of leadership courses.
Kia ora, thank you.
If I could just add on to that, if you don't mind, ma'am. So Te Ohu Tōtara is certainly a land mission-based process. When we start to get into the development of our advisor within the Joint Force Headquarters, working with the NZDF Runanga, we will develop a process which is our own that can be used right across the services. Now, it may not be right exactly for every service, but there will be models of it that will be able to provide the framework to the services for them to work from in order to do their version of it within their service.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that. Now, turning to you, Brigadier Shaw, I just have one question, and it's for paragraph 29 of your evidence, when you're talking about the planning phase. And again, this was touched in the questioning from the lawyers yesterday, but I just want one point of clarification, and that is when you talk about other considerations includes tiriti or treaty considerations. My question is, do the tiriti considerations get assessed specifically or generally?
So previously I would say generally, and now I would say as I spoke about sounds like a dirty word, but the checklist, I guess more specifically, and with regard to that checklist, we are going through a process of trying to refine it in such a way that it's more applicable or usable for the type of strategic considerations that we're making.
Thank you. So how long have those tiriti considerations been expressly addressed then through, doesn't matter that it's checklist for the moment, I think we've canvassed that, but through the operational deployment processes? How long has it been normalised? Can you give me a date? I'm acknowledging your exponential growth that you talked about previously.
So what I can say is, in my tenure, that is true. I'd have to come back to you and do some research around previous to my tenure, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. It's just important for us, you're hearing it. We're all acknowledging the growth, but we are wanting to get an indication of the times that this transition has taken place.
Okay.
So thank you. And now turning to you, Brigadier Tate, kia ora anō. It's lovely to see you again. And along the lines of the questioning in Waiuru as well, I just have a couple of questions. First of all, I would say though, on paragraph 47, there is a typo, and I think you'd like to change it. Just for the record, that in the second to last line, it makes a statement, manaki tangi is a powerful concept. Now, the difference between tangi and tanga is quite powerful. And so I think it's just a note, because I do appreciate that manaki tanga is a powerful concept, but we don't want to cause people to tangi for the wrong reasons. And if that's the only typo, that's fantastic.
I apologise for that. Absolutely, in my defence, I have doctor's handwriting, and potentially my I's and A's get confused. But I apologise for any offence that might have caused.
It's the reason I want it for the record is I actually think it is a wonderful statement. It's a powerful statement, and so that's why I want it to be acknowledged in its correct form as well. Brigadier, the two questions have been answered. Referring to paragraph 50 of your evidence, you talked about ACC, and we touched on this briefly in Waiuru. Ms. Wiley also talked about the inequities, and I think we canvassed that yesterday, the inequities experienced with Māori within the mainstream system. Has there ever been any survey done of veterans who, in terms of their experiences and treatment within, whether it's general practice or by ACC specifically?
I'm not aware of a survey, which is not to say that doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of one. What I would say is that and the next week of this hearings, we will get a chance to talk directly to ACC. But in terms of closing the gap and improving people's experience, in my view, this is about advocacy and agency and navigating. And ACC does have now a navigator service, which I think is quite powerful. There's a component of that where there's an education component around veterans. There is information on both the Veterans Affairs website and the ACC website about each other. And so it seems to me that the key to improving experience is to help in terms of navigating and guiding people through and educating them as part of that system. I do think actually, and ACC will talk better to this than I can, but that something like a navigator system, something that, so that is a system where you can pick up the phone and talk to someone and say, actually, is it worth putting a claim in or not? You know, those are the kinds of things where you can make easier touch points for people that would improve their experience, I think, and enable them to use those systems to the best of their ability.
I absolutely, adhere to the positive outcomes that can be achieved with good navigation services. And yesterday you used the term the brokering agent. Can I just confirm, do you see that role sitting within ACC, or is that within the Defence Force in terms of the advocacy and the brokering of those services?
What I would say is that, and we've heard it from the claimants and from the tribunal as well, that that people trust their peers. They trust people in service, and I do see in the veteran space, people look for veterans agencies, and they look for people that that they're familiar with. And so I do think, there's a role for the kind of powerful advocacy that comes from the likes of those kinds of agencies. I think the likes of RSA and a number of other agencies are perfectly placed to consider, how they might people towards the right direction, and particularly if that was to have a Tia Māori perspective, in order to, as you've rightly pointed out, help our people to use what is an imperfect system the best they can. Where that sits, quite frankly, the New Zealand Defence Force has an appropriation that is linked to delivering operational outputs, and we have a health service that itself, we can just keep on top of what that is, and so the challenge here is finding the resource, both money and people, if you were to set up systems, or ideally using systems that exist, and coordinating those and making those really powerful advocacy or peer navigators to the right pathways. Even just how do you use the current existing systems as they are, without even changing anything? Potentially, you'll get people assisted more than
the angle of my questioning, Brigadier Tate, is around the known systemic racism that Māori often encounter within the health system, and thinking about the duty of care of the Defence Force for exiting personnel who will have been accustomed to a much greater level of care within the service, and how they can be prepared to advocate for themselves and be ready for that confrontation. We've heard it in evidence that have been presented before this tribunal around how confronting that was when they had to access mainstream services and the racism that they experienced. So I'm just wondering, even in terms of the exiting process, is potential racism and prejudice even explicitly discussed in terms of preparing them for returning to civilization, returning to civil society?
Yeah, so, I realise that we are, potentially creating this, people will spend 20 or 30 years in the Defence Force, and we've given them a model of care that they're not going to experience on the outside. So I do think, do we discuss, the institutional bias and disparities and racism that they're vulnerable to on the outside? It's probably not part of the conversation. What we do try and discuss is is what people can do to set themselves up for success in that transition. And I do think, if I was to, I think and you know this as well as I do, in terms of the support for kaupapa Māori practices and iwi-based, apu-based, care and health wellbeing services is potentially less formalised than it could be. But I think where we can influence along those lines is to try and make that transition, smoother and point out how they can use that system. We have some of our services that extend after people leave in that sort of 2-year transition phase, and we will discuss kind of all of those for you in a little more detail. But there is a kind of 2-year period where we have a sort of watching brief over people and that get access to some services as to how we best set people up for success in a really imperfect system. That does remain a challenge. I would agree with you.
Kia ora, and thank you. I guess maybe it's something to consider, a checklist for good, which might even just be given the nature of the services where you might not be encouraged to question, and be that we might provide proactively the questions that should be asked in terms of entitlements and rights and responsibilities, and what the standard of care, even if they are informed with a best practice model that they might not experience, but at least they know the questions to ask and to challenge. That might be something to consider.
Thank you.
And my final question, Major Martin, kia ora, tēnā koe. It was just in regard to paragraph 28 of your evidence around the exposure to, for personnel that may have been exposed to airborne asbestos. When harm or potential harm has been identified, does the NZDF proactively reach out to those who may have been exposed to notify them? And this is on that line about the duty of care. So even if they've left the service, if you find something out retrospectively, does the Defence Force proactively identify those personnel to inform them that they could have potentially been harmed or exposed?
Good morning.
Morning.
I think there's two parts to this. First of all, we have to make a confirmation that they were exposed or potentially exposed. And I think once that has been identified, and that's probably done through people in my area as Force Health Protection Officers, then that information is actually passed back through the normal clinical services. Such notification is put on, certainly on current serving military personnel on their medical files. With regards to follow-up, I believe there is some interaction between the NZDF and then Veteran Affairs who look after the serving personnel after they've left the Defence Force. I'd probably ask the Brigadier, who has some more information on that, to make further comment.
Thank you, Major.
I guess I'm interpreting your question as to if there was a historic understanding of an exposure event, how would we reach out to people who've left the New Zealand Defence Force? So I think that can be occasionally done. Obviously, one of the challenges is contacting people. We are very careful with exposures to kind of quantify the risks, to be able to say, so if you served in an area that had some asbestos, that's different to, you were inside a, potentially a collapsed building, breathing in stuff, and now we know that there was a toxic environment. Because one of the challenges for those types of exposures is the fact that there is nothing to long-term follow-up. So there is no health monitoring that's helpful. There's no way to intervene or interdict what those health effects may be. So there's a balance here of creating a real concern, health concern for people, and I do think the evidence over the next few days will highlight that. So the anxiety and stress that can come from telling people they've been in an exposure environment without really being clear about the health effects, it can have a deleterious effect on people. If people present with a health condition linked to asbestos, of which there is only one recognised health condition linked to asbestos, then in their health records as part of the health assessments for the areas they've been in will be the link to asbestos exposure. But in New Zealand, if you present with a mesothelioma, which is the only diagnosis linked specifically to asbestos, you're eligible for ACC cover, when that link is pointed out.
So perhaps the harm derived from asbestos might have been too specific. I guess I'm thinking more broadly, and I appreciate that the anxiety of something you may not have could, that can bring with it anxiety. But I spoke of my father's blindness, macular degeneration is in my family. It's still good to know that even though I might not experience it, that there is a greater likelihood, and that also means that I'm better positioned to be able to watch out for the signs of change. So again, in terms of that duty of care, if people are not aware that they could have been, they're also not necessarily going to be aware of what the symptoms are for any exposure. Is that fair?
So I agree with you, and I think again, it is the threshold, I guess, is around determining, and it is somewhat subjective, sort of where that line is in terms of the quantifying the risk. So, and the genetic predisposition to macular degeneration is slightly different, but in terms of, do you want to know you're in an environment where there was a toxic exposure? The follow-up questions I would have once told that would be, what is the so what of that? How bad was that? Am I likely to have problems? And so we kind of want to get to that line where we can say, this is how close, or this is how exposed, or this does translate into a health risk. And I would like to think that if we did recognise that is a time where we have really genuine concern that this will translate into a health risk, that we can reach out and pass that information. I do think you do need to get to that, though. I think just
so it is protocol, Brigadier. Then that if you do have that information at hand, that the Defence Force proactively then looks to engage those people that may have been exposed to that risk.
I think we would. I don't have an example of that because I think what's matured over time is our understanding assessment of risk that people are actually exposed to. So potentially we've been a little more blind to that in terms of finding that out much later. The nature of the hazards now mean that's probably not the case, but that's not to say it won't be a future case. So I think your point is well made. What is the bedded in process for discovering a toxic environment that we exposed our people to, that we only realise in terms of health effects in the future, and how we make sure that information gets to people where there is a tangible threat or something to do with their health. I think that's a point well made.
Kia ora, thank you. And to all of the panel, tēnā koutou I wā koutou kōrero, wonderful. Returning, and my apologies, but returning back to the Navy, it was remiss of me to not actually mention, despite my father's obsession with knots and boats and sailors, that the only photo on the wall of my parents' house that has the Navy is actually of my mother, who was bestowed the honour of being the lady sponsor for the HMS Hawea, and was honoured to be able to name that beautiful ship. So, sorry, Mum. And back to you. Kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koutou. Kei te mihi kia koutou, kaha koutou roto I enei rā erua. Ko taku pātai e hāngai ana ki a koe, Warrant Officer Brent Pene. We got our heads together, the three of us at this end of the table while Hannah was talking. And it's to do with the paragraph 53 of the Major General's brief. And it's the word, the term ohu tōtara. We are familiar with Te Uru Kahikatea. We are familiar with the rata, the philosophies that we draw from that, from our environment. What can we draw? What are the lessons that can be drawn? And the teachings, the values that can be drawn from Te Ohu Tōtara.
Tēnā no tau e te pāpā. Thank you for that question. I guess when I look at it, I see all the tenets that have been fused into perhaps how it's done in practice. So, and this, it's sort of governed by first and foremost when I have been and I have viewed a lot of these whakarite. As you know, as part of my role, I oversee and support. And so what you see as part of this ohu tōtara, you see, the first thing for me is a lot of non-Māori coming in and understanding more of what we're doing. So that's seeded when they do it very well through, the start of it is the understanding of kia eke. And so I sit there and I'm going, well done. Kia eke then sort of leans in from that sort of analogy. Then they go into talking about te whare tapawha. And so, as you can imagine, each sort of component of that whare, it goes deeper and deeper depending on, I guess, how well you are as an Indigenous practitioner. And so that's sort of conveyed well. It's then sort of, it goes into understanding biculturalism. And so for a lot of these, we're talking about these people that are going overseas, we have to realise this is the first time they've heard about any of this stuff. And from the biculturalism, they use a wonderful platform to make people understand. And it leans again into te tiriti, where you've got Māori and non-Māori. And that's the bicultural platform for moving forward. Now, I know there's a lot of different ways in how we do approach and how we do sell biculturalism as well, but that's sort of the main tenet, and that makes them understand. They can then go in and talk about tūmatoenga, the different faces of tū, and I think a lot of that was sort of highlighted in Waiuru, and they talk about rongo, those key tenets. And they do go perhaps quite deep in terms of the different faces, āhuatanga, tū te mauri, tū te mauri oho, tū te taihaha. And same again with rongo, making them understand that, I guess, within the profession of arms, and it's been rhetoric, that we've always been, predominantly within the realm of tū. Now we start seeing rongo. So that's fused in there as well. I guess the final piece is then the Māori aspect, when they discuss, because that's the final enactment of their whakarite, is that they're then presented kohatu. A kohatu is laid down, and I know this was sort of discussed in Waiuru as well, how we use Māori to assist. And I guess back in the day when we did it was through our kohanga reo. They gave us our Māori to take over. That's sort of the final piece, making them understand the tenets of what the Māori is, to hold a lot of their mamae, to hold everything so it comes to that one centre point. And as I said, the biggest test through my observations of these whakarite is everyone's come back to take part of the karakia at the end. I have not yet seen an individual not wanting to come back and be part of it. So I do take my hat off in terms of how they built everything, sort of around that sort of framework. I hope that's where you wanted me to go with that pātai, but I'm sure you're going to...
Kei te rakuraku māhuna mātou. Ka rei te tino mārama.
You see, Mr. Penny, what we draw from our environment must be simple, it must be understood. For instance, Te Uru Kahikatea talks about unity and talks about the frailty of humankind. But if they don't seek the company of one another and unite, like we can draw from Te Uru Kahikatea, the clump of kahika trees, tallest tree, but the most frail in the forest of Tāne, because of their very height and their roots aren't deep into the ground. The wind comes along and blows it over. So what does it do? It seeks its own kind and unite. We're not getting that sense. It's kind of scattered. What is it about Te Ohu Tōtara that makes it a philosophy that could be understood by the rank and file?
Well, if I have to be honest at this point in time, the inception of it is very new. I'm trying to think of an analogy. How do you bring that all together? I think there's a lot of tenets within the organisation that already exist. If we talk about ngā rākau, the kahikatea, it's certainly seeded through our tōtara, through the whakaro ata mai. So I think all those tenets, I might be going a little bit off track here, but I guess the chain of thought is perhaps similar in terms of the application. I guess when it comes to our people sort of understanding the whole philosophy behind it. So I think every little component that sort of seeds itself into the tōtara concept. And I'll be honest with you, it's sort of just been an overview for me at this point in time with Major Brooking and how that's sort of being manifested at this point in time. But yeah, no, I do tautoko what you're saying.
Major General?
So if I build on that and some of the earlier comments that I made, and I'm very new to this, but having sat through the whakaritenga process, you talk about simplicity, and it's dangerous, right? Because as we heard yesterday, for students of this, it's many years. So to take something that is quite a deep process and then to try and put it into simple words that someone like me understands and can take something from is quite difficult. What I experienced in sitting through that, I think was exactly how Mr. Pene's described things. I got a spiritual understanding, I guess, in really simple, basic terms that I can understand around the shift in mindset and how you have to prepare for that deployment and move from your current environment into a mindset, into an environment where there is enhanced awareness, where you are potentially putting yourself in danger, and how you can cope with that, how you can have the discussions moving into the whakatapu space, how you can have those discussions whilst deployed, how you have your toku, your Māori, so just by having that specific stone that gets returned back to the marae, that is a touch point. What did I observe with the soldiers, and they were all soldiers in this case, that were part of that, was a growing awareness, and I think as Mr. Pene said, they all came back. So the option is given at the end of the lesson. The option is given for people with no malice if they do not want to come back and partake in the karakia and the blessing. They all came back. And to me, that is a really really simple way to see how people were touched by that. I'm really interested to see, and it's unfortunate, the timing of my travel that I'm about to go on, we just miss the process that is occurring currently in the Middle East with major brooking there, because I want to witness the end part of that, well, not the end part, but the whakanoa, start of that whakanoa process, to see how that has endured through the deployment. So I think, in my simple terms, I took something from that. I know those soldiers that were deploying took more from it because they're about to go into that environment. What's really important, I think, is the discussion that is being had at the moment around how we embed this in other training, because this is not just about deployments. This is about how we evolve our leadership and our understanding through our whole leadership system in all three services. I'm not sure if that helps.
Anyone else on the panel?
Tēnā koe tā. It would be fair to say that we didn't have a framework until Major Brooking came in and was asked to develop something that would help us along the journey, primarily NZ Army. And so this, Te Ohu Tōtara, was introduced as part of the pre-deployment training that they conduct. Major Brooking is now across on a mission to see what that could look like, to conduct a whakanoa with the contingent. But the primary role for him over there is to actually have a look and see how we develop our own framework for te ope kātua, which can be developed and enhanced even further with NZDF runanga. Because we do realise, and Major Brooking is an advocate of, this was only an interim step before we went further for NZDF. So, if I could offer that.
As a student of these things, my own knowledge about tōtara is the versatility and the durability of tōtara. There's no other tree except the kauri that can emulate the durability and the value of tōtara. That's why we build houses out of it. That's why we carve from it, because it's easy to carve. The grain is straight grained. There's no, and it's softwood, but it's durable. It'll outlast arimu. Tōtara, that's why you have farmers use tōtara posts, because they don't rot. So that's what I do know, but trying to weave te ohu tōtara into the philosophy of te ope kātua, I think we need more clarity. The Crown, we need more clarity around that. Māori philosophy is meant to be simple. It doesn't take much to talk, and you see the beauty of those philosophies in their simplicity. And it's easy to follow. This has become a bit too complicated, and we will have trouble trying to follow it.
I think, yeah, absolutely correct. Now I know that the line of what you were asking in terms of the tōtara, in tikatau, koera te kāhui o ngā rākau. And so when we developed this tōtara as part of the framework, I guess those tenets were absolutely there. Mai ngā aka tai atu ki te kā puhi puhi. And I think you're absolutely right in terms of how is that then shaped as part of this process for overseas operations. I agree. And it's something that will evolve and we'll get better at in terms of telling that story.
Kia ora. I'll leave it there. I think that's work still to be addressed. the judge may have something to say about that.
No, kia ora, thank you. I get all the remnants. But I do want to continue with this, and I won't be long because I know we're well over time. So just, Warrant Officer Pene, if I can understand you correctly, and please correct me if I'm off track. Te ohu tōtara, is that the overarching term for the framework of deployment?
That's correct.
Right, okay. And we also heard that within that framework, there were wraparound services that assisted in the pre-deployment, deployment, and post-deployment. That came through the evidence yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Are those wraparound services all internally motivated and internally provided, i.e. within the New Zealand Defence Force?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So, as has been stated today, this is very complex and there are a number of moving parts. And in terms of our job, we've got to look to see whether or not there's adherence or not to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Now, in any of those components of that framework, the whakaritina, the whakatapu, the whakanoa, is there consultation with expert Māori in relation to building those frameworks and building what exists within those frameworks outside of the army? And, you know, for example, tohunga Māori, do you have that discussion?
I think there is, if we're talking about that sort of specific, every individual has that component, Tony being a pauwaru, so automatically a lot of those tenets shape. We also have, you know, notwithstanding our own kaumātua, ruawhetu, single service. And for me personally, you know, we have our own people as well that sort of I lean on to provide that sort of guidance when it comes to shaping. As part of an organisation, I guess that's where it all seeds itself, is within our runanga. And then we do have an external which hasn't been identified yet, but that's quite fluid in terms of depending on what the kaupapataka is. And if it does come into, we talk about te ohu tōtara, then, you know, that's the option to seek someone to come in and have a kōrero and provide that sort of guidance and advice as well.
All right, and one of Dr. Suter's questions to you, I think the first one, when did this all start? And as I understood your answer, it's new, and did you say you didn't say 5 years, but I think the sequence of events was approximately 5 years ago.
We're talking about the whakarite or te ohu tōtara?
Te ohu tōtara, the whole process.
Oh, it's very new.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't, well, yeah, not 5 years.
So it's still in the process of being developed, and we're talking
right.
about Major Brooking, looking at issues now. So going back, in the past, prior to this new development, you spoke that people would do their own whakanoa process when they came home from deployments. Was there anything set in policy from your understanding?
No.
Okay.
Not if we're talking to our Māori, I guess, yeah, in my personal experience, I never saw anything.
So everyone was left to their own. Is that right or not?
There was when we came back, there was a point in time where there was a collective, and that was sort of run by, I'll take Linton Camp as an example, when they knew we were coming back, it was our own Māori communities that helped engage that.
Right.
But yeah, they weren't driven by any policy instruments. They did it because they knew it was the right thing to do.
And now you've said that most of that policy is being driven internally with those persons that exist within the New Zealand Defence Force, and only on occasion you look outside for that expert advice. Is that right?
I certainly can't describe what their policy looked like at that point in time, but that's certainly, how it happened.
Right.
Can I just add that being primarily Army on this panel, I know, and I think it's going to be discussed later on in one of the other panels, is the whakanoa process that Te Taua Moana did post the HMNZS Manawanui incident, and I think that's been discussed. But that's probably one of the first times that I've heard of an actual whakanoa done by NZDF on their marae post an operation or post an activity.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to add anything? No? No, thank you. I'll leave it there, but again, just endorse what the panel, what the tribunal has said, and thank you very much for your evidence over the last couple of days. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, thank you.
Te mana vete wehi
e te tepu. Ai.
Tēnā koutou. This is now panel. On this panel, we have panel 2. We have first of all John Crawford, NZDF historian. We have Alex Brunt, head of Veterans Affairs. We have Dr. Mike O'Reilly, who is the senior clinical advisor with VANS, and last but not least, we have Professor David McBride from the University of Otago. The structure, or the way in which we intended to present this panel, was not for the witnesses to go through their briefs in detail, but rather for us to work through, first of all, with John Crawford to provide really an overview of his report. Then that takes us from the period from the 1960s up to around about 2008. Then Alex Brunt will speak briefly to the MOU and taking that really up to the present day. Dr. O'Reilly will then speak to the underlying research basis which has informed the MOU, in particular the US National Academy of Sciences papers in particular. And finally, Professor McBride will talk about some of the research he has done in the last, in 2013, which looked in particular at the health of Vietnam veterans. And we probably will make up a little bit of time, because we're hoping to be a little bit shorter than what we had estimated. But it may well be that if we could start maybe by all the panel introducing themselves, that'll take us close to morning tea, and if you wanted to break there, that might be an appropriate point. So if I can just hand over to John Crawford and the rest of the panel to introduce yourselves.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is John Crawford. I'm the New Zealand Defence Force historian. I first took up that role in 1986 when I was appointed the Research Officer History while I was still completing my master's thesis in history at the University of Canterbury. I'm from Christchurch, but I've lived for many years in Wellington. Since I was a young lad, I was really interested in military history. It's probably due in part to my father's service in the Second World War, and both my grandfathers served in the NZDF in the First World War. I also have surrounded by uncles who served in various capacities. Since I became the Defence Force historian, I've worked on many different projects. Probably the ones that have given me most satisfaction are the ones where I've been able to help address an historical wrong. And I think just recently that the work I did on the failure to recognise the service of Pacifica men as coast watchers during the Second World War, and over quite a period working on cases where servicemen had not been included on the National Memorial Roll of Honour when they should have been. I've also been involved in the case of removing a live soldier from the National Memorial Roll of Honour, which was a very strange affair indeed. But I'll now hand over to Alex.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex Brunt, Taku Ingoa, Acting Head of Veterans Affairs, of which a supplementary role is the Chief Executive of the Veterans Medical Research Trust Fund that has funded a lot of the research into intergenerational effects of service. It's my privilege really to work at an organisation where there are 110 staff who work to support our soldiers, sailors, aviators and sometimes civilians who actively put in harm's way, and so I acknowledge those staff who are back in the office doing that mahi. Personally, I'm a senior public servant, having been a Deputy Secretary at the Ministry of Education and the Social Investment Agency, and an Anglican priest by training. I spoke last time in my first brief of evidence about my own whakapapa and my family, having really experienced some of the best of military life and then some of the worst. And so as we move into today's kaupapa, some of those psychosocial impacts that can come back later from the impacts of service certainly resonate with me. And with that, I'll pass on to Dr. O'Reilly.
Kia ora koutou, ko Mike O'Reilly toko ingoa. I introduced myself and my whakapapa in the last of these hearings, and I won't regale you again with it, other than to say I forgot to mention it the very first time I wore a uniform was a Sea Cadet uniform down the road here in Devonport. For a couple of years, I had blocked that particular part of my service out of my memory. As it turns out, I've actually worn all three uniforms at one point or another inside the Defence Force. I am the Principal Clinical Advisor for Veterans Affairs, and have been for the last 5 years. Prior to that, I was a serving military medical officer, having served for 20 years as a medical officer, and prior to that, I was a storeman in the RNZAF. And it has been my privilege to continue to serve veterans in the last 5 years inside Veterans Affairs. And I am grateful for the opportunity to speak to the tribunal and to answer the questions of claimants today. With that, I'll pass on to David.
Kia ora, ko Dave toko ingoa. I come from Northern Ireland, as you can probably tell. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. Northern Ireland has a long history of conflict. I joined the Army Cadets myself at the age of 13, and when I left school, I went to the Officer Training Corps, training infantry. When I left that, funnily enough, they wouldn't let doctors carry guns and kill people, so I spent most of the rest of my career in logistics and avoided the medical corps until I came here in 1995 when I joined the Royal New Zealand Army Medical Corps, going on to command the Otago and Southland Regiment. I have operational experience in East Timor and Afghanistan. My craft lies in occupational epidemiology, so an occupational physician looks at the health of people doing things, and my specialty was military medicine, but my research specialty is occupational epidemiology, which looks at the distributants and determinants of disease in populations. And it's a strictly scientific subject, which you have to have expertise in actually performing the studies, but also in interpreting the information to make sure it's right and communicating that information to make sure people have the right end of the stick and the right idea. So that's what I hope today, and I'm very grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, panel, for introducing yourselves. I think it will break now for morning tea and resume again in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Kia ora no tātou, Mr. Barr.
Kia ora. Mr. Crawford, if you could lead us away.
In 2023, I was directed to prepare a report for the Waitangi Tribunal on what the Crown knew and when about possible adverse health effects associated with exposure to 2,4,5-T and other chlorophenoxy herbicides used during the Vietnam War. As part of this work, I looked into the closely related subject of what and when the Crown knew about the possible exposure of New Zealand military personnel to these herbicides. In preparing my report, I examined a substantial quantity of official records, the most important of which were those held by the Ministry of Health and the New Zealand Defence Force. There are some gaps in the surviving records, most notably amongst the old war pensions files, but the range and quality of the surviving records make me confident that my report properly covers its subject. I'm an historian and do not have the expertise to speak about the complex science relating to any possible harm connected with exposure to herbicides during the Vietnam War, nor do I have the expertise to speak authoritatively on what constitutes exposure to such herbicides. But in the course of my report, I define likely exposure as covering not only direct contact with herbicides, but also indirect contact that might be separated in time and place from the initial application of the herbicide. I should note that for the purposes of entitlements under the Veteran Support Act, the Crown now assumes all personnel who served in Vietnam between 29 May 1964 and 31 December 1972, and slightly different dates for members of 41 Squadron RNZF and for the civilian surgical team, were exposed to herbicides, including Agent Orange. Between 1962 and 1971, the United States Air Force carried out a major program of aerial spraying of herbicides, of which the most widely used was Agent Orange, which is a 50-50 mix of 2,4,5-T and 2,4-D. This operation was codenamed Operation Ranch Hand and had two elements. The main part was to defoliate jungle so that enemy troops couldn't use that jungle to hide, and the smaller element was the destruction of crops being used to support the enemy. Between 1964 and 1972, New Zealand deployed more than 3,000 military personnel to South Vietnam. Most New Zealanders served in Phuoc Tui province, east of Saigon, now Ho Chi Minh City. I think we were going to put a map up.
Yep, we'll just have a map up in a moment.
Not to worry. There's a map that was going up just to highlight Phuoc Tui province. There we are. So, the general map of Vietnam, Phuoc Tui province is highlighted down the bottom there, and up the top there, Ki Non is where the medical people were. That the United States was undertaking a major campaign of aerial spraying of herbicides in South Vietnam was widely known in New Zealand from at least the mid-1960s. Although there is little surviving archival material, it is clear that the Ministry of Defence knew at least from 1969 about Operation Ranch Hand, and specifically knew that aerial spraying had taken place in Phuoc Tui province. It was not an issue of major concern to the Ministry, which was much more focused on operational issues relating to New Zealand's role in the war. In 1969 and 1970, the first official American reports suggesting that there might be a link between the kind of herbicides being used in South Vietnam and birth defects were published. These reports were based on studies in which mice and rats were given large doses of 2,4,5-T during the early stages of pregnancy, led to the limitations being placed on aerial spraying of herbicides, and eventually to the termination of Operation Ranch Hand. The New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Department of Health and Agricultural Chemicals Board were informed about these studies, but this information was not, it seems, shared with the Ministry of Defence. Nonetheless, in my view, the Ministry of Defence was probably aware of these studies, and I base that opinion on the few surviving documents. Until the late 1970s, worries about 2,4,5-T in New Zealand focused on the possible effects of exposure on pregnant women. Little or no thought was given to the possibility that New Zealand personnel who had served in Vietnam may have suffered adverse effects. During the late 1970s, there was growing concern amongst American, Australian and New Zealand veterans that their health and that of their children may have been adversely impacted by exposure to herbicides in South Vietnam. At this time, the Crown's principal response was to reassure the general public that the use of similar herbicides in New Zealand was safe and that the New Zealand veterans had nothing to worry about. In early 1980, concern amongst New Zealand veterans increased significantly, with unofficial efforts being made to gather information about health problems affecting them. At this time, the Ministry of Defence received a significant amount of information about Operation Ranch Hand and related developments overseas. Most notably, it received the herbs tapes data from the United States, detailing Operation Ranch Hand missions flown over Whakatue province. The Ministry of Defence responded to rising disquiet amongst veterans by initiating a survey of the health of Vietnam veterans still serving in the armed forces. This survey was quickly expanded to include all living New Zealand veterans. The survey questionnaire consisted principally of a few questions about the health of veterans and their children, and was not suitable as the basis for any rigorous epidemiological study. Two fundamental problems facing this survey and any epidemiological study of New Zealand veterans was the comparatively small number of such individuals and the absence of a suitable control group with whom the health of veterans and their children could be compared. In May 1980, the Ministers of Defence and Health agreed to abandon the survey of Vietnam veterans and that instead New Zealand should base its future policy with regard to possible adverse health impacts relating to exposure to herbicides in Vietnam on the substantial research projects being undertaken in the United States and Australia. The Health Department was given the lead role in monitoring this research. The Crown also relied on the war pension system, ensuring that veterans whose health may have been adversely affected by exposure to herbicides or by some other issue related to their service in South Vietnam received appropriate support. Given the problems with the New Zealand survey, abandoning it and relying on overseas studies was a reasonable course of action. But the Crown failed to properly communicate the reasons for it to the veterans who had taken part in the survey. It also failed to carry out any in-depth analysis of the herbs tapes data or properly collate and assess the significant amount of other information that it now had about the employment of herbicides in Whakatue province. Between 1982 and 1996, a number of important reports were published in Australia and the United States and reviewed by the Crown. Of particular interest to New Zealand, as far as the possible exposure of our personnel to herbicides was concerned, was the comprehensive 1982 Australian Army report into its use of herbicides and other chemical agents in South Vietnam. This report also discussed in detail an incident on 15 September 1967 when New Zealand's Victor 1 company was sprayed from the air. The Ministry of Defence was aware of the findings of the Australian Army report but made no public comment on them. If it had made proper use of the information it had available in 1982, especially the Australian Army report, the Ministry of Defence could have made a public statement officially confirming the widespread aerial spraying of herbicides in Whakatue province, that New Zealand troops on many occasions operated in or near areas that had been sprayed, and that on at least one occasion it seemed clear New Zealand personnel were directly sprayed with herbicides. If this had been done, discussion and policy making about Vietnam veteran herbicides issues in New Zealand could have proceeded on a sounder basis. The reports produced in the United States and Australia in the early to mid-1980s found very little or no evidence suggesting that exposure to herbicides in South Vietnam may have led to adverse health impacts for Vietnam veterans or their offspring. That changed in the 1990s. Generally, the New Zealand system for reviewing major overseas studies worked effectively. There were, however, occasions when the system does not appear to have worked at all well. The significant 1990 Zumwalt report, which resulted in the American government extending pension coverage to Vietnam veterans suffering from a range of soft tissue cancers, only reached the Department of Health and the New Zealand Defence Force through a veteran, was unsatisfactory. It is also worth noting that although Crown officials were well aware of the findings of the highly important 1994 report, Veterans and Agent Orange, Health Effects of Herbicides Used in Vietnam, and its 1996 update, I was not able to locate full copies of these reports in the New Zealand records. The way in which these reports were reviewed was also less than ideal. These reports concluded that there was sufficient evidence of an association between exposure to herbicides in Vietnam with several conditions, including soft tissue sarcoma and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and that there was limited or suggestive evidence linking it with spina bifida in the children of veterans. In 1998, in response to pressure from veterans, a committee of inquiry was established, chaired by Sir Paul Reeves, to look into the health status of the children of Vietnam War and Operation Grapple veterans. That's the British nuclear weapons tests in the 1950s. The committee's resources were limited and its terms of reference were unrealistic. The historical information about the spraying of herbicides in Phok Tui province contained in the committee's report, which was completed in mid-1999, was seriously flawed. This was of no real consequence as far as the recommendations made by the committee was concerned, because it decided to proceed on the basis that any individual serving in South Vietnam in an official capacity could have been exposed to herbicides. It recommended that the children of veterans who were suffering from conditions where there was sufficient evidence of association or limited suggestive evidence of association be provided with medical treatment and social care on a non-means tested basis. Vietnam veterans were critical of the Reeves report and the constraints under which it had operated. Following representations by veterans, in December 2000, the Office of Veterans Affairs commissioned a new study led by Dr. Deborah McLeod. This study was tasked with reviewing international literature dealing with the health of the children of Vietnam veterans and nuclear weapons test veterans, and related questions, including identifying health conditions, if any, for which there was an elevated risk amongst the children of these veterans. In 2001, in April, before the new report was released or completed, Cabinet approved the reimbursement of out-of-pocket health expenses of children of Vietnam veterans suffering from spina bifida, cleft lip or cleft palate. The McLeod report was released late in 2002. It reviewed a range of international studies and concluded that there was no evidence of an overall increased risk of birth defects amongst children of Vietnam veterans. McLeod's team did, however, note research that indicated a slightly increased risk of spina bifida and childhood acute myeloid leukemia amongst this group. The credibility of the report was severely undercut by an erroneous statement in it that no aerial spraying of herbicides had taken place in Phok Tui province. This comment naturally greatly annoyed Vietnam veterans. When the report was released, the government announced that it would follow the Australian government's lead and extend support to the children of veterans with adrenal gland cancer and acute myeloid leukemia. The outcry from veterans about the incorrect historical information in the McLeod report led to an inquiry by Parliament's Health Select Committee, which was launched in 2003. The committee's terms of reference called for it to examine evidence relating to exposure of New Zealand military personnel to herbicides in South Vietnam, to evaluate the McLeod and Reeves reports, and to assess the health risks of Vietnam veterans and their children and the support they received. Crown agencies provided the committee with a substantial amount of evidence. The most important piece of evidence presented by the New Zealand Defence Force was the result of detailed research carried out by Colonel retired Ray Seymour, who is himself a Vietnam veteran. This research compared the tracks of aerial spraying missions over Phok Tui province, as set out in the Herbs tapes, with known locations for New Zealand troops. He found that on one occasion, New Zealand troops had been at a location that had been sprayed at least 8 days before they were in the area, and that on 34 occasions, locations occupied by New Zealand troops had been sprayed between 1 and 6 months before their presence. As part of his research, Seymour carefully examined the 15 September 1967 incident, in which troops from Victor 1 Company were directly sprayed. He concluded that the troops were probably sprayed with Agent Orange by a helicopter engaged in a crop destruction mission. The committee also received other evidence that showed that New Zealand troops operated in areas that had been sprayed with herbicides from there. Now we have two other maps. The first one is from an American report published in 1974, and although it's a wee bit hard to tell, you can see here in this public document that there was the dark black areas marked spraying. So at that time, there was public documents showing aerial spraying in Phok Tui province. And if we just move on to one of Ray Seymour's maps. So this is a very useful map, and you can see that the flight paths are colour-coded. So we've got orange for Agent Orange, naturally blue for Agent Blue, and the black marks are where New Zealand troops were known to be located at different times. So it's a very useful summary put together by Ray with help from the Defence Geospatial Unit. The Health Committee's report contained substantial criticism of the McLeod report and to a lesser extent the Reeves report. It recommended that the government accept that New Zealand veterans were exposed to a toxic environment and that successive governments had failed to acknowledge this fact. As part of its response to the Select Committee's report, the government commissioned a detailed review of its criticisms of the McLeod report. The review concluded that for some of the specific criticisms made by the committee of McLeod's team's work, they did not appear to be adequate justification. The reviewer, however, concluded that a substantial problem with the report was that it, quote, failed to emphasise the inability of the available studies to exclude the possibility of health effects. In its formal response to the Select Committee's report, the government accepted that New Zealand veterans had been exposed to a toxic environment and set out measures to be taken to improve support for Vietnam veterans. The government followed up on its formal response by in 2005 establishing the Agent Orange Joint Working Group, which consisted of government officials and veterans representatives. The working group reported back to government in April 2006 with a range of proposed initiatives to address the concerns of Vietnam veterans and their families. This work laid the basis for the Memorandum of Understanding between the Crown and the representatives of veterans signed in December 2006. The MOU was wide-ranging. In it, the Crown acknowledged that it had failed to, quote, to address concerns raised by the Vietnam veterans in relation to exposure to the toxic environment during their service in Vietnam. The MOU also noted that the Reeves and McLeod reports would not form the basis for future government policy on this issue. It also included expanded support for Vietnam veterans, suffering from 5 prescribed conditions: chronic lymphatic leukemia, soft tissue sarcoma, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, and chloroacne. And to the children of veterans who are suffering from spina bifida, cleft lip, cleft palate, acute myeloid leukemia, and adrenal gland cancer. Because the signing of the MOU established a new basis for how the Crown responded to the health concerns of Vietnam veterans and their families, it was chosen as the end point for my work. Thank you.
Kia ora. Turning then to you, Mr. Brunt.
Kia ora, and thank you, John, for that opening summation. I was reminded by Mr. Barr last night that the last time I appeared on a tribunal hearing, we ran about an hour and a half over. So he's scarier than he looks, and I'll keep my comments to be rather brief. In noting that, though, in no way do I want that to diminish actually the significance of this piece of evidence or this piece of testimony from the last piece that we gave on the legal and policy settings of the veterans entitlement system. Sitting with numerous Vietnam veterans as I have in my role, I have become acutely aware that the Crown can apologise. We can put in place ex gratia payments, and to some extent we can undertake research and all those sorts of things, but we cannot actually ever change the experiences of those veterans. And many of those experiences, in the case of my grandfather, can have some quite profound psychosocial impacts, particularly later on in life. And so there is no doubt that the Crown, and indeed the country, fell short in its treatment of Vietnam veterans. There are 3 parts to my brief of evidence. The first, which acknowledges the past. The second, which is a status update, the second, which looks at trying to put some things right. And then the third on improving services for veterans. In that brief of evidence, it notes that the head of Veterans Affairs sits as a trustee on the Medical Research Trust Fund. That's incorrect. The head of Veterans Affairs is indeed the chief executive of the trust fund and is responsible for its administration rather than being a trustee. So I note that for the record. Appendix A of the brief of evidence is the actual memorandum of understanding that was signed between the Crown and the Vietnam veteran community and the Returned Services Association of New Zealand. And I just want to note at that particular point that while Veterans Affairs New Zealand, if you like, is on behalf of the Crown the primary custodian of that memorandum of understanding, there are multiple organisations that participate to this very day in terms of its operationalisation. And it's unfortunate at times that in the media the dynamics between those organisations can be painted as strained. And indeed, yes, we do have litigation and high court cases, but actually by and large they work very, very well together around common ground, around veteran needs and ensuring that veterans get the entitlements that they want and need. There is not probably a week that goes by where there is not regular contact either with the RSA and or the New Zealand Vietnam Veterans Association. So to an extent, this is not just a piece of paper with some organisational names on it that was signed in the past. It is actually very much a living document. And to give evidence to that nature, the status update as of October 2024 is tabled as Appendix B. of which there are a number of very recent activity within that report, such as the digitisation of the annual medical assessment, which only in March and February resulted in an extra 150 claim forms coming in to Veterans Affairs. There was the acceptance of 2 additional conditions for ex gratia payments made in 2022. That has resulted in an excess of an additional $40 million being paid out on behalf of the Crown. And of course, on page 9, grants made to fund research into the intergenerational health impacts from service across 2018 and 2019, totalling around $850,000. As Mr. Crawford has mentioned, one of the, I think, administrative success stories about the MOU and indeed how we have proceeded in New Zealand is that if a veteran from Vietnam approaches Veterans Affairs, we simply acknowledge that they were in an area that they were sprayed. We do not get into debates around causation, and while I appreciate that those are topics of relevance for other people in terms of how we establish and support veterans from Veterans Affairs, those debates, if you like, are completely irrelevant. The Crown position is they were in an area where spraying took place, and so therefore entitlements proceed from that basis, as we do indeed for those who were on our nuclear deployments. And really, I think lastly, before I hand over, I simply acknowledge the service of those veterans who served in Vietnam. We certainly accept that the Crown fell short, and where we can, we look to improve the services to that community moving forward.
Kia ora. Dr. O'Reilly, you're going to pick up and talk a little bit about the research that underlies some of the thinking in the MOU and touch back to some of the points that John Crawford made when he talked about the 1994 report of the National Academy of Sciences. So, yeah, if you could explain that to the tribunal.
Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Alex and John. Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm very aware of the potential for my testimony to be distressing for veterans and their families. I would like to acknowledge the trauma experienced by Vietnam veterans and their families as a result of their service. And I would like to apologise up front for any pain my testimony may cause inadvertently, and to extend my respect to those families. And you may have to pardon me as well, as much like Brigadier Tate, I have doctor's handwriting that I can't read either, so bear with me. Both the MOU and the list of conclusively presumed conditions were significantly informed by scientific and medical evidence regarding the health risks associated with exposure to defoliants. As a result of persistent concerns raised by veterans and their families with regard to the health effects of Agent Orange, in 1991 the US Congress directed the US Department of Veterans Affairs to perform, and I quote, a comprehensive review and evaluation of the available scientific and medical information regarding the health effects of exposure to Agent Orange and other herbicides used during the Vietnam conflict, close quote. Following this direction, the DVA signed an agreement with the US Institute of Medicine to perform a review, the Institute of Medicine being a division of the American National Academies of Science. And if I use the terms Institute of Medicine Review or National Academy of Science Reviews, they're to be used interchangeably with one another. The IOM, as a basis of that instruction, established the Committee to review the health effects of Vietnam veterans of exposure to herbicides in February 1992. The committee was comprised of eminent members of the Academy with expertise in epidemiology, toxicology and the medical sciences. And it was tasked to determine, firstly, whether there is a statistical association between suspect diseases and herbicide use, taking into account the strength of the scientific evidence and the appropriateness of the methods used to detect the association. Secondly, the increased risk of disease among individuals exposed to herbicides during service in Vietnam. And lastly, whether there is a plausible biological mechanism or other evidence of a causal relationship between herbicide exposure and disease. The first IOM report was presented in 1994, and the committee was empowered to review the evidence biennially and reviewed that evidence on a further 11 occasions between 1994 and 2018. The committee was tasked to examine the association between exposure to Agent Orange and particular disease, which is not the same as causation. And it's worthwhile pointing out that the evidence required to establish a statistical association is significantly less than that is required to establish a causal relationship, which meant that it would be much more inclusive of those conditions that could be potentially related to dioxin exposure. The report stratified the evidence regarding the relationship between exposure to herbicides into 4 categories based on the strength of that association. Firstly, those where there are health outcomes with sufficient evidence of an association. That is, there are only relatively few conditions in which the IOM has ultimately determined that there is evidence of a sufficient evidence of an association. And that includes some of the conditions that are identified in the early part of the investigation into the effects of dioxins, including conditions such as soft tissue sarcoma and chloracne. The majority, there are a larger number again of conditions where there is limited or suggestive evidence of an association. That's where there is slightly less certainty. And that is where the bulk of our conditions in the conclusive presumed list come from. The bulk of those conditions that have been notionally or attributed to or have been purported to be associated with dioxin exposure sit in the category where there is limited or suggestive evidence, inadequate or insufficient evidence to determine whether an association exists. And there is a last category, which is that where there is limited or suggestive evidence of no association. And at this point, there is only one condition where there is limited or suggestive evidence of no association, that is in spontaneous abortion following paternal exposure. The first IOM report informed the prescribed conditions listed in Schedule 1 of New Zealand's Memorandum of Understanding, and it allowed families to access ex gratia payments, including where the veteran presented with one of the 5 conditions, which have already been listed by John. Those conditions were or are non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, chloracne, soft tissue sarcoma, and chronic lymphocytic leukemia. The list, the IOM report also formed the basis of the presumed conditions within the first set of presumed conditions were instructed by the Secretary of War Pensions in 2007 and subsequently incorporated into the regulations in 2014. And it included both those illnesses where there was sufficient evidence of an association and those conditions with limited or suggestive evidence of an association. The first report only listed 7 conditions with sufficient evidence or limited or suggestive evidence, including the 4 that I've just mentioned, but also porphyria cutanea tarda, respiratory cancers, prostate cancers, and multiple myeloma. Over the series of 11 reviews of the literature, further conditions were added to include soft tissue sarcoma, which was added in 1996, chronic lymphocytic leukemia, partially as a result of the research carried out by Professor McBride, Laryngeal cancer, cancer of the urinary bladder, AL amyloidosis, early onset peripheral neuropathy, otherwise known as acute or subacute peripheral neuropathy, Parkinson's disease, ischemic heart disease, stroke, hypothyroidism, hypertension, monoclonal gammopathy of undetermined significance, and type 2 diabetes. All of these conditions form the basis of the list of conclusively presumed conditions relating to Vietnam service. The 2018 IOM review, which I'm holding in front of me, added monoclonal gammopathy of undetermined significance to the list of those conditions with, with sufficient evidence of an association, and raised the confidence in the association for hypertension from limited or suggestive to sufficient association. So both hypertension and MGUS, monoclonal gammopathy, were added to, hypertension was added to the list of conditions where an ex gratia was paid to veterans, and MGUS was added as well. The MGUS prior to 2018 was not on the list of presumed conditions in the regulations, and to this point it has not been added to the regulations. However, for the purposes of Veterans Affairs decision making, when we became aware of the relationship between MGUS and exposure to dioxin, the relationship was established as a known and proven scientific fact for the purposes of decision making through Section 15 of the Veteran Support Act, removing any further burden on the veteran to prove a link to the disease, and simplifying and streamlining the processes for veterans to access care for that condition. The The MOU also allowed for the payment of ex gratia payments, as my colleagues have mentioned, to the children of veterans who suffered from a series of 5 conditions, including spina bifida, cleft lip, cleft palate, acute myeloid leukemia, and adrenal gland cancers. This was on the basis of the information that was available in the IOM, the assessment of the evidence in the earlier IOM reports prior to the MOU in 2006, where there was limited or suggested evidence of these conditions being related to dioxin exposure. The evidence since that time has evolved, and those conditions are no longer included in that category as a result of that evidence within the latest report, in the 2018 report. So there is now only, insufficient or inadequate evidence from the materials to suggest an association between those conditions and exposure. The only condition that remains on the American presumptions for children or care to children is spina bifida. Despite that evidence, the others are no longer covered by the PACT Act. We, however, have not modified any of the terms of the MOU to reflect that evolving evidence, and all of these 5 conditions continue to be supported by the MOU. We continue to receive claims from the children of Vietnam veterans, particularly for spina bifida, and although these are not common, I can think of at least 2 occasions in the last 12 months where we've recommended the payment of an ex gratia payment to the child of a Vietnam veteran for spina bifida occulta. The last of the IOM reports was produced in 2018. The initial funding for the IOM reports actually ended in 2014. However, they received additional funding to produce a further report, which is this last one. And so there will be, at this point, although the PACT Act allows for funding of this nature to be provided for these sorts of studies, I do not believe at this point there is an intention to repeat or to carry on the work in this committee. However, I can't be definitive about that, and there may be further reports to come. the recommendations in this report is that there be further reports. Despite this, we continue to review the global literature, including studies such as the US large-scale population study, otherwise known as VA HEROES, which has the initial data collection has been completed in 2023, and analysis of that data across multiple questions, including the hereditary disease in Vietnam veterans. There is ongoing research involving that data. We also monitor New Zealand research and support New Zealand research, including an ongoing study of Vietnam veterans and their descendants, being carried out by Massey University involving the IDI, which the integrated data infrastructure to allow the linking of data involving Vietnam veterans to their descendants to examine the epidemiology of any related conditions. And with that, I would thank the Tribunal for its time and pass on to Professor McBride.
Kia ora. Just poking around the corner there, Professor McBride. You're going to talk about three things, aren't you? About the type of work that you do and how, a little bit of an explanation about the purpose of the science area that you work in and how it relates to other health research. You're going to talk about the study that you and colleagues did in 2013 in relation to the health of Vietnam veterans, and then finally you're going to talk about some observations and comments, conclusions from that report. From that paper. Yep. So if you could start by telling us a little bit about what you do and how it fits in with other health lines of research.
Kia ora. I can indeed do that. I'm an occupational physician, as I think I've said already, and my speciality is epidemiology, which is the study of determinants of disease in a population. In other words, what causes disease in occupations. There's a couple of ways that you can use that basic information. I started off my career in the British Coal Corporation in Stoke-on-Trent, looking after coal miners in the west of England and North Wales, and they did surveillance of that population, obviously in lung diseases. So they followed up the entire population with x-rays of lung disease, common in miners, and to see where different forms of the disease arose in order to assess the controls that were in place, particularly in the coal mines in North Wales. So it was the changing pattern of disease in that population. The other industry which was common in that area was the chemical industry, particularly chlorine compounds and the manufacture of organochlorine compounds by ICI, where their epidemiologist, Jeff Paddle, I learned a lot from him because they looked closely at the patterns of disease in that working population as time went on to see if anything popped up that was unusual that they wouldn't inspect, or for the things that they would expect if that rates of that particular disease were rising. And then that assessed the control measures as well. So that's the two basic forms, a form of routine health surveillance, and then secondly, you can do special epidemiological studies where you think something is going on, but you don't really know. So it's a de novo, if you like, look at a population. And that you're looking for any unusual patterns of disease. So a form of routine surveillance, and then for specific investigations, which is why we decided to do the study in Vietnam veterans to see what specific diseases were coming out of that. It had been done by the Australians, but we hadn't done it in New Zealand. So We had to assemble the entire cohort. That's very important. You mustn't miss anybody out. And we're only able to do that because Con Flinkenberg, an artillery officer, was found the pay records, and he said, what do I do with these? Oh, throw them away. And he thought, I better not throw them away. I better keep those. So that's the reason we were able to do the Vietnam veteran study. We enumerated the entire population, and then we went through to the second stage of that and did the study itself. What an epidemiologist does. I'm an epidemiologist on the medical side, so you look at study design to make sure the study design is the best design that you can have, and to make sure that there are no sources of bias or confounding in the study. Now, bias means that you look at what you think you're looking at. So, with bias, misclassification is important. So misclassification, bias and confounding, two different things. Misclassification bias means that you're looking at other things as well as the exposure you're thinking of looking at. And with the Vietnam veteran studies, that was Agent Orange in particular, but the potential for misclassification in terms of exposure to DTT and other organochlorines. And of course, that's a very complex picture, and we don't know, but that's the kind of thing in epidemiology that you need to be able to sort out. The next thing is confounding, not really measuring what you think you are measuring, and the best known confounder really is smoking. But once again, we're finding out now as epidemiology advances that smoking isn't so important as we thought in interpreting epidemiological studies. So that's basically what I do and continue to do, is look at the health of diseases in working populations, military population being one such. The next thing you need to go on to is the dissemination, understanding of those results. So epidemiology, you come up with a list of conditions, as Mike's been talking about. And the first thing you look is the strength or size of the effect in terms of a risk. So turning to the paper, there's a list of diseases which you found on page 4 of that report. And basically, epidemiology is easy. So you look at the deaths you observe in the cohort, and then you look at the number of deaths you'd expect in that cohort. And if the number of cases you observe is greater than the number of cases you expect, then there's something going on. And of course, the best example in one of the best examples in that list are head and neck cancers, where we have 11 cancers observed and 5 expected, which is roughly twice as many as you'd expect. And if you go over to the right-hand side, you can see that what is called the standardized mortality ratio, that's just the difference. And the difference is 2.2 times. The next column along is what's called the 95% confidence interval, and that's a mind experiment. The frequentist view of statistics, if you repeated this study 95 times out of the 100, you would get a value between the terms stated. So 2.2 times, and at very least, the risk would be 9% more. The risk would be increased 9%, and at the very most, it would be 4 times the risks. Those are the limits between which the true result actually lies. And if it's greater than 1 throughout those limits, then that's what we call a significantly increased risk. So the significantly increased risks in that study related to head and neck cavity, oral cavity, pharynx and larynx. and going over the page, the standardised incidence ratios, which is where it gets complex. It's called competing causes, because if you die of something, you can't die of something else. That may seem to be self-evident, but for lymphoid leukemia, there were 14 observed, 7 expected. That's nearly twice the risk again. So that's the value of the epidemiology in looking at things. So the first thing in what's called the Bradford Hill criteria. So most of epidemiology is actually interpreting the results and communicating those properly to the population at risk, i.e. Vietnam veterans. So strength is the first thing. That risk, the greater the size of the disease, the more important it is. Consistency between studies, and the more studies that prove evidence of that. And the best example of this is the IOM reports, which sequentially is really good evidence for Vietnam veterans to base decisions on. Talked about confound specificity to a group. So you could take the entire NZDF or those on one specific deployment and look at the exposures. Temporality, the cause came before the effect, and this may seem self-evident, but it was pretty good when it was first thought of by Hill and written about by Doll and Hill. Biological gradient is another thing. That's very important in epidemiological studies, that the exposure should track with the disease. So the more exposure you have, the greater the exposure you have, the risk rises sequentially. Unfortunately, we can't really do that with Vietnam veterans because we haven't got enough data. And in any case, cancer is a one-hit still, a sort of one-hit hypothesis. So the rates shouldn't rise. But if you can do that, so the risk rises gradually with the exposure, it's another really good piece of evidence. Coherence, another thing, it should match with the known facts of the disease. Experiment, if you decrease the exposure, the rates should go down. And analogy, another exposure causes the same effect. So that's really the role of epidemiology in occupational medicine. It is a surveillance method, a very valuable surveillance method. It's health intelligence, if you like. And if you survey your population like this, like ICI did back in the 1980s, or British Coal did back in the 1980s, you learn a lot more about the health of the population you're looking at, and produce some good scientific evidence.
So you've described that process of epidemiology, yes, and how that contributes to analysis of health effects. There's other areas of health inquiry as well, in different disciplines. How do other health inquiry disciplines fit into the big picture?
Well, epidemiology is a specific kind of investigation based on two types of study. A cohort study, where you assemble an entire cohort of people, and you've got to get the entire cohort of people to make sure your results are going to be right. Or case control studies, where you have rare diseases, and that's another method. So, for example, if you've got a rare disease like brain cancer, for instance, you select cases. So when I worked for the Central Electricity Generating Board, we're very worried about magnetic effects on brain cancer. In other words, electric fields in brain cancer. So we went, once again, we had a cohort, but from that cohort, we took all the cases of brain cancer and then looked specifically at their exposures. So that's another very specific way of looking at the epidemiology. Health surveillance, yeah, that's another good way of looking at the disease, looking at how health is tracking in a population. You can also do surveys, of course, which can be useful in some specific instances. And we did a survey in the NZDF some time ago, looking specifically at what caused good health in veterans.
And the different types of inquiry, how do they, what are the different ways in which you can approach this question of causation? How do different types of inquiry enable you to approach the question of causation, or if not causation, association, and if not association, experience?
Those two particular types of study, the cohort study and the case control study, are specific examples of epidemiology, which is what epidemiologists do. As I say, you can also look at specific surveys, or you can look at, as we did with the Vietnam veterans, the hospitalisation, what's going on there. So we do have good data systems which we use, integrated data infrastructure, and you can also look at social outcomes, and basically the structure's there to look at anything in New Zealand on a population basis about health effects, specific populations, including the military population, including military families. It is a really good system, the IDI. I think we should use it more.
And what about, you talked about surveys. What about more experiential, collections of experiential inquiries, I suppose?
Absolutely.
How do they fit in?
Yeah, that's very important as well. Once again, it's not epidemiology, but it is health research. By talking to people, you can learn a lot about their experiences, doing qualitative research. And there's various forms of qualitative research doing various things, but that's about opinions, and it's about lived experience. And I think you've heard about Heitoa Tamata Rao, which is Te Pora Emery's project, looking at veterans' storytelling, their perspective, what it's like to be in the receiving end, for example, of healthcare from some people like us. Because that can help us to improve our health care approach if we know what they think about us. And you really learn that by talking to people. So it's an essential part of quality in the health service provision. And we've had groups of trainee interns at the university looking, for example, at veteran loneliness. Because veterans do become lonely, and we looked at veteran loneliness in the context of COVID, where people were by themselves, and we got some very interesting stories out of that, which we've published as well. And a particular aspect of that was experiential loneliness, because veterans thought, my experience, I'm the only one to have experienced that, and then they find out, well, no, maybe I'm not. But it's simply through telling that story, which can prove to be a catharsis as well. So it can indeed be therapeutic.
So just exploring those, the range of health inquiries, your areas in epidemiology, talked about experiential, to what extent is your area of research, and to what extent is experiential forms of research capable of providing a basis for causation hypotheses?
Causation hypotheses, if you talk to people, you can get to know what they're worried about and decide yourself whether that's worth exploration by epidemiological techniques, because epidemiological techniques are cold calculating and they have no spirit. But they can help you to understand what's going on in the population, and then after that you engage in person to person to try explain it, what's going on, as we did with the Vietnam veterans. And from my perspective, they were very pleased that there were increased rates of mortality, because they said, yes, we knew that all along. So that's just one simple example, a sense of relief that finally they'd found out that they weren't imagining things.
Yeah. Well, let's turn then to your 2023 paper.
Yes.
And you've already touched upon it already, but maybe just a nutshell of what the paper was designed to do and what came out of it.
Well, the paper was designed to do was been engaging with the Vietnam veterans about what they wanted to do with regard to health, and they wanted to know where the excess risks were, and if they compared with other veterans, because the IOM reports obviously wasn't. IRM reports was an American veterans, and the Australians did a mortality study and a morbidity study as well. So mortality is dying for something. Morbidity is a bit less. It's not fatal. Morbidity is just simply what the patterns of disease were. So that basically was it. We decided to do that. Oh, yeah.
What did you find out?
So, yes, the paper, we found out that, so the exposure, methodologically, the exposure was the weakest part of that. As John explained earlier, there's fairly good data that Vietnam veterans were exposed, but we don't know what they were exposed to. Now, an example of that is another study that we did for the Dow Chemical Corporation in New Plymouth, where we were looking at the rates of disease in that population, levels of dioxins, one significant accident in that, when a valve burst on the reactor and released amounts of the product, which was 2,4,5-T. So we tracked that population, and we didn't find any significant excess of any diseases, and there was no dose response with exposure. The difference there was that because dioxins have a half-life of 7.5 years in the plasma, we could take the levels of serum dioxins and calculate a cumulative exposure index to say what their levels would have been back 20, 30 years ago when the accident occurred, for example, and then look at the risks of disease as they got older, but we didn't find any dose-response relationship. But that's the kind of study where you can actually take blood samples and relate it back to exposure, because it's all about the exposure and the disease, the relationship between the levels of exposure and the disease, and that's pretty good evidence, basically.
But in your 2013 study, how did that differ?
That differed because we didn't know the level of exposure and assumed there was exposure to dioxins from where they served, as we know. So firstly, we looked at the standardised mortality ratios. So going down the list, the increased risks lay, as I say, with oral cavity, pharynx and larynx, where the figure was twice the risk. Head and neck cancers, 2.2 times the risk. and that's about the only ones. And over the page with incidents, and that's page 5 of that report, you can see that non-lymphoid leukemia, there were 14 cases observed, 7.3 expected, which is about twice the risk and marginally statistically significant in terms of 95% confidence intervals. Bone and cartilage, for some reason or other, was increased, but once again, that's suggestive that further work needs to be done. That's not statistically significant. It's nearly 3 times the risk, but the 95% confidence intervals include 1, which means there could be no risk. So you need large numbers to be sure about rare diseases, and that's where the case control study kicks in.
Okay. So once you had completed you had your results, and I suppose this goes on to the third question that I had for you, or third topic. Did you stand back and look at the results, as you sort of briefly described there?
Yes, yes.
And consider the extent to which there was or was not existing coverage under the coverage for, or entitlement coverage for Vietnam veterans in New Zealand?
Well, fortunately, we didn't have to do that because this study was funded through Veterans Affairs, through the Trust, and so they got the results and they acted upon them. Yes, that's the answer to that one, I think.
Okay. And then I suppose then if we can just round out then with your paragraph 12 of your brief of evidence.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing we did was the hospitalisation study, of course. The hospitalisation of Vietnam veterans. I didn't include that in the brief, but I've got the results here somewhere, so I could talk briefly about that if I got them up. Page... Sorry, which?
Oh, no, sorry, this was what, paragraph 12, the last page of your written brief.
Oh, the last page of the written brief, of course. Yes, well, we included, I can read this bit out, it'll be quick. We concluded that the pattern of mortality and cancer incidence is not at odds with the list of compensable conditions described in the IOM reports, and set out in Veterans Affairs New Zealand list of presumed conditions for those who served Vietnam, and the risk of head and neck cancers are higher than that found in most Vietnam veteran studies. The pattern was also consistent with that found in Australian veterans serving in the same area of Vietnam, as well as consistent with smoking and the healthy soldier effect. In common with the Australian experience, this is the only veterans group to show a significant excess of chronic lymphatic leukemia.
All right, thank you. Sorry, just one question for clarification. It was just around the, when you were going through the Bradford Hill criteria.
Yes.
And I think one of those ones, and I'm sure I'll get this wrong, but it was to do with the biological...
gradient. Biological gradient.
The biological gradient.
That's simply dose response. So as the dose of a toxic agent increases, the risk that you track should increase as well.
Right.
Because what we have in the results of the paper is the results overall.
Sure.
you like to see the risk, you like to see a relationship between the dose and the response. And if you've got enough data, you can model that relationship to see if at some point it rises or it rises gradually as the disease process goes on. So it gives you some idea of threshold effects, and it's important in carcinogenesis.
Thank you. And another concept is that of the biological mechanism.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that and that concept?
Sure. Carcinogenesis is a complex subject. It's either it's the causative mechanism, the causative mechanism, and also the repair mechanisms. Both those go in parallel. So it's difficult to understand. But some things have a threshold effect. If you go beyond that threshold effect, the repair mechanisms of the body can't keep up, and that's when the cancer starts. And you should know the underlying mechanism of what's causing the effect, and more recently we've been learning about the aryl hydroxylase receptor, which is an intracellular receptor, very complex in its effects, but it's thought to have epigenetic effects. The mechanism is still unclear at the moment, but it either stops the cancer growing, or it may cause an increase in cancer growth. But it's an epigenetic effect that can't be passed on, but it's about how the cells express themselves. It's an internal signal, if you like, with complicated effects. I'm not a biochemist.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely leave it at that point, I think. So thank you. And that is the presentation for panel 2.
Mr. Harmon.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koe, anō. Dr. O'Reilly, Mr. Brunt, tēnā koe, Mr. Crawford. My name's Paul Harmon. Professor McBride, tēnā koe, sir. So, I've got 70 minutes. So, and for me, it's been a 20-year build-up to this chance, and I want to thank you all for what you've put forward. Professor McBride, in your oral delivery, sorry, not Professor McBride. I'm not sure, Mr. Crawford, do I call you Professor, or do you have an honorific in front?
Just plain Mr.
It's really cool. Well, I want... In your oral, you say you were given the terms of reference for preparing your brief of evidence. And did you have any regard, or did you, in your preparation, did you look at the tribunal's statement of issues in relation to the topic that you were briefed to?
I can remember when we were discussing, when I was going to take on the work,
yes,
the statement of issues came up, and it was referred to later on again to make sure that my work was fitting in with the statement of issues properly.
Right. So, I don't know if you have a copy in front of you, but my key thing is just from the heading of your report, which is document F5 on the record. And when I read it, the heading, it said, when and what did the Crown know about possible adverse health effects? It didn't have ought to have known, or reasonably have ought to have known, which is in, if you look at I can read it to you, I don't, but it says, what did the Crown know or reasonably ought to have known, okay? And I was just wondering, in your looking at the materials you looked at, may I say that when I read through the supplementary document bank, which hasn't quite made it to the record yet, because it's like 330 megabytes or 2,681 pages. Yours is the first evidence I've seen which has looked at the Ministry of Agricultural materials, the state of knowledge in the Ministry of Health, and from that, it leads to a series of questions of you. So I'll start with what the sort of questions arise is. So, sorry. Your report, you'd agree, doesn't take all the body of information you've got and saying, well, if the Ministry of Ag knew this in 1980, then the Crown, or in 1970 to be more pertinent, then the Crown ought to have known what was happening in 1970 to Whiskey 6 and Victor 4. So your report doesn't do that because you don't look at what it reasonably ought to. Would you agree that just looking through the whole body of words and that it doesn't get into what the Crown ought to have done? You almost have to imply it from just the record of documents you've produced. Would you say that's a fair comment?
When I was working on the report, I was very conscious of the amount of material and the need to focus my efforts on issues I could actually identify and deal with effectively.
Yes.
And the question of what the Crown ought to have known, yes, it's there, but it wasn't front and centre. I was really focusing on what did the Crown know and when did it know.
Yes.
And certainly the point you make is reasonable. But that was not my focus.
Yes.
My focus was looking at the documents and saying, at that point, what did the Crown know? And I left it very much at that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, in my preparation for this, you have in front of you a bundle of cross-examination documents that I put together, I hope. I asked the Crown lawyer if you have it, and you have it. I'd have to say, Mr. Crawford, that you're the first military historian that I've met. I've met Jamie Bellich in my time, so I consider myself 40 years a historian, okay? General historian, that sort of stuff. So how to approach your discipline of history was actually rather hard for me. So in my bundle of documents, did you have a chance to have a read of those before today?
I have looked over them, yes.
Right. So, getting to it real fast, is the first document I referred to is that Journal of History article by Deborah Montgomery. Reconnaissance 20th Century New Zealand War History, Document A, pages 1 to 19 of what is Document F20. And the point of me putting that forward was to try and explain to myself and to the wider audience the differences between the discipline of history writing, which this tribunal often gets expert witnesses and the historical claims, and military historians. And if we look at that that article, and you may be sort of fully familiar with the debates that she discusses there, but the long and short of it is that she starts off with Professor Keegan's statement that those engaged in military history are deficient in subject matter and technique, overly concerned with generals, logistics, strategy, weapons and weapons systems. Well, after reading the whole article, I realised, well, that's old military history. There's new military history where you actually get into some of the nitty-gritty, like Glyn Harper's text on Passchendaele and the tragic loss of 5,000 New Zealand vets in one day, that sort of stuff. And she does credit Mr. McGibbon and yourself with, much military history as social history is unacknowledged. So in the end, I gave up trying to understand, and I rang Professor Michael Belgrave, whom I used to work with, and Michael said to me, Deborah's criticism was aimed at, devoid of social context is what she was getting at. Is that a fair difference between social history, general history, and military history?
No, I don't think it's fair. I think her article has a particular line of argument.
Yes.
And was really putting up some straw men.
Okay.
I think military historians, it's a big field.
Yes.
So you get operational history, it's about, what troops were doing in a particular day, what their objective was. But you also get people looking at logistics.
Yes.
And you also get looking at why people enlist in the armed forces.
Yes.
That sort of question. So I think she took a rather narrow view. And the thing about New Zealand military history is there's not many practitioners.
Yes.
So there are many fields that are under-investigated or not investigated at all. And that's not a problem with the practitioners, I think. It's just there's not enough of us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the second document I put there was an example of your writing, and may I say I read, in preparation for this, I read this Toi Tu Te Puehu history text. Really excellent. And I see Dr. Suter in there. I read Seeing Red. This one here, kind of a sort of a more detailed examination than the red communist domino effect, hence we should get into Vietnam. And I found that a rather excellent read. And then I read your Timor-Leste text. And then it struck me, historian to historian, I had a question right at chapter 9 there, which is page 22 of this. You say, in September 1999, New Zealand committed its armed forces to their largest operational deployment in nearly 50 years. And I thought, that can't be right. 50 years back from 99 includes from J-Force onwards. And last count in Korea was 6,850 deployed New Zealanders, and Vietnam, 3,848. So what do you mean by their largest operational deployment?
I think the key word there is nearly 50 years. So,
well, 50 years from 99, with all due respect. Vietnam, 64 to 72.
And I'll say in my own defence, I don't think I wrote that chapter. My co-author wrote that one. But I read all the text with him, of course.
Yes.
And I would just say we're emphasising there that it was nearly, it's a long, long period before
yes.
we'd had such a big operation as East Timor.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Harmon. It's now time to break for lunch.
So that's 62 minutes left? Yeah.
I got 60, but never mind. But we'll resume again in 40 minutes. Thank you.
Judge, while you're here, I looked at and it was raised with me, I looked at the timings and that, and apparently and I had missed it, I have a total of 90 minutes, which was sought by the committee. So by my reckoning, that means -8, I've got 82 minutes left. Yep. Flat 80, we'll call it. Thank you, sir.
So you on that?
No, I'm on 80.
Oh, how did you do this, Kevin?
Because I misread the sheet there. Sorry.
I saw that as well.
Found this for you.
Kia ora no tātou. Mr. Harmon, if we could make a start, please.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Crawford, I just want to say to the judge just in the break just now that you've actually got me for another 80 minutes. Okay? The whole panel has, but my principal focus is in those years that you've covered in your reports. Thank you very much. So, I just want to go to page 3 of your brief of evidence, which is, I believe, document 5D on the record. In particular, and you mentioned it in your oral presentation, the end of paragraph 8, which is on page 3, and you talked about, but also indirect contact that might be separated in time and place from spraying. And going back, I just want to look at this thing called indirect exposure. And I understand that you've said earlier on, and you mentioned today, that nor is it within my scope of my expertise to speak to the scientific meaning of exposure. So, what I want to, in this line of questioning, is explore other exposure things other than spraying. And if the registrar could bring up my document bank there, my cross-examination bundle F20, and specifically I'll draw your attention. I cheekily, and I say cheekily because I ran out of a lot of time, but document N and document O, starting at page 84 of document F20, please, Madam Registrar. Now, document N is headed Google printout in regards is dioxin water soluble, and document O is dioxin bioaccumulatable. Now, the long story short is the Google printouts, which are contemporaneously, they're not set in 1965 to 1972, they say that dioxin is non-soluble. There's a degree of parts per billion, like nanograms, where it's soluble. The relevance of that line of questioning, and why I'm prefacing it, is this Whakatoi province, where you referred to the map of Mr. Seymour in the Health Select Committee report, which for the record is document A7 of this Commission of Inquiry. And that map, which I didn't see on the map you had there, said herbicide sprayed in Whakatoi province 10 November 1965 to 30 June 1968. I'm presuming Operation Ranch Hand didn't get pulled until 1971. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Thank you. And we've heard in oral evidence from Professor McBride, dioxin has a half-life of 7.5 years. So, 7.5 years, I think he said, half-life? Serum. No, I think it was 7.5 years half-life, you said, wasn't it, Professor McBride?
7.5 years in the serum.
In the serum.
Once it gets into the body and gets absorbed, it's stored in the lipid tissue, which is the fat. It's highly soluble in fat. So if you inhale it or you get dermal contact with it, it's stored in the fat and very slowly released from that fat. That is why there's the lipid tissue. That's why it's such a long half-life.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. Long story short is, the other map you had up there on map 2, which showed where the Whakatoi province was just, to put it bluntly where I'm going, downstream from Buenhua, which was on the map. Buenhua, like Da Nang, was one of the major storage bases of this chemical mixture. In fact, they had there's a picture in Operation Ranch Hand here from that US Defence Force document A253 of a silo at Buenhua. So when the New Zealand troops were deployed into this area, some of them were at Buenhua on the record, they were entering into an environment which had been sprayed since 61 and all the way through to 71. That's a fair comment, isn't it?
The spraying continued for much longer than outside the period covered by Ray's map, yes.
Thank you very much. And when we look at those Google articles, this morning I gave out a handout of what I could find closer to the time of phrase. I gave out 3 documents, and they are, I hope they are in front of you, but they're dated. One is headed, this one here, tetrachlorobenzodioxin in the environment, sources and fate, September 1973. Another one is persistence in metabolism of dioxins in soils by the same Kearney and others, and Wilson, and someone else, Ellington. And the final one is a short note from the Nature volume, and it talks about 2452 report attack, Washington correspondent, blah, blah, blah. The point of the first document is persistence and metabolism of chlorodoxins in soils. I've highlighted there, you'll see the phrase there. Helling, 1971, examined the mobilities of 2 dioxins, DCDD and TCDD, in 5 soils using the soil thininator chromatographic technique. Both dioxins were immobile in soils and consequently would tend to remain on or near the soil surface. So we have the area where the troops are deployed. It's been sprayed heavily, I think from some reports around 1/4 of the alleged 80 million litres or 20 million gallons was dropped in Mach 3 operations where these 2 provinces lie. And if they weren't sprayed on, they were certainly living on, fighting in the soil, which contained heavily contaminated TCD soils. Would you agree with that comment?
I have no expertise in this area. All I can say is that when I was working on this, I decided that I needed to have a definition, a clear definition, which would make sense within the context of my report. And the fact that there's the spraying and there's residue and so on, yes, I can accept that, but it's not something I've got an expertise on.
Right, no, I've got that clear. So that sort of leads me as a historian / lawyer, but when I read through all of these reports from 1970 onwards to 2006, and including in the House Committee, and including even in, with all due respect, Mr. Brunt's words this morning, there's almost 99% of the conversation is, were our troops sprayed on? Would you agree when you've read all this material, there's a heavily emphasises, oh dear, were they there when they were sprayed on? And there's, in comparison, there's no looking at, or hardly any looking at, where were our troops bivouacking? What was happening when the helicopters were blowing the dust in the air? And in reference to that, there's a, in amongst all of these bloody books, there's this Vietnam textbook called Red Haze. And what I'm trying to say is, the accumulation on the soil means that the dust, even with the bulldozers spreading it all around, the carving up and that, they were ingesting contaminated dust. Would you say that's fair comment?
Well, as I said, I don't have the expertise in the area, but just to pick up on your point about the obsession with direct spraying, that does come through very clearly. And when you get more knowledge about the whole subject, you realise, well, that's not that's not the be-all and end-all by any means.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. So, we have soil contamination, and then we have, if you look at one of these articles over the page from that persistence one that I highlighted, I've shaded a couple of columns on page 1018 of this 1973 article, and it talks about persistence of TCDD in soil. And it says, Each increase in TCDD concentration resulted in progressively larger residues in Hagerstown, was the study they did, silty clay loam on most sampling dates. Well, I don't know the soil types in these provinces. I'm tropical, I doubt they had much clay, but just leave it at that. But the important one for me in this line of questioning is the next shaded one has data contained in tables 2 and 3 suggest that TCDD appears to be a fairly persistent material in soils when compared to other organic compounds applied at similar concentrations. This observation is not inconsistent with its known, and I emphasise that word known, physical properties, since it is lipophilic, insoluble. It is a lipophilic, insoluble substance that has no readily metabolised groups. So lipophilic, I had to look that up, and the Greek word means it's a lover of fat. That's an interesting choice of words. They're talking about organic things. However it gets into their fat. And that sort of relates to Professor McBride's things about, I think the word was adipose or something like that. Thank you, Professor. So the other thing about it being non-soluble is when the sedimentation, like I don't have, none of these maps show me, I looked up the USA defence thing, actual war maps, you can get them online. But the topography from Buinhua down to Vung Tau, it reminded me of Lake Waikaremoana catchment down to Wairoa. Hilly country down to open river mouth delta country. Where did the soil take its burden of TCD, if not into the water? Like you had a tropical rainy season. It's a fair comment that the water would have carried this material. Would you agree with that?
As I said earlier, I don't have expertise in this area at all, so I don't like to comment on it.
Okay. So if I open to the panel and that sort of thing, where did the troops get their water when they were on 30-day patrols? They got it from the waterways, didn't they? So if we look at, it's that one, what's this? The September 1973. If you go to page 275, it talks under the heading Fate in the Environment. The heading at the top column, shaded, says vertical movement of TCDD did not occur in the wide range of soil types. Contamination of underground water supplies seems very unlikely. So I think it's a fair, reasonable conclusion that that which sat on the soil, the rains come along, washed it downhill, because water moves downhill, it's carried into the waterways. The troops filling their water bottles would have ingested that water. That's a fair conclusion, just a reasonable layperson's conclusion.
Well, I know from what I've read that soldiers were certainly collecting their drinking water when they're out on patrol from local sources. So if the process you described took place, yes. But as I say, I'm not an expert in the subject at all.
No, I've got that. I can see that Dr. O'Reilly wants to comment, and that's fair enough. Go ahead, Doctor.
I am not going to dispute that the service people in Vietnam source their water from the waterways, but what I can provide is some context with regard to dioxin concentrations, serum dioxin concentrations in Vietnam veterans versus non-Vietnam veterans and the community.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you provide adipose concentrations? Is that what serum does?
Well, there are two ways of measuring the concentration of dioxin in the tissues. One is the serum concentration, the other can be an adipose or fatty
Yeah,
tissue.
so it's the fatty one I think is more relevant given that the state of knowledge is...
I'm sorry, I have to correct you on that. The serum measure is an adequate measure to determine the degree of exposure to dioxin, so no, I would disagree with that. Adipose measure is just one other measure. So
Okay.
there was a study, there has been a study performed on Vietnam veterans, US Vietnam veterans, on,
Yes.
on veterans of the Vietnam era who were not deployed to Vietnam, and on members, on a matched cohort of US citizens who were not military members. So, this is on ranch hand veterans where there is measurable concentrations. So measuring the concentrations of serum dioxin in ranch hand personnel who were where the dose could be, where exposure was guaranteed.
Yes.
Versus those who were otherwise deployed in Vietnam on other tasks and duties, including both combat and non-combat duties, and the civilian population. What they found in ranch hand population was a significantly raised level of serum dioxin, which was consistent with their exposure. However, there wasn't a significant difference between the serum levels of non-ranch hand Vietnam veterans and ranch hand veterans, and that the non-ranch hand Vietnam veterans' serum concentrations were the same or similar or not significantly different to that of the community.
Right, and can I ask, what was the days of patrol that the US vets normally went out on?
There was a range of Vietnam personnel, including both infantry personnel, it was combat personnel and non-combat personnel serving in Vietnam.
Yeah, but as compared with the New Zealand troops, we're predominantly 2,000. You can't answer that.
I can't answer that question, but I can give you. I'm quoting the study, but I can't give that detail from the study.
So, the reasoning for the questioning was somewhere in the literature I read, and I enjoy. I think this is very relevant. Is I understand the USA patrols were noted for doing sort of 8 to 12-day patrols, and the New Zealand and Australian forces were noted for 30-day plus patrols. Differences of ingesting of amounts of water is what the conclusion comes.
But I think yes, and I can see where you're getting to from there.
Thank
but
you.
If we're talking about those personnel and the ingestion of that water. If that was significant, then you would have seen a raised dioxin in that US population who are non-ranch hand veterans compared to the community.
And that goes to the number of days they're on patrol, perhaps.
Well, I don't think you can actually draw that conclusion, given that it was drawn from a range of American service personnel. So no, I don't think you can draw that conclusion.
So just to be specific, the ranch hand study you're talking of is what study?
It's the US Air Force Health Study.
Is it just this one here?
It's one of them.
This is the one from W. Buckingham.
No, so that's sorry, it's not in my bundle, but yeah.
Pardon?
Sorry, that's not in my bundle, but
it's document A253.
Yep.
So as I understood this study, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Because the ranch hand study has been an ongoing study of the ranch hand personnel, and there's been a number of investigations of that personnel over time.
You have to speak into the speaker a bit more.
Sorry, I'm saying the ranch hand study is an ongoing study of those ranch hand personnel over time, and there's been a number of investigations of health outcomes in those veterans.
Yes.
Of which that is one, I believe.
Yes. So this was the initial one produced in 1982 and referenced by Professor Crawford in his report. But the difference here is that this ranch hand study was predominantly from the people who loaded the planes and discharged it from the planes, not the ones that lived in the jungles.
No, that's entirely correct. It was a study of those personnel where the exposure could be confirmed. It was the purpose of the study was to examine those personnel who we knew to be exposed to dioxin.
Yes, I accept that, but the study didn't take into account ingestion by water or bioaccumulation. It predominantly focused on the people who got up on the planes and dropped it on the ones underneath.
It was entirely focused on those personnel for the purpose of investigating what the health effects are in those people who we could be guaranteed of exposure to dioxin.
Well, that's where we're getting to the exposure. They were exposed when they loaded on the plane, maybe with some hose exchange or in drums. But they're not living in an environment that's been sprayed for 7 years, etc., or even the month before.
I'm not disputing that at all, sir.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you, though, is that the study that I referenced demonstrated measurable outcomes which gives some indication of the nature of exposures of those generally serving in Vietnam versus those who served on ranch hand where
Yes.
there was guaranteed exposure.
And I accept that because I have read that elsewhere, and that's somewhere in my bundle of documents. We'll get to that. But there was also the facts that Buen Hoa and Da Nang, which were the main storage sites, and still today are heavily noted as hotspots. So I'm not sure whether the studies of the non-ranch hand aircraft personnel that we're discussing here were service personnel who served in as heavily contaminated regions. Do you understand?
I mean, look, I can't answer that question for you, Sue, sorry.
Okay. So I accept what you're saying there, and it would be good to see more of that on this record here, but what I'm trying to lead up to is, and I'm happy if the panel answers this, they accept or don't accept, the predominance of the literature up to even and including the Health Select Committee report, when it's dealing with exposure, it's discussing predominantly, obsessively, as Professor Crawford said, spraying. It doesn't really examine, or even the scientific surveys or examinations don't examine those that ingest it either by breathing in the trail dust or drinking it through water.
And I can't dispute that either. I think the reports demonstrate that that's been the predominant fixation of those discussions. I think there's reasons for that too, though. I think that that is driven to some large extent by the veterans' experience and their reflections to those various investigations. And the predominant discussion around at the beginning of this in the 70s and 80s was around the spraying, not about the parts of it. So that drives to some extent the nature of the discussion. And there is, as far as I can speak from a Veterans Affairs perspective, and I can also speak from a science perspective to some degree, that we accept that those are potential pathways for dioxins to enter into the body.
Yes.
And that exposure could have happened from either mechanism, and there's no dispute and I don't think there would be any dispute from anybody on the panel today, that is a viable route for ingestion of dioxin, and that is possibly a mechanism through which dioxin could have been introduced to veterans in Vietnam.
I accept that.
And we accept that as part of our overall acceptance of exposure as a whole.
Yeah, but do you accept that in the 1970s and the 1980s, Veteran Affairs, like if we look, Dr. Crawford, at paragraph 51 of your brief of evidence, it discusses, I think it's around 1982, the herbies data has been available to the Australian authorities, and then it goes on, and in paragraph 50, in late January, it doesn't say what year, but I'm assuming it's the year 1982. The Ministry of Defence launched a survey of health of Vietnam veterans still serving in armed forces. And then you look at paragraph 51, and it has the statement noted there's doubt the troops often operated in areas where defoliants had previously been used. It has yet to be established conclusively whether New Zealanders had been in a particular area. And then it set out 6 key questions. Now, none of those 6 key questions talks about, look at the third one. Were New Zealand troops actually sprayed by defoliants? Did they pass through sprayed areas at a time sufficiently proximate to the spraying for them to have absorbed defoliant by respiration or through the skin? So at the time, not now or even from 2007 onwards, at the time the Ministry of Defence, the Crown, didn't even look at these other pathways of taking on board this contaminant.
Sorry, was that question to me, sir?
Well, Professor Crawford's written it. That's what the documentary reflects. You agree, Professor Crawford? Like the institutional bias was, they don't even ask, where did you drink your water?
I wouldn't describe it as institutional bias. I would say those questions reflect the state of knowledge at the time.
But that's disputed when you read these articles that come out here in 1971 and 73.
Yes, but the state of knowledge within the Ministry of Defence and the Crown.
But that's not quite clear from the Ministry of Agricultural documentation that's in your document bank.
Well, these questions were posed by the Ministry of Defence and went out in an effort to really codify where they were, what the key issues were. And maybe they weren't not as well phrased as they should have been, but I think they accurately reflect what the general perception was of what the key issues were, what questions needed to be answered in order for the government to get the sort of information it needed.
I mean, with greatest respect, Ivan Watkins Dow, agricultural usage in New Zealand 24D, 245T was blowing up in Paritutu for birth defects at the time this is being asked. It just doesn't add up.
Well, all I can say is that in the document trail I looked at,
yes,
the emphasis is on what are the dangers potentially faced by our personnel, not what's going on in Taranaki or whatever. And I specifically decided I really needed to focus on, because of this inquiry, nature of this inquiry, on what was going on with regard to our personnel in Vietnam.
Righto, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to turn...
The question about, was that question, sorry for the interruption, was the question about Dow Agrosciences at Paratutu and reproductive events?
No, the question was directed to the state of knowledge of the Crown at the time, and then they sent out this questionnaire in 1982, and they're only asking, did you get sprayed? They're not asking any other form of exposure. That's what the question was directed at, and he answered it, and I don't really need any other answer.
You actually raised the point of an increase in birth defects in Paratutu,
that
which is what David
McBride
has answered.
Yeah, I understand that. He can speak for himself, please. But I am trying to ask a question about the state of knowledge of the Crown at the time, not 2006 onwards. Thank you.
It may assist everyone, Mr. Harmon, if you ask more direct questions and to direct it at particular people so that they understand who those questions are directed at.
Sir.
Thank you.
So, Professor Crawford, turning to your main report, which is document F5. I don't need that brought up, Madam Registrar. So specifically, starting at paragraph 27, it reads, the chlorphenoxide herbicides used and manufactured in New Zealand had vastly lower levels of contamination with TCDD. In this report, the much wider debate about safety concerns relating to the manufacture and extensive employment of these herbicides in New Zealand and across the world is only touched upon. The manufacture of 2,4-T in New Zealand ended in 1987, and you go to footnote 12. So, first of all, by what you're saying is vastly lower levels of contamination, so as compared with that which was used in Vietnam. Is that what's unsaid there?
That's correct.
Thank you. And do you happen to know off your head what the parts per million of dioxin were used in the military grade?
I have the figures, some figures in my report, but I just can't remember them off the top of my head.
So if we were to go to the Wild Blood Crawford thesis, was he any whānau to you, or was that just pure coincidence?
No, no. Much more interesting name than mine, though.
Wild blood. Oh, I like that one. Okay. So I asked the tribunal, and it did put it up onto the record of documents, and it did put up this NAS 2018 thing. And Madam Registrar, if you could pull up, please, now what's the document number for it? I think it's F18 or something like that on the thing. And if I can, I'm assuming you don't have all of these things in hard copy in front of you, but because you cited it, did you actually read it to make this statement?
You're talking about the wild blood thesis. No, I did not read it all. I just used it as background material because
Yes.
it's quite good on the debate about herbicide issues, and really it was peripheral to my main research area, but he had some useful background, so I just used the bits that were relevant to what work I was doing.
Yeah, well, I'd have to say, because I did some preliminary class action work for Paritutu for Mr. Andrew Hudson, the union delegate for them, about 22 years ago. And long story short is, I found this discursive text one of the best collations of all of the available knowledge, and it was very useful. Thank you, sir. But I'll take you to page, in document F18, it's coming up on the screen. First of all, to pages 112 through to 114. Please, Madam Registrar. I hope it can scroll down. Anyway, time being precious, I'm sorry there's so much of my voice, but there we are. That paragraph right there, thank you, beginning how high the levels of dioxin were during the years of military use. And there we go. The second half of that paragraph, estimates given by Dow in 71 of unnamed US manufacturer indicate that prior to 65, its TCDD levels were approximately 10 parts per million. In 245T, Executive Office of the President, then during the military years of defoliant use, those most likely approached 30 to 40 parts per million, with some batches recorded in the 100 parts per million range, Stellman and others, blah, blah. Now, as a background to looking at this, 1971, everyone in the Freedom Forces world and in Civvy Street went 1 parts per million is going to be the standard for Civvy Street use. 1972, 0.1 part per million dioxin contaminant for Civvy Street use. Do you happen to know prior to 71 what the Civvy Street standard of safety for humans was for parts per million for dioxin contamination?
I do not recall, no.
If I put it to you that 4 parts per million was considered safe for humans at that time?
As I say, I don't know.
Okay. I did struggle to find a document to back up what I'm putting to you. It's just I've read a lot, but I think it might be there in that down one. So if I find it, I'll give it to you. Over the page 113, some more blurb about dioxin. And then over on page 114, there's a paragraph following January 2872 meeting at Ivan Watkins Dow, Philip Bellingham, Assistant Director of Toxicology, handwrote department memo, George Mason, blah, blah, 86 testimony, blah, blah, Ron Pilgrim, the long-serving New Zealand, blah, blah, goes down there, and he goes down, and these statements strongly suggest that TCP, this is what was imported into this country for agriculture use, was highly contaminated, but doesn't give a figure. Then we go over to page 115, please. And why I'm dealing with it right now is at page 115, down the bottom, that's the next page, please, Madam Registrar. These 2 pages, they deal with a kind of a separate issue, which is what I'll politely call the perception that Ivan Watkins Tower, New Zealand, was supplying over in Vietnam, which were conclusively found to be a myth, which my clients have accepted, my clients being Vietnam veterans. But at the time, here we have a 1967 New Zealand Herald article with a front page article. And then over the page, it reported no violence in negotiation, and then Keith Holyoake saying, no way is the government involved in this, and no way is the American government interested in buying it. So, the point being is, in 1967, and I'm not sure if July, when the first Victor 1 was deployed, it was known to the public of New Zealand, the Crown of New Zealand, that defoliants were being sprayed in South Vietnam. 1967, that's a fair comment?
Yes, that's quite correct. I deal with that issue in my report.
Okay. And then we go to pages 136 and 137 of this report, please. And the reason I'm going to these pages is there was an experiment undertaken to, the paragraph at the bottom of the page talks about these calculations. This is about eating blackberries, which were soaked in 2,4,5-T, were based on the US biogenetics birth defects data that had used 2,4,5-T containing 27 parts per million dioxin. So you mentioned in your oral summary a major report coming out in 1970. I'm believing that, I'm understanding it's this biogenetics study. Is that correct?
The 2 key American studies that came out that were released in 1969, then the follow-up in 1970.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the right.
Biogenetics or whatever it was.
Yeah, I think that's the right.
Yep. Thank
There's
you.
so many reports.
There were indeed. And while I haven't found them for reference purposes, in that W. Buckingham report, and they were referenced just slightly in Ian McGibbon's official war history, it talks, and I raised it in another hearing and it'll be in on transcript, the actual page, but the point of what I'm saying is 1967, something called Fletcher and Louise, they put out a study that said, oh, jingoes, we might have a problem with this dioxin. We've got rabbits with distorted ears and all sorts of things going on, and there was a concern about that. And something like 5,000 scientists wrote an open letter, which I think you reference in your report. Are you saying that did you see in the documents, I should phrase this better, not are you saying, sorry sir, that on the documents you looked at there was no awareness in 1967 of this concern?
Not in the documents I looked at.
Thank you for that answer. And interestingly enough, your documentation was the first one to canvass the Ministry of Foreign Trade cables and correspondence to our, what I might call, head office or the Crown back in Wellington. And there was nothing at all in their cablegrams voicing concerns.
Not that I could find from that period. And I should perhaps explain that I spent quite a bit of time going through the Foreign Affairs records and also the Defence Liaison staff records for Canberra and Washington,
yes,
because I thought, well, if they are becoming aware of this issue, it'll be in their regular reports,
yes,
particularly from the liaison staff, and I found nothing.
I tried to do a back copy search of the Washington DC papers and the Washington Post, etc., because it struck me that 5,000 scientists in an open letter would be almost front page news for the states at that time. And surely our ministry officials were reading the morning paper, but it's just nothing there. I can't find any back copies at all. You didn't see any newspaper clippings?
No, and like you, I was somewhat surprised.
Yeah. Now, I noted in your report, somewhere in there, you canvassed that there was a whole bunch of army files that were destroyed, and thank God for Ray Seymour holding on to a large number of reports. And in my preparations, I had a look at, and you said that Mr. McGibbon, in his official history, which I've got here somewhere, he managed to look at those files before they were gone. And I noticed at page 621 of that report, at footnote 38, he had entitled Accidental Herbicidal Damage Vietnam Lessons Learned, number 74, 15 September 1969, NZA file 15 March 7. Oh no, it's 1537, that's just a file number. And his comment at page 3 is widely used in the US agriculture. All the defoliants were believed to have no harmful effects on human. And I was thinking to myself, how could Mr. McGibbon, I know you're not him because that, but you've worked closely with him, how could he write that into that official history? That's the book there. First of all, we're agreed, aren't we, that the Civvy Street agricultural chemical is not the same chemical constituent used in Vietnam.
Yes, well, I would say that the knowledge about how much more contaminated the herbicides used in South Vietnam were doesn't seem to feature very much in the New Zealand records until the early 70s. So that's the first reference I found in the files to that.
Is that kind of like willful blindness?
It's just the nature of the surviving records. There may have been more knowledge, but I could not find it.
Well, if we go back to that Timor-Leste remark that we finished before lunch, and I don't know Mr. McGibbon. I've read his work extensively, and I think it's good. But you've said yourself that statement about 50 years before, give or take 20 years. It's a bit loose-lipped for a historian, isn't it? Isn't it?
I'm responsible for the East Timor book and my
Thank you,
co-author.
sir.
And really, it's not loose-lipped. From a legal point of view, it might be, but from a historian's point of view, it's reasonable.
Well, doesn't it do a disservice to the 6,850 Korean vets and the 3,800 and whatever it is Vietnam vets in that 50-year period?
Well, the words used were nearly, not 50, nearly 50. There is a difference.
All right, well, timing being what it is, okay. This one here of accidental herbicide damage, he's saying at page 621, widely used in US agriculture, all the defoliants were believed to have no harmful effects on human. And yet, Mr. McGibbon, when he published this text, must have known of the difference of the contaminant parts per million. Yes?
I cannot speak for him.
No, fair comment. Okay. I'll leave it there. Like, I'm sorry, sir, but you are the only first persons to put yourself up for questioning on these matters, and I'm grateful for that alone, and plus what you have actually put in all of your evidence. I don't mean to be sounding like some kind of harpy. Now, what is it now, Reuben? Thank you. Okay. So, we'll go back to document F5. Work our way through it. So, on pages 15 and 16, at footnote 19, you're talking about a committee in 1974 And paragraph 31 of your document F5. And the last sentence says, the committee established that the aerial spraying program had caused major environmental damage in the areas of South Vietnam. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to... Is that hyperlink on footnote 17? Is that the hyperlink to that committee's report?
Yes.
Right, I'll follow it up. And it references Buckingham being the Buckingham report I've been showing you. Is that correct?
Yes. Now, I'm slightly confused. You say Buckingham report. Do you mean the published US Air Force history?
Yes, I do.
Right.
That's document A253 on this committee's inquiry. But yes, thank you, I can find that, thank you. Over the page 17, you've got a chapter 65 to 72, New Zealand Government's knowledge of herbicide use in South Vietnam. You mean the New Zealand Army or Defence Force knowledge, or you mean the New Zealand Government in that heading?
I took a wider frame there because there are other agencies involved, like Foreign Affairs. So if you want to know what the Crown knew, you have to look at the other agencies.
Right. But not the Ministry of Agriculture?
I didn't pay particular attention to the Ministry of Agriculture. I looked at the Agricultural Chemical Board's records.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So, just on footnote 22 there, and excuse my ignorance there, but I just need a date around what's being said of footnote 22. So it's in paragraph, second sentence of paragraph 35. And it talks about, in particular, the reports from the New Zealand staff in Washington 1690-72 do not make any mention of the US deciding to end the aerial spraying of defoliants. And the following files were checked. Defence Liaison Staff Canberra, blah, blah, blah. Something Liaison to NZDF Staff Washington, Volume 2. What date did they...
Well, I should have put it in, but those volumes cover that entire period.
Oh, entire. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, paragraph 41. It looks at Chief of General Staff to Chief of Defence Staff, dated 3 October 67, noted foliage was cleared back to 200 metres along Route 2, along nearly 8,000 metres of roads length in an area which Victor Company had been operating. As I understand it, Highway or Route 2 was, and I may have this wrong, but it was like Vung Tau to Baria to Nui Dat to Ben Hoa. It's the highway that goes up that way. Is that right?
That's my recollection as well. It's the main road running right through.
And so when they were clearing the lines for that main route, they were using these bulldozers and turning it all over. And then I understand they also burnt the foliage after it had been, they bulldozed clear lines of sight on either side of the road, meaning that the dust, the contaminated soil would have been disturbed. Do you agree there?
Well, the bulldozing would have caused dust for sure.
Yeah. And the burn off of the dead foliage?
I wasn't aware that they burnt the dead foliage off.
Thank you. So on page 21, it's your paragraph 44. It's about Colonel Fenton, who seemed to think that New Zealand troops were only stationed in Vung Tau, if I'm doing him some politeness. Is that correct?
No, he just didn't have any informational knowledge of the use of aerial sprays in areas where New Zealand troops were operating.
So it's in the New Zealand Herald in 1967, and he has no knowledge in 1960.
The article in the New Zealand Herald referred, if my memory serves me correctly, more generally. I was particularly interested in knowledge of what was going on in Phuoc Tui province.
Yes.
Because that was the area where our troops were mainly operating.
Yep, I've got that.
So you got general knowledge of aerial spraying in South Vietnam, but the thing that I really was focusing on was particular knowledge about what was going on in that province.
Right. So when you get to later on reading the PEC report, which is in your bundle of documents, and first time I've been able to lay eyes on that, and I thank you very much for that. And the New Zealand troops were serving with 1ATF, the Australian Command, Tactical Command, and I think the general thrust of what I recall of the PEC report is they were screaming out on the radios, "Fly in and spray as much as you can, please." Is that a fair comment?
I think that's putting it rather strongly.
Okay.
They were certainly, there are incidents where they had spraying operations where they knew their troops were in the vicinity.
Yeah. And where was Colonel Fenton when the chain of command was making these radio signals?
He wasn't in that chain of command. He was a senior national officer off to one side, based in Saigon.
So who was the New Zealand person in the military operations command structure of 1ATF?
Well, it went, the deputy commander of the Anzac battalions was generally a New Zealander. So that's...
Yes.
But you're talking about at the actual ATF headquarters.
Headquarters,
that's an Australian operation, essentially, yes. So we're integrated into that, but at a fairly low level.
Okay, thank you. I'm not military trained. My dad was World War II Navy. That's him there. But I'm not. We've got here paragraph 48, footnote 41. It's really about CS agents in tunnel complexes. And you've got there is other evidence that in the footnote 41, which is entitled Draft the Employment of Chemical Weapons in South Vietnam and dated Bolt to Assistant Secretary 9 December 69. There is other evidence the New Zealand Army was certainly aware of the employment of CS smoke gas by task force. Use of chemical weapons, salmon plans. So the use of the herbicide wasn't considered a use of a chemical weapon that a New Zealand structure should know about, but they knew about CS deployment.
That paper covers the full range of chemical agents.
So it did cover herbicides.
It deals with napalm, CS gas and herbicides.
Right. So again, Colonel Fenton didn't read it?
Colonel Fenton, he didn't know about this 969 paper.
He didn't know?
So. No, as far as I know, there's no evidence that the paper is a draft paper which does not seem to have been
but you
completed.
Found it on New Zealand Army files?
I did indeed.
Thank you.
That's a crucial paper.
Yep, thank you. Go on to page 24, paragraph 51. And there we're talking about in early November 1969, the US Embassy in Wellington sent the New Zealand Director General of Health a statement from the Exec Office of President's Office, Science and Technology, outlining the results of the initial American study that potentially linked the herbicides used in South Vietnam with birth defects, footnote 44. And then you say it was sent also to the Senior Trade Commission. An official at the Health Department had noted the message would be of interest to the Agricultural Chemical Boards. No copy was sent to the Ministry of Defence. I'm trying to understand why not.
That is a good question. Clearly the people who received the report did not see it as being relevant to the Ministry of Defence, which I found surprising.
Thank you. Over the page, paragraph 54, 55. You look at the Department of Health, paragraph 53 as the precursor to this 54. The Department of Health and Agricultural Chemicals Board began consider placing restrictions. No thought was given to any possible impact the herbicides used in South Vietnam. They were more concerned, weren't they, about how it might impact on the meat market for New Zealand. That's what it amounts to, isn't it?
As a question, my impression was that the main concern was the exposure of pregnant women to the herbicide.
No, but the concern of the Crown and its Ministry of Agriculture and the Department of Health from these paragraphs is, how's this going to affect our agricultural industry? They didn't give a... Sorry. You know?
That may well have been in the background, but when I read the papers, the thing that jumps out is the concern about pregnant women. And of course, that if you then they were concerned if you had restrictions on the use of these herbicides, that would have an impact on the primary industries. So that flows from that, but the central thing was it a danger to pregnant women?
Okay, thank you. So we get down to paragraph 67, and we get to this word, and it's going to come up. I'm going to run out. I won't run out of time. But paragraph 61, and we're talking about here, I've highlighted the word, teratogenesis. That's cancer, isn't it? It's damaging cell structure. Is that what that big scientific word means?
Teratogenicity, and I agree, it's not a word that comes off, rolls off the tongue with ease.
Yes.
Means birth defect, effect on unborn children and birth defects, teratogenicity.
Thank you for that. That's good. That clears that for me.
Is that paragraph 61 or 67?
61. It's the quote from the Commission of Environment officials set out the concerns of New Zealand. Page 28.
Thank you.
So we're now going into the chapter 78 to 79. And then we get, I think it's Minister Thompson. 65. Thompson also noted incorrectly the New Zealand troops were stationed in Vung Tau area. I mean, okay. I don't really, I'm not asking a question. The Minister of Defence, who has 2,000 troops rotating through this area and he thinks they're based in Vung Tau, speaks for itself.
Just to step in there, there's the two Thompsons. There's Thompson, Air Commodore Thompson, the Director General of Defence Medical Services, who was the man that thought that our troops were mainly in Vung Tau, and there's David Thompson, the Minister of Defence, who doesn't say anything about that.
Thank you. That's really well. See, I noticed, like, for instance, on my client's part, you quote Johnson, Johnson repeatedly and Thompson, Thompson here, and you don't put their first names in. But when you quote Johnson throughout as the, let's say, the principal veteran, you are talking about Victor Johnson, aren't you? Oh, I'll find a footnote.
Whereabouts in the report? Just to refresh my memory.
Yep, that's fair. I should have had that one lined up for you, but I didn't. Here we are, footnote 106, page 44. KSEAFA report on New Zealand servicemen's exposure to defoliants Agent Orange, Vietnam War, enclosure, and I think you've actually, this is a good one to pick. You've written enclosure to Johnson to Minister of War Pensions, 26 March 1980. You mean enclosure from Victor Johnson to the Minister of War Pensions, don't you?
Yes, he enclosed this report in a letter.
Yes, but you've written here enclosure to Johnson.
Yep. No, that's just the formal words. It's an enclosure to his letter.
But you agree you also don't put Victor Johnson there throughout the report. That's an example of what I'm saying, like Thompson, Johnson. You're not sure who we're talking about.
Well, I hope I made it clear.
At paragraph 64, he does actually refer to who the Thompson is that he's talking about.
Well, later on he also talks about a Johnson from the Australian Armed Forces, so I'm not sure whether the paragraph 64 refers to the one in the footnote.
Thompson you were talking about in paragraph 66.
Yes, I've accepted that correction. I've accepted that. Righto. So in paragraph 71 of your report, and I'm grateful for this, you have in 78-79, the Australian government incorrectly stated the Australian troops had not been exposed to Agent Orange and other herbicides in Vietnam. So that was their Crown, their government's positional statement. No exposure. And then, as I understand it, the Peck report came along and it exposed that over the next 3 years that he took to write that report, not only was there exposure, it was a lot. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not an expert on the Australian situation, but based on the fine work by Yule, yes, there's information coming to the Australians, the Department of Veteran Affairs, from 1980.
Yep.
And it all leads on to the Peck report.
And when you talk about Yule, you're talking about that book.
Yeah, that excellent book.
Which we've got chapter 11 provided by my friends behind us. Or me, sorry. Okay. And we get the herbs data in page 74, the herbs being the one which is the basis of that flight map of Ray Seymour. And for some reason, the same data isn't provided or doesn't seem to make its way to the Crown in New Zealand. Is there sort of, what you read on the record, or any correspondence, why it didn't get here in the same data, the herbs data that Peck based his reports on? You've got paragraph 74.
Paragraph 74. Well, all I can say is that New Zealand received the herbs data relating to Whakatoi province in 1980.
Yes.
So that we had that before the Peck report came out.
Right. And then the sentence says the Australians all received the herbs data for other provinces. So Buenhua sits in a province which I think is called Quindong or something else, okay? We didn't get that data.
No.
Did anyone on the record ask for it?
No. Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. So I might be losing my time frames, but paragraph 106, page 51, meeting of the Toxic Substances Board was in the process of being formed, was asked to study and assess all current knowledge of and results of ongoing overseas investigations into the properties of Agent Orange. Footnote 136. So again, when I read it just off the papers, Mr. Crawford, it seemed that they are more concerned to get the knowledge about dioxin as it might affect the New Zealand meat industry than they were about for the Vietnam veterans at that time.
No, I wouldn't say that. The principal focus was on the danger to health of people in New Zealand, and especially pregnant women.
Okay. And yet, at page 154, paragraph 154, page 72, I just noticed that in March 1981, the Toxic Substances Board requested the Ministry of Defence preserve the Vietnam veterans' questionnaires. So they were interested in the effect of dioxin on the troops insofar as it could inform them about the domestic situation. That'd be a fair analysis of what's going on?
The Toxic Substance Board had been tasked by ministers to take an interest in the whole herbicide question and the question of exposure of our personnel in Vietnam.
Yes.
So they came back, and one of the things they wanted was for the questionnaires to be preserved. And in fact, as far as I could see, the decision had already been made to keep those questionnaires, and we still have them.
Right. And those questionnaires were the ones that I started off looking at, which didn't include any questions about ingestion by water or through dust.
It's a very basic questionnaire with limited questions.
I think, with all due respect, in 1980, when they kept those questionnaires, they were interested in the intel, but they weren't interested in the intel that might arise from ingesting in other views, other ways.
Well, you might suggest that, but I don't know.
Okay. So, but that's all the documentary record reflects, isn't it?
The focus is on spraying.
Okay. So I'll move on to, we move forward through the Sir Paul Reeves inquiry, the McLeod inquiry, and we get to the joint work, the Health Select Committee inquiry, and then we get the joint working group. Now, in the joint working group, I only found this the other night, but in the lead up to their report and recommendations, which is on the record here at document A10, where the hell is it? Can you see it? This is a question that's been vexing my clients, and I don't know, it's document 18, Madam Registrar, if you could bring it up. Here we are. Now, in the lead up to that, they did a major survey themselves, but they ended up, if you look, it goes all the way through to page, where are we? It's Annex 3, which is, it's not paginated, it's towards the end, Madam Registrar, it's Annex 3. And I noticed, Mr. Crawford, in the document bank, you have these reports. I'm not quite sure from memory whether you have them as the annexes. You certainly have the joint working group report, but maybe not the annexes. But the point of this is, they recommended in April 2006 proposed amendments to the War Pensions Act, pensions to descendants in certain cases where the parents of the descendants have been exposed to nuclear, biological, or toxic environments. And they go to subsection 1, proposed subsection 1, where descendants of veterans have been exposed to nuclear, biological, toxic environments, have health conditions linked to the exposure, they shall be compensated by the award of a war disablement pension at a percentage to be determined by a medical specialist trained in the use of AMA guides to permanent impairment. Now, you get 6 months later or 9 months later towards the Memorandum of Understanding, and this proposed, after this joint working group was, I think, the Wintringham implementation report, and they actually spelled it out that this should go in. And then 3 months later, the Memorandum of Understanding has, you kids can have an ex gratia payment, but you're not getting a war disablement pension and you're not getting medical costs like your veteran parents. Now, in the documents that you looked up, is there any explanation why this was dropped?
I do not recall, and I would say that that was not a particular focus of my interest. I was still looking for knowledge of exposure and that particular set of questions. So no, I didn't look at that, but I thought I'd put I referred to the Working Parties Group report because I think it's a useful document and useful to have on the record.
Yep, yeah, no, it's on the record all right. I got it in lickety-split when we started. What have I got to cover? Wintringham report. You don't actually go into the Wintringham report, do you? No. I just wondered, because I don't have any copies here, but I found it the other night preparing it. It's called Consultation Process on Concerns of Vietnam Veterans for Joint Working Group on Concerns of Vietnam Veterans dated 15th of May 2006. Did you see that on any of the files?
I do not recall.
Would you like to have a look at it? Okay. So,
all I could say is that given the purpose of my report, it wasn't especially relevant.
So they had, just if I can, I also understand you don't have your document bank with you, and do you have it with you electronically?
No, I don't.
And I further understand, and I'm speaking with Mr. Gregor Allen, your lead counsel here, that like I printed it out and I read it, and I've got a series of questions about the documentation that comes from there. I was wondering, would you be prepared that I put my questions to you in writing on the documents here?
I would be happy to do that.
I'm very grateful for that, because in your report you refer to, but it's like, I don't mean any disrespect, but you make statements in your report and it's implied that it's supported by the documents here, but the index to the document bank doesn't key into the footnotes, so you have to read the series of documents, like the Zumwalt report. Now, if I use that as an example, the Zumwalt report coming out in 1990, I don't know what you know of Admiral Zumwalt, but he was, I think, Chief of Command for the Navy in Vietnam conflicts. And he sent his son in, and his grandchild was born with defects. And then he wrote this major investigation, and would you agree it resulted in the 1991 Agent Orange Act passed by George W. Bush in 1991, which authorised this NAS update review process?
Yes, as I said in my oral statement, it's an important report.
Yep. Okay. And do you know when the Brown Water Navy and the Blue Water Navy was accepted for in the US vets for Agent Orange problems?
I don't, but someone else on the panel may do.
Anyone know the answer to that? Brown water being Mekong Delta estuarine littoral waters. Admiral Zumwalt sent his son in there. No answer. Okay, we'll find that. I believe that it was only in 2014 that Brown Water Navy vets for the US were accepted as being exposed to veterans because of the drinking water. But I'll have to put it in front of you, or wherever. Where are we at, Reuben?
8 minutes.
8 minutes, okay. Thank you very much, Professor Crawford. Mr. Brunt, if I may, sir. In your memorandums of understandings, and you put forward in your appendices, you don't include the MOU update in 2022. Is there any reason for that? You put the 2024 update material, but you don't put the 22. You don't refer to that signed agreement. On the record, it's document A8A. A capital A, 8 little a. I don't think we've got it here.
No, it's not included.
It's the one that I put to Ross Haimona in my questioning back in Whakatane last year.
Okay.
Okay. And in your answers today, we also discussed, or was put forward, to get my head clear on this one. You're monitoring, like the obligations under the MOU, you would accept that is to monitor the global science and the evolvement of science. Yes?
I think it's important to note that Veterans Affairs was not the same organisation it was at the point that the MOU was signed.
But it was with the current update in 2022.
So the directive to the head of Veterans Affairs by Cabinet to commence monitoring of the scientific literature commences in December 2022.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll agree with that. So, Professor McBride, because I'm sorry that I have this time in that, you're aware of Professor Al Rowland's science on the sister chromatoid mutageneticity? Genotoxicity? No, mutageneticity. Al Rowland's. Madam, if you could bring up on the bundle of cross-examination, the document L, which is page 77 to 80 of document F20. So in 2006-2007, Professor Al Rowland from Massey University, he gave this science, not about heterogeneity, but mutageneticity.
Yes.
Okay.
Sister chromatid exchange.
Yep.
Sorry, I can't talk properly myself.
And
sister chromatid exchange, I think it was about Al Rowland wrote
in
about.
his science article, which is up there on the screen there, that ended up concluding that there was a high probability of genetic alteration of the paternal soldier father.
Yes.
High probability.
Yes.
And then we recently had an update of Professor Al Rowlands via asking Evelyn Claude, and we got to 2019 where Walter Brennan from Columbia University supported his science.
Right. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
It's not on the record as a document, it's on the record as part of a memorandum of questions which we are awaiting an answer on. But I'll just put it to you this way. Do you know of any science that refutes that high probability finding of his?
Well, it all depends what you mean by high probability. I mean, they proved there were sister chromatid exchanges, but it doesn't mean there was a high probability of genetic damage, mutagenicity. So there's two different things. It's just a genetic mechanism. So the mechanism is there, but there's no proof that it would actually cause any genetic damage. Because I'm not an expert. I stress I'm not an expert in this, but the genetic repair mechanisms take care of most of those aberrations. So any change in genetics is detected and it's dealt with. I don't know whether any other members of the panel have any. Mike probably does.
Dr. O'Reilly, you just about said something at the last hearing about the two AJHRs and the mutations. So,
oh, yeah, the aryl hydroxylase receptor. Yeah, that's a possible mechanism.
Okay.
That's been looked at very closely. The sister chromatid exchange is an older sort of mechanism that people have looked at in the past.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, no, don't
no, please,
interrupt. I don't interrupt.
No, you
anybody.
please.
The sister chromatid exchange study was, sorry, I forget that I'm supposed to be talking to everybody, not just to
Paul,
Mr. Hammond. The sister chromatid exchange study was essentially an attempt to provide a proxy indication of exposure. So that exposure, his purpose in performing the study was to explore whether there were measurable markers in the genome to indicate damage caused by exposure to a possible toxin.
Yes.
In this case, dioxin.
Yes.
And so, which is not the same as, there's damage to the genome, which is the whole package of genetic material, like the whole bit.
Yep.
And then there is damage to the genes, and the genes are the translatable pieces of the genome that result in proteins, enzymes, etc. in the parts of the body. And the bulk of the genome is not taken up by genes, per se, the bits that actually translate into tissues. Most of it is taken up with various long strings of base pairs inside the DNA. And the sister chromatid exchange, it shows that there is damage inside that the genome as a whole, but it doesn't identify damage to particular genes and hence particular phenotypes or presentations.
Okay. So that leads me to ask, because my clients have this fear, and many of the Vietnam men have had this fear, carries it like a great, I think Gavin Nicol expressed it in the Forgotten War documentary, a nasty legacy to their kids and their kids' kids and their moko-mokos, etc., etc. And it's beyond guilt. You know, look, I'm a soldier, I've brought this to my children. It's a genuine fear. Now, is there you've mentioned a study being done on inherited or heritability. I mean, science is ever evolving, I accept that, and I think you accept that. Is anyone actually looking into this?
Yes, and if I can, if
Please.
you allow me to refer to Update 11 in 2018 from the IOM.
Yes,
which,
if you
I
give me the
believe
page number as we go, please.
If you look at page 427, which gives a summary of the research that was explored by the Institute of Medicine leading up to that report.
Yes.
With a specific set of paragraphs on the biological plausibility of possible effects in subsequent generations.
Yes.
And it goes through to page 431. And rather than read you or try to summarise that, I'll go to the synthesis and the conclusion, which is on page 431.
Yes.
So, and I'll read that. So, no epidemiological information exists to evaluate whether paternal and maternal exposure chemicals of interest, so Agent Orange.
Yep.
Results in health effects in grandchildren or subsequent generation of descendants of Vietnam veterans. So that's talking about transgenerational transmission.
Yep.
The animal literature contains evidence that environmental agents mediated by maternal exposure affect later generations through fetal and germline modifications. But in the case of adult male exposures before the conception of the next generation, there is insufficient evidence on which to draw a conclusion regarding transgenerational effects.
You know, and when I read that, and like I got it folded here, and I went back to the material they considered, I see that they cite Professor L. They don't cite it in footnotes. They hardly use any footnotes in this material. But I read the 2012, 2014, 2016 NAS reports, and I may have this wrong, but I got this feel when I read this one that it was kind of like artificial intelligence writ the same chapters, and they're kind of repeated, and then 2 years later along came someone and added a few lines. It might be a bit unfair, but
a little bit,
but you know, I read words for trade, and I can just about tell, like pig trails, who's written what, where, and when.
Well, I'm not sure the Institute of Medicine would like to be compared to a pig trail, but
all
there
right.
you go.
But I'm not running out of seconds. I've got 20 seconds left. So the long story short of what I'm trying to get to is, if you look at the last document in my bundle of documents, it's a congressional research thing written by their research think tank, just like I, as a research officer, used to write things for this beloved body years ago. And long story short of what I'm saying is, the science has moved on, but it's like this commission here is bent on making sure that the science isn't, the debate of the science isn't engaged.
No, I think that's probably an unfair representation based on a summary. And I think it's fair that you comment that these appear to be iterative documents.
Yes.
And that, you know, sorry. Geez.
Iterative,
Yeah, no,
much
I'm looking
better.
for that. Iterative documents. And so the Institute of Medicine specifically looked at intergenerational harms, transgenerational harms
Yes.
in its first report, the first time in 2010. And much of the content of this report is carried, of that 2010 report, is carried through to 2018, but is updated. So the information that was considered in 2010 is accepted as, you know, it's not repeated, and it's added to by the research that's occurred in between.
I just don't recall Al Rowland's 2007 science being published in the consideration in the 2010.
And I think there's a reason for that, and it refers to what we were talking about before. So the remit of the Institute of Medicine NAS reports was
Yes.
to examine the associations between human harms
Yes.
and exposure to dioxin.
Yep.
Professor L. Rowland's report, as I sort of tried to clear up before, was not an investigation into human harms, but it was an investigation into potential markers of exposure.
Okay.
So it wouldn't have been included for that reason in the Institute of Medicine's exam. And I'm assuming that.
But then
that
why did
doesn't
they
matter.
include it this time round?
They've included studies that were specifically exploring human harms.
Yeah, but for your logic for 2010 omission, what's the logic for its inclusion in 2018?
It's probably adding in some way that, you know, we're talking about the materials add, you know, flesh to the bones of the argument.
Thank you.
Then, you know, that would be, it's for that reason. So why 2010, Mister? I can't answer that. I can't. And my reasoning is that it didn't fit inside their remit at the time, or their understanding at the time. Whether that's changed in between, I couldn't say, or whether it came into their attention later, again, I can't say.
All I can say to you all is thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Okay.
Good, thank you, Mr. Harmon.
So,
Ms. Witiera.
Tēnā koe, sir. Aroha mai, there's just been a little rejig of order. Mr. Watkins will be taking it from here.
Yes.
It's a rejig of order or rejig of time?
Just rejig of order at this stage, sir.
Thank you.
Unless I can get some more time. But you can stop me at 20 minutes, sir. That's my time allocation. Okay, gentlemen, firstly I wish to thank the panel 2 presenters for the individual reports. And today my questions are mainly for Mr. Crawford and also Dr. McBride. And to some extent my learned friend has gone over many of the topics that I had intended to canvass, so hopefully I can get through them much quicker and clarify one or two matters that seemed a little bit unclear. So, Mr. Crawford, if I can take you first and take you to your report. So the questions I have refer to your report dated 11 April 2025. Your report is primarily about the herbicide Agent Orange. Can you confirm that I've got the date right, 11 April 2025? So I've looked at the right brief of evidence?
I haven't looked at it right, but I think that's right, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And it is primarily about Agent Orange? Would that be fair?
Well, I was careful to use the word herbicides because I was looking at the whole group. You know, there's Agent Orange, which is the most commonly used one, and is often used as a general name for the whole group of herbicides. But there are others, Agent Blue and so on.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm happy with that. Okay. So can I take you to paragraph 4? You note a range of herbicides were used during the Vietnam War to defoliate jungle and to kill crops. You describe at paragraph 12 the Americans' extensive aerial spraying program, Operation Ranch Hand, using fixed-wing aircraft to dispense the herbicide. Elsewhere, I note that you do refer to choppers being used, and are you happy with me just sort of reporting back on what you've covered?
Yes,
Thank you.
that's quite correct. The aircraft were used very predominantly, but there was some spraying by helicopters.
Right, so it was the UC-123 aircraft. I'm not familiar with that. What kind of aircraft is that?
It's a 2-engine transport aircraft, like a sort of mini Hercules.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. It's helpful. Okay, so can I take you to paragraph 13, where you note more than 74 million litres of herbicide was sprayed across a vast area of South Vietnam and Laos. And at 15, you described the herbicide mixtures used coming in colour-coded drums. Can you just clarify that?
Yes, so the herbicides will be delivered to the aircraft in these big 44-gallon drums, I think, big drums, and they were colour-coded. So the orange mixture, there was an orange band on the drum, so people knew exactly what it was, and a blue band on the, or marker on the Agent Blue.
Agent Blue. Okay, thank you. So I understand that Agent Orange was a mixture of 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T, and that was the orange drum.
Yes, it's 50-50 mixture.
Thank you. Okay, so now at 21 of your brief of evidence, you have an aerial map showing spray runs marked on it in dark shading. Okay, so that's it. Can you confirm that Nui Dat and is it Pok Tai province are located in the with the second from the bottom shaded area? So there's a big blotchy shaded area in your brief of evidence. And
Phok Tui is the area which does not have so much shading, so it's sort of wedged between the two. It's very...
So, oh, I suppose you can't put your finger on that, eh?
So it's hard to tell where the boundary is, but
but certainly,
the area on the left here is outside Phok Tui, and you go in. So where that peninsula is, that's Vung Tau down the bottom, and Nui Dat is sort of northeast from there.
Northeast from there. Okay, I've got you. So, but the point I wanted to make basically is Nui Dat and I can't say that. How do you say that? Pok Toi? That's where our New Zealand Vietnam soldiers were located most of the time, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now I want to jump you and I want to take you to paragraphs 94 and then paragraph 95 of your brief of evidence. And I'd like to deal with paragraph 95 first. You note 350 occurrences where New Zealand troops most probably came into contact with Agent Orange. Full stop. Of those, 34 locations had been sprayed within 6 months, 45 locations had been sprayed within 6 to 12 months, and 270 locations sprayed more than 12 months before New Zealand troops entered those areas. So do you accept that as correct?
Yes, that's what Ray found, Ray Seymour's research.
Okay, all right. And can you also confirm, although you haven't got it there directly, that the ranch hand crew, which is the American crew that carried out the herbicide spraying, they operated the aerial spraying operations between roughly 1969 and 1971. Is that correct?
No, the Operation Ranch Hand went on for a much longer period than that. It's 1962 to 71.
1962 to 1971. Okay,
Yes.
so I understand that the American Congress called for the stopping of that spraying in 1971 or thereabouts. Is that correct?
The process is somewhat convoluted, but once those reports came out suggesting there was a link possibly between exposure to these herbicides and birth defects and there was a move. Originally they was restricting the use of Agent Orange to particular areas, and then as more evidence, the second report came out, the whole operation was closed down. I should perhaps note that the South Vietnamese Air Force carried on with some spraying operations after that date, but I don't have data about them.
Very good. That's helpful. Thank you. So, so I understand that New Zealand entered the war more or less in 1969, and then so the Americans were at war with Vietnam for some time before that.
Well, our first troops, the non-combat engineer contingent, arrived in 1964, and our first combat troops arrived in 1965.
Right, okay.
And our last troops were pulled out at the end of 1972.
Very good. No, thank you for that. Now, I think it was you that showed earlier a PowerPoint slide, and I actually had it in a PowerPoint that I actually filed, but mine was in black and white, but it showed the aerial spray lines of planes with blue and kind of an orange.
Yes.
Did you find that?
Yes.
So when you were talking about 94, the specific runs and an overlap between some of those runs and where New Zealand, the black dots were, where New Zealand soldiers had been or went, that was overlap?
Yes.
That was the map that you were talking about?
Yes.
Was? Ah, very good.
That's the one from Ray Seymour's research.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, if I can now just take you briefly to paragraphs 26 through to 28. That essentially describes the spraying of herbicides around the New Zealand camps. And it appears that there was spraying done manually, there was spraying done with spray trucks, and that spraying was basically clearing vegetation. Is that correct?
Yes, but the idea was to keep the area around the camps clear so Viet Cong couldn't sneak up on them.
Okay. You mentioned in your report that it was mainly Agent Blue, but when you talked to Mr. Harmon earlier and you were talking about those very paragraphs, you said it was Agent Orange. So was it Agent Blue or Agent Orange?
It depends what you're talking about. The most widely used herbicide is Agent Orange.
Yes.
But Agent Blue was also quite widely used.
Okay. And so was, do I take it that Agent Orange was also widely used in tasks of defoliating and getting rid of vegetation around the actual camps themselves, as well as, you know, spraying the jungle?
Now, that's not something I looked at particularly, but from my reading, it seems that a range of herbicides were used. So,
thank you.
Quite apart from the ones being used by the Americans for Operation Ranching.
Thank you. No, that's helpful. Now, one of the, before I leave that area, one of the things that I will mention is the comment that you made in relation to the application, and I quote you, no or inadequate training as to how to safely apply these herbicides, which was encouraged by American, just a minute, assurances that these herbicides pose little or no risk to human health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that's based on both, particularly the Australian documentation, because they've looked at this very carefully. But I also used to work with a Vietnam veteran who told me how they went about spraying around the perimeter, and it was not health and safety focused at all.
Right, right. So by that, can we presume that there was possibly a lack of use of gloves or masks or protective weatherproof coats or stuff like that?
Well, my former colleague said they were in shorts.
They were in shorts. Right, thank you. Now, I'm just going to refer to Dr. McBride's brief of evidence and the 2013 cohort study. On page 2, he estimates that almost 46 million litres of Agent Orange was sprayed in South Vietnam, in that area. Would you accept that that figure is likely to be correct? Like, have you seen any information yourself in your research that would confirm that's about right?
That figure sounds right to me.
Okay.
And the overall figure for herbicides is about 74 to 76. There's varying figures.
70.
From quite reputable sources.
Yep.
They vary a bit, but an awful lot.
So I guess the point I'm trying to arrive at is that approximately half of the herbicides that were sprayed was a combination of 2,4-D, 2,4,5-T, and it was the 2,4,5-T that contained the dioxin contaminant.
Yes, Agent Orange accounts for more than half the total amount sprayed from the air.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I also had a PowerPoint, and I don't know whether you received that, but it was from Bruce Wildblood Crawford's PhD thesis. And if I can just read it to you, the point that I want to make is he talks about 2,4,5-T and the contaminant 2,3,7,8 tetrachlorobenzophenedioxin, or TCDD, just a minute, I've lost my space, which he described as the most carcinogenic synthetic chemical in existence. Now, he filed his PhD application in 2008. He says it's the most carcinogenic synthetic chemical in existence. Do you have a comment to make about that?
Well, I don't have the expertise to make a meaningful comment on
fair
that.
enough.
I'm sorry.
He also goes on to say that there was about 35 years of controversy in New Zealand and internationally as to, the effects of dioxin.
Well, I can certainly say that's true.
All right, now I just want to probably end on this point is, now Mr. Harmon talked to you about the solubility of dioxin in water, okay? And on my PowerPoint I produced a little fact sheet that came from the American Academy of Sciences, and in there it had 19.3 nanograms per litre is the solubility of dioxin in water. So for layman's terms, if we took 1 gram and cut it into 1 billion pieces, 19.3 of those pieces in 1 litre of water is all the dioxin that would dissolve in the water. Would you accept that?
Well, maths is not my strong point, but if you've worked it out, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, so, because a nanogram is 10 to the minus 9, so that's how it basically worked it out. All right, thank you. So the point that Mr. Hammond made was that dioxin is not soluble in water, okay? When it was sprayed as a exfoliant or defoliant, sorry, it would have been would have entered into the leaves of the plants through stomata and probably directly through the epithelial cells of the leaves. And once it was in there, it was kind of stuck in there. And so the plants would have passed away and then they would become dry matter. Any insect or animal that fed on that plant would eat that plant while it was still growing, before the dioxin killed it. And so that dioxin impurity would pass into that insect, and hence it would enter the food chains and so forth, and the food webs, because all food chains are interlinked. So dioxin got into the food webs in the South Vietnam area. That's certainly highly, highly likely because of the amount that was sprayed. They say that 366 kilograms of dioxin, if you did the calculations, and that's in Mr. McBride's study, I think, that's the amount in all the 74 million litres of Agent Orange. That's the amount of dioxin that you have. So it doesn't sound like much, but for dioxin, which is very, very toxic, it is a huge amount. So I want to make the point that, as Mr. Harmon confirmed, that it's lipid soluble. It will dissolve in the fatty tissues, say humans, in our soldiers. It would be in the fatty tissues of humans. And as one of the other scientists amongst your panel has said, there would also be a serum level of dioxin that you could measure. Okay. Now, I'm not certain of the serum level dioxin level you can get down to and measure, but I know it's somewhere around 3 parts per trillion. Is that correct? And you might have to.
I'm sorry, I'll get the microphone, but I'm not certain of the lowest threshold for detection.
Okay, yeah. I think it's somewhere around 3 parts per trillion, but like very, very small amounts. The point that Mr. Hammond was making is that dioxin is stored in your adipose or your fat tissues, and it can stay there for quite a long time. Now, we've heard dioxin serum levels of 7.5 years, and on my PowerPoint, I also had a chart of various scientists that looked at the half-life of dioxin in the body. And it ranged from a whole number of studies, but it ranged from 0.4 of a year to the highest one that I recall was 9.8 of a year. So this question, Your Honour, I want to direct at Dr. McBride, but so if we've got Dr. McBride, if we've got a half-life of, say,
7.5 years for dioxin serum, how does that compare with the half-life of dioxin stored in the adipose tissue of, say, those studies?
The half-life in serum depends on the concentration and lipid concentration. So it will drop slowly at first as the dioxin comes out of the serum, out of the lipid tissue into the serum.
Yes.
7.5, and then it slows down after that. So levels are high, it's relatively high, it's metabolized and excreted, but then it slows down and tails off.
Right.
So there's a graph. No, sorry, it was one of the Dow studies that we did. There's a graph in there that might be useful.
Okay, so if the serum level half-life is 7.5 years, doesn't that mean that it will take 7.5 years for half of that dioxin in the blood in the serum to disappear?
Yeah, it's a dynamic process. It depends on the level, so it's all driven by individual the individual metabolic rate. But that's the average overall. Yes, that's right.
Cool. So if I put it to you that in the study that we have on the PowerPoint, if I put it to you that let's take a punt and say it's 6.5 years half-life there. Is it possible for that person to be contaminated with dioxin for 25 years?
It is. It'll drop. Yeah, I'm not a toxicokineticist. So toxicokinetics is an entirely different branch of the exposure science. But that's, yes, 7.5 years it drops to half.
Yep.
And then it slows down as the metabolism slows down and eventually reaches background levels from New Zealand.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Crawford, for your questions. If you don't mind, I'd like to just turn my last few questions to Professor McBride, if you don't mind.
How long will that take?
No more than 3 or 4 minutes, sir.
No, make them quick. You've done your 20. You've done 22, in fact.
All right. Your study is really fascinating, so thank you for your study. I think, if I were to think of it myself, I think you did a huge service to the New Zealand Vietnam veterans in providing that information and getting that information, but you also provided a huge service to the science people internationally, because you just put more information on the table as to what we know. You talked about taking the whole cohort, and you were able to take the whole cohort of the New Zealand veterans.
Yes.
Now, can I take it that the control that was used was the rest of the New Zealand population?
Yes, it was. It generally is in these studies, yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Now, right at the end, you talked some fascinating stuff, and you talked about some of the mechanisms that this TCDD works by. And in the 2018 Academy Update 11, the Academy, I think page 96, it talks about how, exactly what you were saying, it talks about how the dioxin molecule attaches to, what would you say?
The aryl hydrocarbon receptor, yes.
Yes, an aryl receptor, and it interferes with the transcription process and things like that, and that was fascinating. You also spoke about the body's ability to heal itself. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that? And just before you give me the answer, you said the body gets to a certain point and then everything goes wrong.
Well, the body can get to a certain point and then everything goes wrong, but it's a dynamic process. So the genetic damage can generally be repaired. And once again, I'm not a geneticist. So either you prevent the damage from occurring in the first place, or you improve the repair mechanisms, and that's the two ways in which you can
Right.
improve things.
So if,
But once again, I'm just
Okay.
an just a poor epidemiologist.
that's really helpful. So if this protein, if this receptor protein and the dioxin interact, and you get not a stopping of the transcription process, but an inhibiting of a process that actually stops certain genes being expressed, you can actually get the tumour taking off, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Basically.
Okay. Thank you. My last question in only half a minute. You said that compared to Australian studies, and you referred to American studies as well, the IOM, and that's the American
Yes.
group, you said that there were consistent results with what you found about
Yes.
the neck and lymph cancers.
Chronic lymphatic leukemia. The Australian veterans and the New Zealand veterans, and it may be coincidence, but they both show this excess, and they're the only veterans groups to show this excess, and there's no real explanation for it.
Yeah. So that,
other than Agent Orange exposure, of course.
So the fact that they're consistent is a pretty significant finding, isn't it?
It could be due to chance, but yes. Well, if you've seen in both, they both had the same operational area, so one would tend to think that way. Yes, it's more than chance.
More than chance, yeah.
It's
Two would be
consistency
chance,
in these two
three
groups. Yeah.
is not chance. Yep. That's me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, gentlemen, for all of your evidence. I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins.
Thank you, sir.
We'll break now for afternoon tea and resume again in 20 minutes. Thank you. Hai, kia ora no tātou, kei te timata tātou. But just before we do start, we are running approximately 60 minutes late. And what I'm proposing is that we start tomorrow morning at 8:30 and that we leave the questioning of Dal Monsanto to tomorrow morning and the tribunal to follow Dal Monsanto at that time. All right, thank you. Ms. Witiera.
Tēnā koe, sir. If it helps, I don't think my questions are going to take 40 minutes. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Josie Witihira tōku ingoa. I don't think I had the privilege of meeting any of you at the last hearing week. I represent a number of claimants in this inquiry, one of which is Y1140 for Patukeha. And I just want to mihi to one of the witnesses who gave evidence for that claim, who is sitting in the back of the room today, Ms. Jeanette Tinana. She is the widow of Mr. Hakuine Tinana, who was a Vietnam veteran, and today is consequently the anniversary, 2 years since his passing to the date today. So it's a very auspicious occasion. But I just wanted to mihi to her and to her whānau as well. Kia ora. So I am very grateful to my learned seniors and colleagues who discussed a lot of the scientific methods, because I don't have a scientific cell in my body. There's a reason I'm a lawyer. So today my questions are mostly going to cover Veterans Affairs and the communication with veterans and their whānau. But before I do that, I just wanted to get clear on a gritty question, which is what date the Crown ought to have known about possible effects of Agent Orange. And I just wanted to get a clear answer from one of you, what date you think this would have been. I know it's quite hefty.
No, it's, I'm just a question for a historian, but I think and this is to clarify the question, and the question, I believe, is when ought the Crown to have known about the human health effects of dioxin exposure as opposed to proposed, from animal effects? Would that be a fair question?
Yeah.
There's no real way that I can give you an exact date of that. I think the first synthesis of the literature which described what the possible human effects were probably is from the date of the first IOM report in 1994, which collated and then synthesised the available data with regard to human health effects.
Mm-hmm.
So prior to that, there is papers and information scattered across the corpus of the body of literature. But that probably is the date of the first synthesis of that information or review. So it's probably not clear until the mid-90s.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. And in terms of the studies that were done in 1969, specifically I think it was discussed at paragraph 28 of Professor Crawford's report, the study into the health effects of T45T in particular, which was an American study. I believe it states that this was covered in New Zealand media, and I understand that there may not have been clarity on the exact effects until 1994, but would you accept that there would have been some level of knowledge of this chemical and possible side effects, not even necessarily exact side effects or effects of exposure before that date?
Two sides to that answer as well. So one is from a scientific or medical perspective, the other is from a historical perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's so I will attempt to try and answer that from a medical perspective. I think it's reasonable to imply that, you know, given the suspicions that are raised from the animal studies in 1969, that the medical scientific community would be suspicious of possible human harms after that and until 1994.
Excuse me, Dr. Michael, do you mind just speaking, even shifting it closer to you? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm making a habit of that, and I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I make a habit of avoiding microphones where at all possible. So what I was saying is that it's reasonable to assume that the medical or scientific community would have had a suspicion of human effects from exposure to dioxins and 2,4,5-T following those studies in the late 1960s up until the synthesis of that information in 1994. So that, speaking to it from a scientific perspective, I'm not equipped to answer whether it would be reasonable for the Crown or for any other group to have or hold those suspicions.
Ka pai. Professor Crawford, do you have any opinion on this?
Well, once those reports appeared and were reported in the media, yes, people did have concerns. That goes right through the 70s.
Ka pai, thank you. And those people would include veterans and their whānau, correct?
Yes, very much so.
I believe that there has been some evidence filed on the concerns that veterans had when they first heard about it, but I'm not going to go into that. I'd just like to note that there were veterans that were aware of it and were concerned. Now I'd like to go into the communication to veterans and to their whānau from Veterans Affairs themselves. So I would just like to bring up some evidence again. There's A12. This is evidence from Sam Rahui in relation to Mr. Tuhoi Lambert, who was also a Vietnam veteran. And this discusses, aroha mai, it's paragraph 26. So this discusses Tuhoi Lambert's experience of finding out about Agent Orange, and it says at 26, even when Agent Orange became more well known in the public domain, the Army never once tried to contact me about my experiences with it, whether I was sprayed or if I am suffering from its effects. They just wanted it swept under the carpet. Sorry, my glasses are really not that great. Thank you. And if I could also, I'm trying to bring the experiences of the claimants to light here, specifically for you and for this panel to understand that despite this suspicion and some knowledge of possible effects, the veterans themselves seem to be left in the lurch. Would you agree with that?
Well, I can only say that when veterans' concerns really picked up, so 1979, 1980, within the Ministry of Defence there was a real concern about the issue, and they reacted quite quickly by starting the survey. It was a bit of an ill-conceived venture, but I think it was well-intentioned, and they did contact a lot of veterans, but they didn't contact all of them because, of course, people move and they didn't have up-to-date addresses and so on. So there were issues with people not being contacted, and then there were problems too with the failure to communicate the reasons for termination of the survey. So that was another failure.
Thank you. So I want to point to quite a stark example of a failure to communicate with veterans and their whānau. If I could point to a brief of evidence number C8. This is the evidence of, aroha mai, A76A, sorry. This is the evidence of Hakuene Tinana himself. And it's at paragraph 49. So this is Hakuene talking about his experience with being contacted about Agent Orange. There was never any indication that the chemicals and other conditions that we had been exposed to while we were over there might cause us problems down the line, particularly in terms of Agent Orange. And his wife, Jeanette, she filed an updating brief of evidence which talked about her specific experience and the experience of her children in terms of the contact that they had with VANS regarding support for medical issues for the children. Her brief is C8. Sorry, I am going to take you to a lot of different paragraphs. And I want to take you to paragraph, I believe it's 17. No, 11. So this section of her brief is discussing the issues that she has, specifically talking to Veterans Affairs and the lack of communication that she seems to have with them. I'm not going to read it all to you, but this is about the support that was provided after his passing and the issues that she had contacting VANS, and that it was only by chance that VANS seemed to have made contact with her. And I would like to also note further down in her brief at paragraphs 39 and 40, so here she discusses her experience trying to seek help for her children who seem to have medical issues, which they believe are related to their father's exposure to Agent Orange. I'm not going to get into whether or not they actually are exposed or do have health issues, but I just want to note that they seem to believe that, and that they have struggled to seek support for these problems. And I want to, in light of this, sorry, I know this is a very long question, just discuss the support that is currently provided by VANS and whether or not there are processes in place to ensure that whānau can rest assured they will be contacted and that they can have access to these support services.
So there's a few dimensions of that to unpack. The first aspect, and one of the issues that has come up in the tribunal time and time again, is that VANS essentially was an opt-in service. So up until last year, veterans, their family, needed to make a proactive approach to Veterans Affairs. Veterans Affairs has no list of people who had qualifying operational service from the New Zealand Defence Force, so it had no means to engage in a proactive approach. nor would it know when a veteran became sick, unless someone from within their whānau proactively reached out. At that point, VANS would have some intelligence to get to do something. Now, that model has changed. So at the point at which someone attains qualifying operational service in the military, they get an email. Every month, we get data from NZDF, which then gets pulled into administrative system that we use to support veterans, and they get registered. They'll get a PIN, they'll get a certificate. At that point, they'll go on our communication channels. So that's a significant development because it's changed the model from essentially being opt-in to one where someone has to opt out. In relation to, when you read those transcripts, in terms of a lack of response from our call centre, that disturbs me. That we have a veteran support centre who is set up to essentially achieve resolution on point of contact, which we achieve roughly between 85 and 95% of the time. With respect to children, essentially, and indeed spouse, it would have been far more beneficial if the spouse had contacted before her husband's passing. Clearly that didn't happen, but at that point she would have been in the system. So our emphasis is always register with Veterans Affairs the day you leave NZDF, because then you're in. We do obviously have backlogs. One of the biggest things for us is essentially managing the demand on the service versus our ability to supply. But essentially for children, there is genetic counselling and genetic testing and access that would have been and can be made available for those individuals.
Thank you. Two follow-ups. First one is, in terms of this specific claimant, do you recognise that there was a failure on the part of VANS to provide support to her and her whānau? And the second one is in terms of the counselling provided to children now, and if they are not registered, is there a process in place to ensure that those children, specifically of this claimant especially, can have access to those services? How is that communicated to them?
So when the MOU came into existence, Veterans Affairs established what is essentially a register, and that register isn't just of people who served, it is also of children, where consent is given. So it relies on a veteran and the children and the spouse giving us consent, but essentially that register is housed within Veterans Affairs. As I said, with respect to that example, I can't speak to, and I don't know what year, the counselling and ultimately, if determined genetic testing was appropriate through that counselling, has been available for a long time, since 2001, 2000, yeah. So it distresses me that didn't become available. I'm certainly aware of instances where veterans' phone calls have gone unanswered, and that is a shortcoming of the system. So, as I said, all calls are logged. We have very clear KPIs. As to why that happened at that particular time, I can't comment on, but certainly it's a sad situation. Yeah.
Kapai, thank you. So I'm assuming I had a follow-up question about the updated conditions added to the MOU and how that was communicated, but I assume it would be the same using that register. Is that correct?
Look, that's correct. I mean, in terms of outreach, Veterans Affairs, we run 5 to 6 forums around the country every year where we en masse try and get as many veterans present. They run for a day. We get up to 500. We have an e-newsletter that goes out very regularly every month. We've got an actual magazine which gets posted out, and essentially we try and use every channel that's available to us. The reality is, despite the fact that since 2006 we have been circulating information about ex gratia payments, we still get people turning up to those forums asking us about, well, what's this thing called an ex gratia payment? We've been talking to people. So it can take time for some people to be reached, but by and large, we try and use those information channels to get information out as much as we can, because fundamentally we want people to have the entitlements that they are entitled to.
Mm-hmm. Ka pai. So in terms of communication with Māori in particular, yesterday I kind of briefly talked about communication with wider Māori communities, not just within the Defence Force, and I understand that the Defence Force and VANS are separate but interlinked. Have you considered the possibility of forming relationships with local iwi, hapu, marae to get into contact with Māori veterans?
Yes, we do, and yes, we have arrangements with some iwi and some pan-iwi to do exactly that. One of the macro issues that has been heard through the tribunal time and time again is a strong desire by veterans, not just Māori, but for face-to-face and kanohi to kanohi. So with iwi, we have the ability to train people from that iwi or other NGOs in basically their veterans entitlement system so that they can go back to those communities and support those veterans. We have put in place some MOUs with specific iwi and pan-iwi organisations, and where they're delivering primary health care directly to veterans, then we can pay a supplementary fee that allows them to actually employ someone within the iwi to undertake that particular function. So it's a way, in a sense, of trying to get face-to-face delivery, but without setting up regional offices all over the country and using the strengths of the system basically to support veterans. So that particular model we have is what we are trying to replicate throughout the country.
Mm-hmm. Ka pai, thank you. Okay, in terms of, I just want to pull back to some more claimant evidence, aroha mai. I want to talk about the evidence of Matutaira Clendon. So this is number A77 at paragraph 74. And this is more broadly just talking about past communications from VANS, which may not necessarily have to do with Agent Orange. Ka pai. So Matutaira here is discussing the support for his younger brother who served in Malaysia, and he was in a rest home in Invercargill. He talks a lot more about it in his brief, but I'm not going to force you to read his whole brief of evidence. It states, "I'm particularly angry about the lack of support for my younger brother Crete, who served in Malaysia, who is living in a rest home in Invercargill. He has recently had a stroke and he has had no offers of support from Veterans Affairs. Despite that, he fought for Queen and country. The only financial support he has is superannuation. It is disappointing, to say the least." I just wanted to end on this note because I wanted to pull it back to the previous experiences of claimants and acknowledge all of the work that has been done by VANS to increase communications, but I just want to have a solid answer in saying that they would have failed specifically in this circumstance. Would you agree with that?
That particular situation I have huge sympathy for, because the reality is my grandfather was someone who could have and did qualify for support, and took a personal view that he wasn't going to take anything from Veterans Affairs. As I said to you, the model, rightly or wrongly, and in my view extremely suboptimal, was one where people had to approach Veterans Affairs to receive entitlements. Veterans Affairs, in all likelihood, would have had utterly no knowledge of this particular individual, and therefore no ability to proactively outreach. That said, you know, it distresses me where people have served NZDF, their Queen, their country. They do have entitlements, there are supports on offer, and they don't get them. And so, yes, there is a failing there on one level, because the gearing of the system didn't work, and indeed, you know, support didn't arrive through other mechanisms. But in terms of Veterans Affairs New Zealand, there would have been no way of knowing. And that's why we have changed the system, so that now there can be much. We know they are registered, they get a PIN and certificate, they are aware of their entitlements, and they are plugged into those communication loops.
Ka pai, thank you. And thank you everyone for your evidence. Those are all my questions. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, thank you. Mr. Crawford.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Mr. McMaster will be asking questions for panel 2.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, Mr. McMaster will be
Right,
asking questions of panel 2.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mr. McMaster tōku ingoa. To the panel, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa mō o kōrero. Kei tāmiki legal aho e mahi ana. We represent a number of claimants who have claims relating to different matters in this stage of the inquiry. Some of these relate to the Vietnam War. I wanted to check if the panel members have a copy of the bundle document number F24.
The front page of the whole order report.
Not that document.
Government responds to Select Committee Agent Orange Inquiry, that one?
It's the one up on the screen there.
Yes, well, we certainly have that one.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly, I'd like to start with some questions for you. If you could please turn to page 6, paragraph 30 of your brief of evidence.
Please excuse me for a moment while I find that.
Okay.
Yes.
Got that in front of you?
Yes.
Ka pai. So in 2006, a memorandum of understanding was agreed between the Crown and Vietnam veteran representatives, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that set up ex gratia payments that were payable to Vietnam veterans in certain circumstances, correct?
Yes, correct.
Further over on page 7, still paragraph 30, you list the conditions that were recognised as prescribed conditions when the MOU was signed in 2006.
That's correct.
3 of those conditions, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease and chloracne, were identified by the Institute of Medicine in 1994 as having sufficient evidence of an association with herbicide exposure back in 1994, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ka pai. 3 of the conditions, aroha mai. So those 3 conditions listed in Schedule 1 of the MOU, they were recognised by the IOM as having sufficient evidence of an association, but they weren't recognised by the Crown, or ex gratia payments weren't payable if a veteran had those conditions until 2006, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
Ka pai. Is 12 years a justifiable amount of time for veterans to be able to claim an ex gratia payment if they had one of these 3 prescribed conditions?
I'm not really equipped to make a judgment as to what's appropriate or not in that situation. It's not really in my area of expertise or knowledge. They may be able to have a comment on that from an organisational perspective from Mr. Brunt.
The issue is the ex gratia payments only came into being in 2006 because of the MOU. Where health conditions were present prior, in this particular case we're talking about the War Pensions Act, then a veteran would have brought that claim to Veterans Affairs and it would have been dealt with through that particular route. The ex gratia payments came about because fundamentally the Crown recognised significant shortcomings in the way that it supported Vietnam veterans on their return, which is what resulted in the Prime Ministerial apology and the working group and the payments.
Yes, but the list of conditions that you could seek an ex gratia payment for, that was established in 1994, right?
No, the ex gratia payments only commenced in 2006 with the MOU. That particular list that you're referring to is in the War Pensions Act and has a different administrative purpose.
Okay, I'll move on. If I could please ask the registrar to bring up document Y2500B42. If the registrar could please scroll down the page a little bit. Sorry, just to the bottom half of the first page, the cover page. Mr. O'Reilly, you see there that this document is entitled The Brief of Evidence of Robin York, dated 13th November 2023. Registrar, could you please go to paragraph 7 on page 3? Mr. O'Reilly, at the start of that paragraph, Miss York states her late brother, Ross Wald Allen, served 2 tours in Vietnam, correct?
Aye.
And if we could please scroll down to paragraph 19 on page 6. There, Miss York states Ross had a really bad skin condition. He had patchy, discoloured skin rashes, which he believes was from Agent Orange when it was sprayed in Vietnam, correct?
Yes.
So if that skin condition that Ross had was chloracne, if we could please go down to paragraph 25 on page 8. There, it states that Ross died in June 2003, correct?
Yes.
So if the skin condition mentioned earlier that Ross had was chloracne, and if he had survived beyond December 2006, he would have been able to claim for an ex gratia payment for that, correct?
If that condition was correct, that would be correct, yes.
But because the Crown didn't recognise or provide the ability to claim for an ex gratia payment for that condition until December 2006, Ross missed that chance, didn't he?
Ross missed that chance if it was correct, yes.
Kapai. Mr. Brunt, I would like to ask you some questions. If we could please turn to the document F24 and turn to the first page, page marked 1. Mr. Brunt, can you see the letterhead at the top of that page?
I can.
And you can see that it is addressed to Veterans Affairs.
I can.
So this letter was written by Tamaki Legal on behalf of a client. I'd like to take you through this experience. So if you look further down at page 2, towards the bottom of that page,
yes,
it says, blank, has been diagnosed with hypertension. This condition has been accepted by Veterans Affairs. Can you see that?
yes,
And then below that, the author of the letter requests for an ex gratia payment on the basis that the veteran they were writing on behalf of had hypertension, correct?
yes.
If I could please take you next to page 5 of that bundle. Again, you can see the Vans letterhead at the top of that page, can't you?
I can.
And that letter is dated 21st May 2021, isn't it?
That's correct.
The first paragraph of that letter, can you see that?
I can.
This letter is responding to an 8th April letter, the one that I just took you to, correct?
Yes.
Kapai. The second line from the bottom of that page, last paragraph, starting with accordingly.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
The decision communicated by Vans in this letter is that they would not make an ex gratia payment to the person asking for it at this time, correct?
Correct.
Could we please go next to page 7 of that bundle? And that letter is dated 20th July 2021, correct?
Correct.
If we could please turn to page 9 of that bundle. The last paragraph at that bottom of that page. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
The last sentence at that bottom of the page starting with given. You're able to see that?
Yes.
Here, Tamaki Legal representing this person is essentially asking Vans to reconsider their decision with the points above considered by Vans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Kapai. If we could please turn to page 12 of that bundle.
Yes.
And the date of that top of that letter is 30th November 2021.
Yes.
Correct? The first paragraph there, Vans is confirming they will provide an ex gratia payment of $40,000, correct?
Correct.
Kapai. So this letter, dated 30th November 2021, comes just 7 months after Tamaki Legal's initial letter of 8th April 2021.
Yes.
And it comes 3 years after the Institute of Medicine, I believe it might have been the National Academy of Science, as it was known by then, found in 2018 that there was sufficient evidence of an association for hypertension, correct?
Yes.
So this client is a whanaunga of the managing director of the firm. not every veteran that served in Vietnam will have a connection like that, or be connected to someone or a law firm, a lawyer who's willing to expend those resources and time to advocate for a veteran in this way, correct?
Yes.
Ka pai. I'd like to move to a different topic. Mr. Crawford, I was hoping to ask you some questions about your brief Know Your Report. If we could please move to page 36, paragraph 74 of your report. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Ka pai. So here, the Ministry of Defence sought more information from Australia and the US about the extent to which its troops may have been exposed to herbicides because of Operation Ranch Hand, didn't it?
Yes, there was an effort to get more information at this time, early in 1980.
Ka pai. And importantly, in early 1980, the Ministry of Defence was provided access to the herbs tapes by, I believe, the US Department of Defence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ka pai. And the herbs tapes contained important information about aerial spraying missions in Phuoc Toi province, didn't they?
Yes.
Ka pai. So now, speaking more broadly, Mr. Crawford, about the Ministry of Defence, you'd agree that it would need to be proficient in its use of maps, correct?
Yes.
It need to be able to understand them, draw them, use them proficiently.
Yes.
Ka pai. So, in early 1980, the New Zealand Ministry of Defence is provided with the herbs tapes, which are maps, correct?
They are data with map references, so they could then have been transferred onto a map.
Ka pai, which we know from Colonel Seymour's efforts for the Health Select Committee inquiry, correct?
Yes, that's right. By the time Ray Seymour did his work, it was actually much easier to do that because of advances in technology, but that could have been done in 1980.
Ka pai. And the PEC report from 1982, that found that, if anything, potentially more veterans were potentially exposed because of inaccuracies in the herbs tapes. Is that correct?
Yes, it provided a lot more detail about the potential for exposure.
Ka pai. And I believe in your report you restate that by at least this point, the Crown could have made a public statement that Vietnam veterans were exposed to a toxic environment or herbicides. Is that correct?
Well, I would have said that they could have made a statement saying that New Zealand troops were operating in an area where aerial spraying had taken place. And it was just not the herbs data they had other data as well, including testimony from veterans.
Okay, ka pai. I believe there's a document that was provided to the panel and the Crown this morning, a statement dated 15th December 2004.
Which one was that?
Sorry, 15th December 2004 by Mr. George Hawkins.
So I'm not sure if the panel has copies of that. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if the witness panel have been given copies of that yet.
But this is the document here.
Yeah.
So that first paragraph there, the government's responding to the Health Select Committee report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could go further down the page, the paragraph starting with "in light of the information." There, Mr. Hawkins is offering an apology for the failure of governments in past to recognise that veterans were exposed to a toxic environment during their service in Vietnam. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Ka pai. I'd like to take you now to the brief of evidence of Edric Naden, Y2500, document D1. If we could please go to, oh no, if we could go to the cover page of that document, please. That there states it's the brief of evidence of Edric Theodore Kismet Naden, dated 15th July 2024, correct?
Yes.
If we could please go down to paragraph 74 on page 14. That paragraph there, Mr. Naden is referring to being exposed to spraying from C-123 aircraft while stationed at Nui Dat Air Base. Is that correct?
Yes.
Apologies, if we could please go back up to... Oh, would you accept that this brief of evidence is from a veteran who served in Vietnam?
Certainly appears to be.
Given that he was stationed at Vietnam, it's possible that this experience he's referring to here is one where he's in an area which is being sprayed with an Operation Ranch Hand herbicide. Would you agree with that?
I think it's likely, given the description of an oily substance, yes.
Ka pai. So I referred to you previously the statement from Mr. Hawkins about repeated, the lack of acknowledgement that veterans had been exposed to a toxic environment. It would have negatively affected veterans like Mr. Naden here for their lived experience to be consistently undermined by the government doubting that. Would you agree?
Well, the government's position was somewhat confused, and there was statements made by the Minister of Defence acknowledging that New Zealand troops had operated in areas that would have been aerially sprayed. But the problem was that there was no pulling together of all the available evidence. This was not clearly set out and publicly made available. And that's what should have been done. And I don't really understand why it wasn't, because it seems quite a basic thing to do.
Thank you to the panel. That concludes my questions. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou te tēpu.
Kia ora.
Mihi ana ki a koutou i a whakautitia hei nei. Tēnā korua ki a Dr. O'Reilly, rawa ko Mr. Brunt. Ia korua mahi ki awhi a mātou Morohua Vietnam. Ara tēnā korua ki a Dr. McBride, rawa ko Mr. Crawford, ia korua rangahau ki whakamarama ki a mātou e nei mea e pā ana te hauora o ngā Morohua Vietnam. Ko Mr. Clouty toku ingoa no te tari o te mata law. I'm here for several claims regarding Vietnam, including Y15001. And just to mihi again to Kai Kare me ki roto i te whare, Matua Miki Apati, who served 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. Mr. Brunt, I just have a few questions for you regarding Vietnam veterans. So, Mr. Brunt, if I could take you to paragraph 63, the conclusion of your brief of evidence. The last paragraph. You note there the Crown's acknowledgement of the particular debt that is owed to Vietnam veterans. would you accept that because of the unique nature of both their service and the treatment that they receive post-service, that Vietnam veterans have particular needs that may differ to other veterans?
That is the position that the Crown has taken, and to that extent there are additional entitlements available to Vietnam veterans, such as ex gratia payments and other supports. Yes.
Okay, Te Pai. You discuss at paragraph 37 of your brief, Mr. Brunt, the psychological counselling available for Vietnam veterans and for their whānau members. Just a question of clarification on that. Are there resources provided to those who give the counselling which inform them about the specific challenges that Vietnam veterans and their whānau have faced?
There's nothing specifically supplied by Veterans Affairs. Whether or not they have had exposure through other means to that sort of training, I wouldn't know. Essentially, with counselling, it would be for the veteran or the family member to determine the counsellor to which they felt most comfortable to use, and we would fund it through that means.
Okay, Te Pai. Do you think resources around service in Vietnam might be useful for counsellors who are counselling veterans of Vietnam?
Oh, look, I think I can't speak to the state of resourcing more broadly across the counselling and psychological profession. Certainly, we work with a lot of NGOs who provide support to first responders as a collective. So, police, firefighters, member of the armed forces. And it's certainly true to say that across that band of the labour market, there are some, they present with some acute and specialist needs. And so it's highly desirable that a counsellor would have that background. But again, it comes down to predominantly the individual wanting to attend and all the family members wanting to attend and them being comfortable with the counsellor.
Ka pai. E mihi ana. I just have a quick question to touch on the issue of Māori Vietnam veterans specifically. Madam Registrar, could you please bring up document A251 on the record of inquiry, which is the report of Ms. Keziah Walker at page 334 at the bottom paragraph, yeah, the heading there. Mr. Brunt, so are you aware of the statistics that have shown Māori were a high proportion of those who served in Vietnam?
Yes, I am.
And you'd accept the figure referenced by Ms. Walker from McGibbon, which states an estimation that Māori made up 36.5% of the combat element in Vietnam?
I'm not qualified to make that determination. I have seen different estimates that vary. Notwithstanding that, I accept the general point that Māori were a higher proportion, significantly higher than the population, and indeed serve in the NZDF to this day as a higher proportion.
Marama. Madam Registrar, could you please take us to page 358 of this report at the bottom paragraph? Yes, that one there, rates of PTSD and Māori Vietnam War veterans. So, Mr. Brunt, are you also aware of the research from Massey University, referenced here by Ms. Walker, that found Māori Vietnam veterans have suffered higher rates of PTSD than non-Māori?
I'm not personally familiar with that study, but I wouldn't dispute the statistic.
I just have one more statistic from Mrs. Walker's report I'd like to highlight. If Madam Registrar could please take us to page 359 at the next page down at the second to bottom paragraph. So that statistic there below the heading, the compounding effects of PTSD. So Ms. Walker there references a 1991 study that states that New Zealand Vietnam veterans with PTSD are considerably worse off on every health and mental health measure than veterans without PTSD. You'd also accept that general proposition?
I'm comfortable to do that.
Okay, Te Pai. I'd just now like to reference, Mr. Brunt, the Te Arataki Wellbeing Framework, which is discussed in your brief and in your first brief. So that's a document produced by Veterans Affairs, a framework, or utilised?
Yes, it is, but it represents a far broader cross-section than just Veterans Affairs. It's bringing together a whole raft of organisations. So we kind of shepherd it, we own it, yep. But actually it's a collective effort.
Okay, Te Pai. I just want to quote from the framework, Mr. Brunt, under the Te Tiriti section. So it states there, we know very little about the mental health and well-being of Aotearoa New Zealand's Māori veterans. Would you accept, Mr. Brunt, that based on the research we've just discussed and the kōrero we've heard throughout this inquiry, that Māori Vietnam veterans have suffered poor mental health post-service?
I have no problem accepting the fact that people who have served in NZDF and Māori have suffered mental health issues.
E pai ana. Now also, just to quote again from that Te Tiriti section of the Te Arataki framework, just a question of clarification here. It states, we promote culturally appropriate responses, including for Māori, by Māori, and holistic approaches. So we touched on the counselling before, and I just wanted to know whether any of those psychological counselling services provided by VANS were kaupapa Māori based.
That is indeed the case, and more broadly, we take the view that, particularly for Māori and any ethnic group, there needs to be culturally responsive supports for them. So we've worked extensively, particularly in rolling out rongoa, which is, we now have a policy framework for that. That is responds acutely, if you like, to Māori and some of the mental health needs that they present with. We've taken a much more generous view than ACC. So ACC will pre-fund around 4 treatments. We fund up to 11. And that is available for all Māori. So yes, I recognise, I guess, the proposition that you're putting to us. And yes, there needs to be culturally supportive services for different population groups, including Māori. The more we work with iwi and the more we fund rongoa, frankly, the better. The challenge has actually been that we've found is ensuring that Māori ex-service people know what is available for them.
Ka pai, ko oti aku pātai, e mihi ana ki a koutou.
Kia ora, thank you. Mr. Sinclair.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Sinclair and I act for Y654, a claim by Ngāpuhi. Includes a number of veterans. The veterans that are here present with us today are the widow of the late Eric Albert, is a Vietnam veteran, and his daughters. Some of those, many of their whānau actually are continuing in military service and are very active in veterans affairs, acting as a central hub for communications in their district of Mangamuka and Moho in the northern. Thank you. I've got a few questions, not many. It's the end of the day. We all need to leave, I guess. I just want to acknowledge on behalf of the Albert whānau the absolute recognition of the effort that's gone into clarifying matters that have been very dear and deep to their whānau, in particular about the effect of Agent Orange, which for many years their whānau have fought to have that information that you've provided clarified, and you've done justice to them on that. So I've got a number of questions for Mr. Brunt and Mr. Crawford. Very quickly, in your brief of evidence, and there's no need to refer to it, the questions are very short. You state that the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, is a living document. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what would you mean by a living document?
We meet regularly with the peak bodies of Vietnam veterans where they bring to us their concerns. We actively act on those concerns. In the case of the ex gratia payments, where evidence has changed, we've put in place processes to accept those conditions. We work extensively to promote entitlements with them. And as I mentioned really in my opening brief, when a veteran is known to have difficulties or their family and whānau are experiencing difficulties, they will get on the phone and look to provide to get the most appropriate support. So there is regular communication and activity rather than there simply being a document, an MOU signed long ago, and there is no interaction and no communication whatsoever.
Would that extend to include any medical conditions that in the future are discovered?
It was. So the big issue with hypertension was that when it came to people's knowledge back around 2019, there was no agreed process. So what then took place was Sajiri Mataparai convened a group of members of the RSA, members of the Vietnam veteran community and members of Veterans Affairs, and they put in place a process that went to Cabinet that was approved. That Cabinet minute from the Social Wellbeing Committee is what ultimately provided a directive for Veterans Affairs and the head of VA to monitor conditions, and it provides a clear process in future for conditions to be added.
Oh, it's very very appreciative for the clients that I work for. In terms of I'll just jump now to information and distribution. I've heard it mentioned, and you were mentioning it previously, about the difficulty of information distribution to the various whānau veterans. As you're aware, many of the veterans are passing away. However, their whānaus are still active. How is this register that you've set up, how is that monitored and distributed among those veterans remaining today and their families?
The register is used by all peak bodies, in a sense, to have that record and to provide access to veterans, as you just described, to seek entitlement. So there are reunions that are put in place, so it's used at those particular times. It helps us also register veterans more quickly when they come out of the woodwork. We've also completed an exercise where that particular information set has been uploaded into the Statistics New Zealand IDI, which is essentially the government's repository for administrative information. And what we can do with that is we can then do longitudinal research and off that data set into the impacts on health, education, other aspects for veterans, and so we continually promote that where and when we can.
Thank you. In paragraph 57 of your brief, you state that the services are being delivered upon a request being received. Is that being delivered in a timely fashion as opposed to previous years? Would you be able to comment on that? Just in regard to the services that VANS provides.
So are we delivering services?
Yeah, are they being delivered in a timely fashion?
There are a couple of dimensions to the question. So VANS's ability to meet the demand administratively in terms of all claims coming in, basically demand exceeds supply. So we do have a backlog of claims. That was subject to additional resource from government to help us clear that. There has been additional complexity added because of questions of law that have been raised by a High Court interpretation, and so therefore that backlog is extending. What I can give assurance on is when a claim comes in, they are not all treated the same. If a veteran has a mental health need, if they are terminal, if they are presenting with a number of different dimensions, then that claim will be turned around within the week, if not a couple of days. So yes, on one level, I'm satisfied that veterans with acute need are getting their claim through the system. I'm not ultimately happy with the state of the current backlog. I would desire that to be much shorter. And that's an ongoing conversation with government and others about resourcing and improving efficiency where we can. The other dimension which often gets lost is the biggest thing that slows down a claim in terms of Veterans Affairs is not administrative processing. It is actually about getting specialist medical opinion. If you need an orthopaedic surgeon, if you need an ophthalmologist, we have to send that referral out. And I think everyone's aware that the public health system is acutely stressed at the moment. And so that does add to delays as well, where we can't access specialist medical opinion.
Thank you. I've got a question now for Mr. O'Reilly, and it's regarding genetic counselling and testing. Is genetic counselling and testing available for the children of veterans?
Genetic counselling is available for the children of Vietnam veterans and has been available, I think, since 2001.
Yes. Can you make the distinction between counselling and testing, please?
I have actually, in another brief of evidence for nuclear veterans, I've gone into some explaining
Yes.
what genetic
Is
counselling
that
is.
coming up tomorrow?
It's coming tomorrow, but I'll try and remember what I wrote for today. The genetic counselling in itself is a process by which a professional, a health professional, is able to speak to a family or to a person to assess the genetic risks associated with their that they may pose or have inherited. And it's a process of discussing what those risks are and then being able to provide advice as to the appropriate response to that risk to allow them to make a decision as to how they approach that risk. And it's performed by a specialist group of health providers, genetic counsellors or geneticists, whose role and purpose is to achieve that. The genetic testing is a downstream effect from that. So the genetic counsellor, in determining the genetic, in this discussion and evaluation of the individual or the family, if they determine that there is an identifiable gene that can be tested for to determine the risk, then that test then they would work with the family member or the person to determine if they wanted to be tested, and then to perform the test and interpret it. It's different from genetic screening, which I think.
Just one more question while you're there, because I won't ask any further questions on this matter, seeing as it in your brief tomorrow. But in terms of the descendants of the veteran, can the genetic testing be carried out in regards to mokopuna and other generations in the future?
So one of the things, there's a little bit of interpretation of the MOU and how it can be actually applied in practice. So the MOU is limited to the children, first generation children of Vietnam veterans. However, genetic counselling and the assessment of risk, when it's being performed by a genetic counsellor, will take into account generations other than that generation. We've never received a request where their testing has been advised by a genetic counsellor on a mokopuna, or in fact we've none for a veteran's child at this point either. I can say, as the person who'd be providing the advice to Mr. Brunt about the approach to that problem should it occur, would be that I would feel that even though the MOU does not specifically require us to provide for the cost of testing for mokopuna, that if that risk has been determined on the basis of the assessment of the veteran or the veteran's child, that it would be reasonable for us to consider that as an exception and to fund that treatment. And again, this is speculation, and we haven't yet approached that problem, but I can be confident in expressing that would be my approach to it.
Are you aware of those issues regarding mokopuna in the veterans community?
Yes, both from the briefs of evidence and also from speaking to veterans and veterans groups over the last 5 years. So yes,
Thank you. I've got a question for Professor Crawford. In your brief of evidence, page 269, or paragraph 269, it's just a very brief question. You mentioned there the Edwards study and a testing mechanism that was used, a process that was used in that study, and you state and the study stated that it was that genetic damage was induced by environmental agent and substance which causes the breakdown in chromosomes. Now, that study was carried out by a Louise Edwards, but at the end of it, you state that you couldn't find a review on that report, you found one review, and you stated that there was problems with the report and the findings were gravely compromised. Would you have any information on why the findings were such as that?
Well, I don't have expertise in that area.
Right.
All I can say is I found an unsigned review of Edward's study amongst the Vans files.
Right. Right, thank you. And I appreciate, again, all your evidence and the assistance you've given to Vietnam vets and my clients in particular. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Mr. Pōtaka.
Tēnā tātou traipinara. Fortunately, our questions that we prepared today have been answered thoroughly, and we no longer require the time that we've been allocated to cross-examine this afternoon. So I'm in the court's hands, but we can move on to the next lot of questions.
Thank you.
Accept that. Tēnā tātou.
Ms. Rongo. Do you hear? No. Dr. Gilling.
Thank you, sir. I'm in the same position as Mr. Pōtaka. I have no additional questions to ask at this time, so again, in your hands.
All right, thank you. Just prior to starting the session, sorry, have I left anyone else? Anyone out? No, thank you. So just prior to starting the session after afternoon tea, I thought we would be running to about 5:20, and I suggested that we start tomorrow morning at 8:30 with Dow Monsanto at that time undertaking their cross-examination, followed by the tribunal. I'm happy to stick with those times if everyone is agreeable to finishing now. All right?
Certainly, sir.
Is that all right, Mr. Butler?
Most certainly.
Thank you. And you might truncate your questions overnight.
I'll certainly keep up the whiskey in that case, sir.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll hand it over to Te Taua Moana just to conclude for the day. Thank you. Aye.
We should have.
Ai, kia ora.
Kia ora ki te whare. Kia tau ngā manakitanga te kaihanga ki runga i a tātou katoa. Kia mākihi te hua a māhia. Kia toi ko te tūmanako, kia toi ko te whakapono, kia toi ko te aroha. Ko ia rā e rungo i whakairi ake nei ni runga. Tuturu whakamaua kia tīna. Tīna. Haumi e, hui e. Tai ki e. Ko tēnei te wā, ka wai ata, ka wai ata ki ai hoa. Ko tēnei te wā, ka inoi aho.
Tēnā wai kia tīna. Ora mai te tōki hau mi e hui e.
Kai ki e.